Good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, May 8th, and this is a land use meeting for the Manatee County Board of County Commissioners. We got a very, very packed room and a very, very packed agenda. So we are going to get started as we always do with an invocation and a pledge. Our pastor today is unfortunately under the weather, so our invocation will be led by Commissioner Ballard, and our pledge will be led by Commissioner Bob McCann. Please rise if you're able.
Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us here today on another beautiful day here in Manatee County. Guide our actions here today with wisdom. Help us to be unified and to make decisions for the best interest of our county. Amen.
No cardinals?
Not today.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I am still praying for the Cardinals to be guided by the Holy Spirit.
Fair enough, fair
Absolutely.
enough. I expected it. I was. All right, Ms. Knapp, are there any updates to the agenda?
Good morning, Commissioners. There are. The updates were published yesterday, but since that time, we've added public comments, which will be entered into the record for items number 12, related to impact fees, agenda item number 1, related to the resolution R25063, agenda item number 7, related to Terra DRI, and number 8, Terra DRI GDP, which are companion to one another. Item number 10, related to Pope Ranch. And lastly, item number 11, related to our wetland discussion today. That concludes the changes.
Thank you. All right, and before we get into the regular agenda, we do have a 9 a.m. time certain. This is part of a statutory requirement. We have to have 2 hearings to kick off the extraordinary circumstances on our impact fee study. So I'm going to start off with that first, and then we'll go into future agenda items and the rest of the agenda. So, Ms. Knapp?
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Nicole Knapp, Director of Development Services. Today we are specifically here to discuss the workshop on the supplemental report to the pending impact fee update study. The supplemental report is to be demonstrated, or demonstrates the extraordinary circumstances necessitated, the need to exceed the statutory limits on increasing impact fees. And as such, this work session has been advertised accordingly to the narrow focus, specifically as I just stated. As you're aware, and as the chair just mentioned, Florida statute requires that if a local jurisdiction chooses to present an extraordinary circumstances needs report, 2 publicly advertised workshops are to take place. Today being the second of those. Yesterday at 9 a.m. was the first advertised workshop. Yesterday, at the conclusion of my opening introduction, we had Rachel Layton, our impact fee administrator, step forward and provide you a brief presentation on some history of impact fees and the Florida statute. In essence, to save time, we are going to skip that portion of the presentation today. Other than that, I wanted to point out for the public's point of view that the workshop today, the presentation you're going to hear from our consultant, Ms. Negan Camp from Benesh, is identical to what was heard yesterday. As again, Florida statute requires 2 identical public workshops for as much as they may be redundant. I know, I said this yesterday, I know it's hard to separate the 2, but today's workshop is not about the impact fee update study. That will be presented to you May 22nd and again on June 5th. Prior to that, it will be heard by the Planning Commission. I believe the date is May 15th. Excuse me if I'm off by a day. And on May 22nd, it will be heard at 9 a.m., and on June 5th, it will be after 5 p.m. per Florida statute. I do want to make one announcement, if you will give me a second. I'd like to publicly apologize for some information I misspoke yesterday. And I just for record purposes, not to introduce a new conversation. Again, the conversation would be more appropriate for May 22nd. But I can, when planners read Florida statute every day, and the Land Development Code, and the Code of Ordinances, and the comp plan, we can sometimes commingle what one says versus what implements. So I'd like to just provide clarity for the record purposes, if I could. Florida statute states that, Florida statute 163-31801, section 4E. It states, ensure that collection of the impact fees may not be required to occur earlier than the date of issuance of a building permit for the property that's subject to the fee. Seems pretty clear, seems black and white, but it's not with every type of permit. Commercial is different than industrial, different than single family, different than multifamily. So we, in the Land Development Code, section 1102.1C, have for years, doesn't mean it can't change, but implemented what the statute says today or then, and like I said, it can change with an adoption to the LDC, but currently it provides for 4 examples of what staff should do to implement that no sooner than the issuance of a building permit, and to implement our business practices. So 1 speaks to where you pay with a certificate of completion, and that's because it depends on the type of permit. Maybe with a change of use, we're not going to see the permit again. Or in the example of RV parks, we see the initial clubhouse and the pads, for example, but we don't see building permits for individual, because they're transient in nature and they have the pad. So we collect impact fees at time of issuance. But then with your single-family homes, for example, we collect at occupancy, and that's really because of best practices and efficiencies from the applicant and staff that was likely put in place years ago. Construction trades and developers change models often, and that would create a lot of refunds and unnecessary administrative work for staff and the builder, which is why I can only speculate that that's been in place since probably 2015, if not earlier. So again, my apologies. We deal with a lot of code day in and day out, and I was pretty bullheaded yesterday, but I apologize for that. So next, today's workshop is per Florida statute to be specifically dedicated to the extraordinary circumstances report, demonstrating the need for extraordinary statute, phased-in limitations, and I'm going to turn the presentation over to Negan Camp with Benesh, and she's the consultant and expert that we've been working under.
Good morning, Commissioners. Negan Camp with Benesh. As you know, the impact fees were last updated in 2003. At the time, they were capped at 50% and phased. Prior to that, they were updated in 2015. So the purpose of this study is to reflect the most current data and potentially exceed the 50% limit. I think Nicole covered that. In 2021, we had a build at place limits, and it has an exception clause that requires demonstrating extraordinary circumstances, holding 2 public workshops, and the increase needs to be approved by 2/3 of the governing body. Extraordinary circumstances themselves are not defined in the statute. Jurisdictions that utilize this clause showed high growth levels, outdated fees, artificially low fees, high cost levels, and also projects that need to be funded. When we look at Manatee County compared to 67 Florida counties, you rank 15th in population, 9th in projected growth rate, 12th in absolute growth, and 8th in residential permitting. So basically, in all measures, you rank in top 10 to 20% of all counties in terms of your size and continuing growth. So that puts a lot of pressure on infrastructure needs. In addition, the population growth levels have been higher than expected. When we look at what was projected during the 2015 study and compare that to actual population observed for those same years, we see that those estimates underestimated by at least 10 to 20% what actually realized. This chart showing permitting trends, residential permitting trends going back to 90s, and you can kind of see you had a peak during the 2004, 5, 6 boom, then we hit the recession, and then permits start to increase. But after the pandemic, that level of increase heightened significantly. and you are experiencing growth levels that are highest since 1990s. Again, when we look at it, the past years' permitting levels average about 7,400 units. In 2015, this number was only 2,400 when they were looking at past 5 years. So that's like 3 times the permitting levels. It's even higher than the 23 update by about 20%. And same type of trend we see in both countywide and unincorporated county. In addition, we've seen significant cost increases, especially since the pandemic. So compared to 2015, the various indices put that increase anywhere from 50% to 170%. This chart is showing the cost trends, primarily for transportation, but it's similar in other areas as well. And again, you see a similar pattern to your permitting. You have a peak in 2004, 5, 6. Then we had the Great Recessions where costs actually decreased for a while. Then they started to increase more or less steadily. And then since the pandemic, that level of increase became much more significant. So again, when we look at it using transportation as an example, the 2015 study estimated $3.3 million per lane mile. This study, even with a conservative approach, is estimating a minimum of $8.5 million per lane mile. So that's like almost 2.5 times the increase during that time period. So this chart shows the current adopted rates at 63% residential compared to calculated rates. So you see a significant increase. But the 23 calculated rate and compared to 2015 calculated rate, there's still an increase of 50 to 60%, but it's not as drastic. And that's because during the 23 update, you weren't able to adopt that full rate. And then if we look at today's cap rate, and if the county were to adopt it, that's going to be approximately 40 to 60% lower than what the full cost is. In terms of project needs, we have the transportation demand models indicate that over the next 20 years, after the projects that are already included in the long-range plan are built, there will still be about a 20% of the lane miles over capacity for the county roads and 35% for all roads. So those 20% of the lane miles, 164 lane miles, to bring them up to code would be about $1.4 billion of investment. And right now, the county has about $675 million worth of road improvements identified. So there's a gap there. These several slides going back, forward identifies the project needs. You can kind of see transportation has about $674 million projects identified. Again, not all phases of all of these are included, but just to give you an idea. In terms of law enforcement, about $67 million worth of needs are identified. There are 3 projects in this list that are shared with public safety, so they total to $25 million. We split half of it to law enforcement and half of it to public safety. So that $67 million includes only half of those projects plus the $30 million of law enforcement only. Same thing in public safety. The total is about $46 million that identified. Libraries have about a need of $34 million of capital projects. And parks and natural resource about $43 million. And all of these are new additional capacity projects. They do not include any maintenance, resurfacing, rehab, those type of capital projects. And then when we look at the projections right now, the county is generating about $63 million from all fees included in this study. So with the full rates, that revenue has a potential to increase anywhere from $120 million to $153 million, depending on the permitting levels. So again, today is the second workshop, and as Ms. Knapp explained, May 15 will be the Planning Commission, May 22nd will be the full presentation and first reading, and June 5th is the second reading. And then the adopted fees would become effective September 9. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, we kind of discussed this probably more than necessary yesterday. It's the exact same presentation. This is a statutory requirement to do this twice. Before it goes, we're going to have a lot of opportunity to talk about this, both at the planning commission stage and for us on this dais at the board stage, just in a couple of weeks. So is there anything new that needs to be discussed today in light of the agenda we've got, or are we checking the box that this is now the second one, and good luck with planning commission, and look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks in front of us? Is that it? Nicole? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now move on to, well, let me just bang out consent here. There's one.
Mr. Chair, we have public comment.
We have public comment for that? We're not
Yes.
even voting, it's just listening to a report.
Yeah, the workshop has to have public comment.
Okay, fair enough, let's do it. I got all day. All right. What's that? Okay. I'm okay doing it, I just didn't think we had public comment for it. I thought it was just a reading of a report, but I'll happily open it. All right, I'll open up public comment. Any public comment? Public comment specific to what you just heard. I know who you are. Yeah, we're gonna charge you impact fees on a daycare over there. Okay, perfect. We appreciate that. Okay, if not, anyone on the phone?
No callers, Mr. Chair.
All right, I will close public comment. I appreciate that consideration there. We now move on, there's one item on consent. Does anyone want to pull the one item from consent? It's the denial application for Solero rezone. No one's pulling it. I will open up public comment for consent.
Yes.
No, I know. Go ahead.
Okay.
Wait, hold on, this is quasi, I didn't realize the quasi's consent, so we'll just bang this out now, because I gotta swear you in before you can speak anyway.
Okay.
So anyone who's gonna speak on literally anything until we get to wetlands, anything else, any project that we're discussing, please stand and get sworn in now.
I do. Ready?
Go ahead, Mark.
Good morning. I am Mark Barnaby, and I'm here on behalf of Sorella Holdings and principals Richard Bartolacci and Don Ayers. Rick and Don are small business owners, and I appreciate you listening today. They have worked with governmental entities that they have dealt with in their careers over 40 years, and believe in working together that provides the best result for all those involved. Often, because of the way the quasi-judicial system is set up, it is impossible to determine if the commission has issues with a project until it's too late for the applicants to actually do anything about that and request for continuance. Even if it's a simple fix, we can't jump in there at that point. So the Sorella mini-storage development has been an over 2-year project in the making. We have worked with staff to reach consensus, and a number of changes were made to the project prior to coming to the commission to address compatibility, traffic, and other issues. We strongly believe that this project in an ROR category, comprehensive plan category, is consistent with that, and the county has no basis for denial. The ROR feature land use category is one of the most intensive categories in the comprehensive plan, and we did set limitations on this designation to try to address the area. As a practical matter, neither agricultural uses or low-density residential uses on this size parcel, which are those issues which are permitted in the agricultural zoning district, make any sense on a major arterial highway, such as State Road 64. This is only emphasized by the ROR designation and commercial development already approved east and west of this site on State Road 64, including a Publix and a McDonald's under construction east of this site. As noted in the public hearing, this is the exact issue that was discussed on the site at the time of the comprehensive plan amendment to ROR. And there is a need for the low impact use with all of the thousands of deed restricted homes already approved east and south of this site. Denial of this project ironically results in additional traffic on State Road 64. This is not a residential project that generates traffic, but it's an attractor use which serves as the existing approved communities and reduces trips which would have to travel further west on State Road 64 to get similar services. Based on the comments made at the public hearing, we do not believe that increasing traffic on State Road 64 is the intent of the commission. Again, it is Rick and Don's desire to work with the county to address concerns it may have. We have successfully done that in the past where an issue has arisen. If it's a design issue, then we can look at a structure more consistent with agriculture, such as a barn type structure. If it's stormwater concerns, we're willing to provide additional stormwater retention consistent with the new standards the county is proposing to adopt. The proposed development already meets or exceeds your comprehensive plan and code requirements, but we are willing to try to make the development even better. However, to try to address any outstanding issues, reconsideration of this request, which would require a waiver of your rules because you no longer allow reconsideration at the next meeting, is by far the most efficient and cost-effective means for all the parties involved, including the county. We therefore request that you not approve R 25-063. The County Commission vote to waive their rules and reconsider the matter, and allow the opportunity to try and address whatever legitimate concerns raised by the Commission. And we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item? And before I get, other Mark's walking up, is there any ex parte? This is quasi. No? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I might suggest we have to administer the oath. I didn't realize we were going to have substantive testimony from the applicant.
We did do the.
We did? For both? Okay.
You have been sworn, correct?
Good morning, Mark Vandery, Manatee County. Yes, I have been sworn. And I'm here on behalf of the Zipper Road neighborhood and the Waterline Road Preservation Group. And we still oppose this particular development, this mini warehouse in that location. We still are offended by the fact that the applicant is stating that this property, this area is no longer suitable for large lot residential. Its surrounding areas are almost all agriculture except for some of the newer residences on the south side and a little bit to the east. If you look at what's out there now, there's a lot of residential property, large lot and small lot, on State Road 64 out in that area. It's kind of a gateway to the FDAB line and better pastures further to the east. We would like for the board to continue with the result of the vote at the last hearing, which was to deny this development, and follow through with what you're having on your consent agenda today and put it to rest. Now, we did ask the applicant on the last several hearings that we had on this to have a renewed neighborhood meeting to discuss the issues in more detail. The last neighborhood meeting that was held was over a year and a half ago. And a lot has changed in that area, as it has in the entire county. And the applicant said no, they don't want to have another meeting. They just want to go through with this. And we felt disenfranchised out there. And there are a lot of uses that this property can be used for. There's nurseries out there. There are a feed and tax store would be a nice spot here if it's ROR. It really, I mean, future use should really never have been allowed to be ROR on this property. Maybe you should change the future use here. The ROR, the future use may never arrive for this particular plot of land. It may never come. Certainly the timing is not right for it right now because it's surrounded by large lot residential. There's a mango farm right next to it. The three-story building is going to be very eyesore and cast a shadow on the adjacent properties. You know, people looking for storage, just go another mile to the east or a mile and a half to the south. There's climate-controlled storage places there already. It's not too far to go. Now, one of the previous hearings, people talked, there was discussion about There's already a lot of high buildings out there, tall structures on State Road 64. There are, and the U-Haul place that's been approved, and the 4 stories probably should never have been approved, but it's there. But the other larger structures that are out there, they have setbacks several hundred feet away from any existing residential properties, except for some of the newer small residential properties that have been recently built. But they were built there knowing that some of these larger buildings like the Bayside Church, they're already there. So to use that as an argument, well, there's already a lot of tall, ugly buildings on State Road 64, so why not put another one there? I don't think that rings true. So please continue with the denial on this. Thank you very much.
Any other public comments on this consent item? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Commissioner Beard, you had your hand raised first. Did you have a comment?
Yes, I did, Chair.
Go ahead.
So I understand what the applicant is trying to do. But we gave the board gave the opportunity to make essentially necessary changes of what we felt was the best direction to go. And we gave that extension. But when it was brought back to us, there wasn't really any significant changes or necessary changes that the board was looking for at that time. And so I hear what you're trying to say, but here's the thing. If the board is looking for specific changes, but yet we don't see those changes, that's pretty much telling us that you don't really care what the board wants. You're going to just continue to push what you want. And I just want to make this perfectly clear is that if we are saying we're giving you the extension to bring it back to the board to make changes, I would assume that you would respect us enough to make those changes so that we could help you out. I think the board has done everything in their power to overextend for the applicant so that we could work together and ensure that this was something that we could possibly, vote in favor of in the last meeting that this was brought up to us. But since we didn't see any meaningful changes made, nor did we hear any direct responses to our specific concerns expressed by the board, I believe as a result, the board's position will probably remain unchanged on this particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And they turn off my thing for speakers, but Commissioner Feltz, you're next.
Wrong one again, thank you. I too would like to confirm also what Commissioner Beard was indicating. I totally respect the right of the applicant to appeal over and over again if you have to. We want successful endeavors. We also want a level playing field and transparency. The problem we have is that there's a lot of people out there that know a lot more about a particular project than maybe you or me or even anybody on this board. And there's a great process for working with your community. The applicant has come back working with the county, working with county staff. As soon as we voted this down, the next day we're hearing there's going to be an appeal. And, maybe there might be one time that we vote something down and a resident comes back and says, we got to thinking about this, and maybe this isn't such a bad idea. I think you'd like that opportunity too as the applicant. But the problem is that the applicant does have the opportunity to ask us to reconsider. And I think that's a right that we all should have. And we all have to think twice about what we do and say. It's a great opportunity. But in this case, really, for all the reasons that we all just sat here and listened to, extraordinary circumstances, Doesn't anything that you just listened to in the first 15 minutes of this meeting apply? That's what our reasoning is. We want successful endeavors. The design of this building was actually quite lovely, but it's just not the right time. It's not the right place, and it wasn't communicated as robustly or as diligently as we're putting into the appeal process. The time to appeal and the people to appeal to is the people who are here now in that neighborhood that want to work with you. They asked for a second meeting. You could have negotiated with them. So I think we need to be fair to all parties involved. They have a right to ask, okay? And they have a right, and maybe with every right comes a responsibility to ask you. And keep an open mind with all things. And remember everything we talked about for the first 15 minutes of this meeting this morning. It's going to apply for the rest of the day.
All right. No one else is on the board. And this is just consent, so we're voting on consent itself. Real quick, Mark, this is more of a conceptual thing. We just had this discussion about another project. I voted in favor of it with you, but I still represent this board. This board made a decision. I honor the decisions of this board, whether I agree with them or not. This was a decline unless somebody who voted against it previously has even implied that they're going to change their mind, then I'm not going to go against the will of a board. I think this attempt at using these otherwise administrative denials as a second bite at an apple seems to getting a little more prevalent at this point in time. There's always an opportunity. Every applicant knows that. Anyone sitting in this room knows that. You can pull and ask for a continuance before a vote. If you feel like you're going the wrong way, and it happens all the time, there's a couple of people that are very good at that. And they pull it, and then they come back and they work some things out and try to figure and work with the neighbors and come up with a better plan. You always have an opportunity. When you get to the vote, you're putting all your eggs in one basket, and you're hoping that it works. In this case, it did not. Again, I was on your side, but the board was not, and I'm with the will of the board, so I will be voting to approve this denial. I need a motion, though no one else is on the board.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I was on the board.
I can't see. Oh, now I can see it. Go ahead.
There we go. I think the worst thing that we can do as a board is being consistent and unfair in our process. It's not fair for residents and for any applicants. So speaking with staff, I think that there are worse uses that could be, not worse, more intense uses that could come to this property. I think at some point something is going to come here. So I think that this is a fair use. I'm happy to support support the applicant to move forward in this project.
Just to be clear, as everyone's voting, the motion is to approve consent. The consent item is to deny. So if you're in agreement with the denial of this and finalizing it, then you vote yes on consent. If you are against the denial and want it to be open for reconsideration, you will vote no. I just want to make sure everyone's voting in the right direction on this. No one else is on the board. I have a motion to approve consent, which means denial, by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. Jason's not absent. He's on Zoom. You guys have him listed as absent. It's okay. Jason, how do you vote? Commissioner Bearden, how do you vote?
Yes.
I'm waiting on one vote.
Yes.
Okay. Motion to approve the denial is approved 5-2 with Commissioners Sadiq and Ron in opposition. Now we're moving up. Now we have citizen comment for future agenda item. This is probably the last time until tonight that you can speak on the phone. So we'll start out in the room here. If there's time, we'll. What's that? Can you count? All right, so I'm up in this future agenda item. Anyone, you do not have to be sworn. Anyone with a future agenda item? I only have, hold on, I do have somebody on the list.
You want to go with the list first?
I have Dalton on the, I only have one, I have Dalton. So Dalton, you're first, and then Anthony, you can go. Or if you're already up there and Dalton wants to go second, then go ahead.
All right, great, thanks so much. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident. This future agenda item, I'd just like to just bring it to your attention. I know that staff is working towards stormwater mitigation, and they will be coming back to ask for the additional funding that was in the emergency relief that they did to do 4 projects here in Gamble Creek, Braden River, and so forth. As far as a future agenda item goes, I hope you support that. I'm here to tell you that we, as neighbors on Jim Davis Road, were actively part of that. We were alongside their contractors. We were working directly with staff. They communicated with us throughout. It was amazing. They really do care. Those folks that were there care, not only the contractors that were paid, but the staff employees texted us at 8 and 9 o'clock at night to give us status updates, what was going on. My family has kayaked completely down through there to pay attention to what they were removing and making sure they weren't disturbing habitat, and they did a fine job at that. So as a future agenda item, when that does get revisited, I hope you support that project to continue with emergency funding. I believe it was $9 million total, because you're seeing results from their work. That's a good project, that is a good return on investment, and it's contributing to the entire county's stormwater response posture. So as a future agenda item, I appreciate your time, Mr. Chair, and I would personally like to thank the staff for doing all the work that they did.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Dalton?
Good morning, Dalton Nelson, Manatee County. I just want to visit something that happened later after the meeting on Tuesday and bring it to the board's attention. I had a really good meeting with the Public Works Director, and we had a really good conversation, and I would highly encourage you guys to listen to what he has to say. I believe he might be able to articulate some of the points that I've been trying to bring to the board in a more extended format that you guys would be able to digest a little better. Obviously, he can spend more time with you guys than I can here, and I also would like to ask the same thing that Tony did. Please support him and his group in the process of trying to clean out Gamble Creek. Specifically, the more northern portion of Jim Davis Road has a lot of vegetation, it has a lot of silt built up in it, and so do the ditches on 675, which are also part of your conveyance to try and get some off of Gamble Creek. And this issue is something that we all understand is not going to happen in a day, but we would just love the board's participation in trying to get the funding and get all the approvals so that way we don't have to visit this again next year. This is something that hopefully would go away in time once we get everything figured out and the process is refined, and you won't ever see me again. Thank you, guys.
We don't want that, though. This is about future agenda item, right?
Yes.
Okay. You hesitated a little.
Future agenda item. Again, my name is Rob Brown. I'm a longtime Manatee County, Myakka, and former employee of Manatee County. And I needed to talk to you a little bit about the road closure on Myakka Road between the Myakka River Bridge and the north entrance of Myakka River State Park. The road borders Sarasota, Manatee County. This is the section that's actually closed right now. It's the north entrance of the park, Clay Gully. This is the Manatee County line. The road borders Manatee, Sarasota counties, and has been declared unsafe for many years because of deteriorating culverts underneath. Culverts are located about right here. There's 3 culverts. And they're metal culverts. They've been deteriorating. And so we've been dealing with road closures, with stop signs, with stoplights, for years. We understand that. We understand Sarasota and Manatee had to come up with some sort of an agreement to who is responsible for this repair. And we finally are there. We appreciate that. But we were just recently notified that the project started Monday, May 5th, and the road is going to be closed for 3 months. 3 months to replace a couple of culverts. Seems excessive. And we've tried to talk to Public Works to get the details on this and really haven't gotten a response. It's only a 20-foot wide road. I know there's three culverts. They're large culverts, probably 6, 7 feet tall. We were told that it was complicated because there's some utilities there, regional utilities there. So our suggestion is, okay, let's leave the road open while you relocate utilities, and then keep the road, open as long as possible before the work would be done. Just some impacts for this closure. Again, not a lot of people out here. Again, down Clay Gully Road, our residents, we've got 70, 80 homes right there. You've got Terra Nova, Equestrian Center, and so forth. This closure is causing a 20-mile detour. It's not like we can go over to the next block and get out. It's 20 miles that involves going through basically 2 golf course construction sites now. The one on MJ, and if you come back around to Singletary, the one on Singletary. And there's large trucks and tractors and trailers and everything else out there. So that's a problem. Whoops. Can I have just 1 second?
Go ahead.
It's also shutting off our access to the emergency services station at Sarasota. We have a mutual aid agreement that they respond out there. So it's cutting that off. We're just, employing that anything that can be done to speed up this project, can't keep that road closed for 3 months. As we get into the rainy season, we don't want delays, and we don't want this thing closed any longer than it has to be. So we appreciate anything you can do to kind of speed this along. Thank
Sounds
you.
good, Rob. Any other public comments? Vicky, are you doing public comment? Yep, that's you.
Good morning. My name is Tom Luby, longtime Manatee County resident. You guys all know me. I'm just here to represent Little Oaks Daycare, and I wanted to thank the staff and the commissioners for all their diligent work. It's getting very close to the end of the road, and we'll be able to get this daycare opened hopefully fairly soon. We do have to change the entrance and exit to the rear of the property, which is on New Buffalo Road, and we're in the process of asking for a surplus land sale so we can get a road there to make getting in and getting out safer. So we hope that process goes well and goes quickly also. And just God bless you all, and God bless the staff, and thank you for your help.
Thank you. I'm glad we're moving this thing forward. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I will go to the phones. We can actually use phones. I don't have any hands raised, though. Are either of the people on the phone? There you go. 819. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. This is Bill Arnold, resident on Jim Davis Road. And first, would like to thank the county and the construction crew and all the neighbors. The cleaning of Gamble Creek has made significant improvement, and we thank you for that. It has been night and day. We've also been notified that there is going to be some silt removal starting as early as next week, and that is, we're also thankful for the prospect of that. And with that said, I think it's incredibly important that we look at further storm water management into the future to bring it up to current and future improvements. It has not been looked at. It has been neglected for probably 30 years, and the infrastructure that's already in place has outstripped the stormwater management that has been in place for all this time. So I think it's incredibly important that not only we look at the future stormwater management, along Gamble Creek, but stop any further progress and development until that stormwater management can catch up to the current and future needs. If we don't thoroughly investigate what we need currently and into the future, any further development is simply going to be exacerbating the problems that we already have. So, very thankful for everything that has been done at this point, but also a bit concerned that we need to do quite a bit more. We need to not only bring it up to current standards, but look into the future for further development and halt any future development until we have an adequate plan in place to adjust for any further development. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Bill. Now I have 886.
Morning, this is Cynthia Keogh, resident of Manatee County. I'd like to ask the board if we can put in some future consideration to the 20-foot setback on residential property when building commercial or retail properties. Right now in Parish, the property setback from the road is 60 foot. They're building a retail establishment where they compromised and made it only 30 foot to the road. But out of respect for the residents, there is no consideration at all, and it's only 20 feet. Hello?
Oh, we hear you. Sorry, Cynthia. We don't dialogue back
sorry.
and forth during public comment. People can put themselves on the board to respond after. Are you referring? I just said we're not supposed to dialogue. Are you in part referring to the barbed wire fence stuff that?
No, this is 301 in Fort Hamer.
Okay.
Where they decided to clear 13 acres and approve a gas station and a automotive retail location with automotive storage behind it, which is 20 feet from the residential property line of Lakeside Preserve. None of us could attend the meetings because we all have to work. We complained very loudly to the one developer meeting that was held at North River. So there's nothing we can do to change how this property is being developed, but for the rest of the county, it would be super nice if they didn't have to, if our residents and future residents who buy single family or homes in this area don't have to watch their investment as well as their enjoyment of their property absolutely decimated by having some consideration and some green barrier at least put into place into the actual ordinances. Am I making sense? I'm sorry.
You are. We get the gist. Yeah, you sent us an email about this Monday, maybe, or over the weekend. You're on my to-do list to reach out. We've had meetings every single day this week, but you're on my to-do list to reach back out. I have reached out internally to
I'm
development
going to
services.
keep showing up until I am.
We look forward to it, Cynthia. We're happy to have you.
My an investment in an existing home. And I tried to get to the planning commission. I was told I absolutely could not contact Thatcher. It would be a conflict of interest.
Okay, well, he doesn't
I'm
work here
trying to
anymore,
voice it now. I can't change my circumstances, but I can start standing up for the rest of anybody who comes down here and buys
all right,
the property.
Cynthia. I'll reach out. I'll reach out to you. I got your email. I'll call you, or your district commissioner will call you. Commissioner Thatcher has retired. But someone will reach out to you and get you in the right direction for future consideration. All right. Thank you for your call. If there's nobody else, I will close public comment. Heard a chair shake there. All right, and we are moving on to advertised public hearing. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I didn't see it on there. You may. Go ahead, Commissioner Feltz.
First off, I'd like to make note that pretty much every citizen that came up and spoke was from District 1, my district. So I am very familiar with what our calling commenter was. This is on, I believe, Fort Hamer in 301. The acreage that was cleared included probably about 3 or 4 extremely large, beautiful oak trees. The property is in process of being a commercial development, and this is a subdivision that butts up to that. And there is a fence line there, but the problem is that without the canopy of trees, they're getting lights in their home at night. They could see the street light. Some of the construction equipment is left there and is charging. There's a little bit of noise pollution and things like that. And like the caller said, you know, it's hard to keep up with these things. You know, one day there's an oak tree there, next day it's gone. But I actually think those things put up a fight. I think it took them about 3 weeks to get them all down. But again, 2 things. Number one, I appreciate all of you for calling in, for being here. I'm extremely proud of District 1. This is what we have to do. So we are hearing you. I appreciate the comments about the cleanup. This has been primarily in District 1 now, but Braden River is on that list. We're less than 40 days out of hurricane season. We still haven't gotten some of our ditches and all cleaned out from the last one. So we will keep that in mind on those future plans to do that. So again, my district, well aware of every issue that was brought up, proud that you brought it up, and I appreciate our chairman allowing me to address the citizens of my district that have addressed me on these issues that I need your support to bring them to the board and get them resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And no one else is on the board, so we will move on to the advertised public hearings. The first handful of them are presentation upon request. None of them, I believe, have red shirts on, so hopefully they're quick. The first 2 are simply continuations. So item number 2, Ms. Knapp, do you want to read that in the record?
Item number 2 is Z2421 Romero Townhomes, and this is to be continued to June 5th, 2025 at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as may be heard.
All right, this is Quasi. Has there been any ex parte communication on this? All right. I have nobody on the board. Does anyone want a presentation on this continuation? All right, I will open up public comment specific to the continuation request for Romero Townhomes. Seeing none, it's Quasi. We do not have phones. I will close public comments. Still no one's on the board. I will entertain motions to approve the continuation.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. We can do a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Commissioner Bearden?
Yes.
All right, that is approved unanimously, 7-0. Moving on to item number 3, Ms. Knapp.
Item number 3, PDR 2425ZP Chalets at Lakewood Ranch. And this item 2 is to be continued to June 5th, 2025 at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as may be heard.
All right, any ex parte communication on this one? No. All right, anyone want a presentation? Any public comment on the continuation request of Chalets at Lakewood Ranch? Seeing none, I will close public comment. No one's on the board. I have a motion to approve continuation by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Siddiq. It's on the board, so you can cast your vote. Commissioner Bearden, how do you vote?
Yes.
That is approved 7-0 for the continuation. Items number 4 and 5, we can open up together, correct?
Correct.
All right, please do.
So again, reminder, their presentations upon request, but item number 4 is ordinance 2521 University Park Recreational District, DRI number 12. And this is to approve the following changes to map H and the development order. First, to increase the size of the country club restaurant and recreation facilities to 65,000 square feet. 2, amending the requirement to file reports from annually to biannually if required by the county. And 3, updating the build-out dates, development order, expiration dates, certificate of level of service, expiration dates consistent with previously granted approved extensions. The unnamed exclusive golf and country club DRI number 12 is located north side of University Parkway, approximately 1 mile west of I-75 and adjacent to Cooper Creek DRI. The companion ordinance is PDR 8905G Revision 11, and this is to amend the general development plan to expand the country club, restaurant, and recreational facilities, including a fitness center, from 32,000 square feet to 65,000 square feet, with a maximum increment of 33,000 square feet, resulting in a total of 65,000 square feet, and updating expiration and build-out dates as stated above.
I almost feel like we got a presentation on that. Does anyone want a presentation on this item? I've got one person. I'm opening up public comment. Is there a Dean Matt?
How do I click the, I got a presentation, how do I click the?
You have a presentation, meaning on the camera above you, or a PowerPoint presentation? Oh, they do that.
Is this forwarded?
Wow, you have a real presentation. How did you?
Okay. Well, thank you. Good morning, my name is Dean Matt, Manatee County resident, representing hundreds of UPRD residents here today. As Paul Harvey says, here's the rest of the story, what you may not know. UPRD has the cart before the horse, continuing to squander scarce resources on this premature zoning request. There's nothing urgent. UPRD doesn't have any funds to build anything, and they may never have any funds for any rezoning. There's no need for any rezoning ever. There are a lot of unanswered questions, however. In 2018, this body voted to establish UPRD ordinance via Ordinance 1829, which specified terms and conditions that the parties agreed to. Today, you will learn how UPRD has blatantly violated that contract and obligations with you. I will also review errors by Manatee County in the improper noticing of these hearings, disenfranchising many UPRD residents from participation in the process, and I'll be happy to answer questions at the end. Briefly, 40 years of finance and CFO experience. I'm an MBA and CPA. I raised a bunch of money. I've been part of companies that have sued and been sued in raising money. I know firsthand that raising money is a serious business. UPRD, not so much. I am also the appellant who appealed the lower court ruling across the street to validate another $21 million of attempted bond issuance. Silver lining, however, is that by slowing down this runaway train through the Supreme Court appeal, far better options have recently surfaced. Options, however, that should have been considered as required by the ordinance years ago. Dirty little secret here in Florida is that there is no regulatory agency that the Recreation District is accountable to. Residents have no protection from rogue boards who abuse power and hold no regard for the rule of law, as I will demonstrate is the case here. We're working with my legislators within the state and organizations on a national level on HOA, CCD, and independent special district abuse issues. Make no mistake, there's a lot of eyeballs focused on this Florida Supreme Court case and your actions here today. Let's take a look at what's been really going on at University Park, behind the scenes. You wouldn't know it by their actions, but UPRD and its agents actually have a statement on integrity and ethics, operating at the highest levels. But these are just words on paper without meaning, just virtue signaling. With respect to Manatee County Ordinance 1829, among other things, 1829 requires that a 5-year plan to be maintained, especially for new projects. This is a key provision to protect residents from a rogue, lazy board that, say, just wants to shoot from the hip. This body agreed to establish UPRD with the express understanding that Section 28161 would be adhered to. Well, you and the UPR residents were duped. At the time of the January 2024 bond referendum, UPRD was derelict in its obligation here. They did not put pencil to paper before recommending a $21 million bond, a violation of this section and a violation of their fiduciary responsibility to residents. Seems like gross unethical misconduct. In November 2023, 2 months before the referendum, I asked UPRD, specifically Supervisor Murphy, to show me the required 5-year plan responsive to this ordinance. I was referred to a draft plan which was prepared by some residents but never reviewed or adopted by the board. So not only did they not have a plan compliant with the contract you guys agreed to, but they lied about it. Just last fall, UPRD decided that they better button up the fact that they were not in compliance, so they passed Resolution 2025-03 adopting a CYA sham of a 5-year plan. This is just window dressing, make no mistake about that. And again, this is 10 months after the bond referendum and 6 years after the requirement that they shall maintain a 5-year plan. And we all know shall is a magic word. It doesn't mean try to or when you get around to it, as UPRD has interpreted it. Again, seems like gross unethical misconduct. I don't have time today to go over all the questionable and nefarious actions of the board over the past couple of years. I encourage you to look at this website, which documents many of these actions by UPRD. For instance, this is what was shown to UPRD residents in the town hall. The intent of this slide was obviously to steer UPRD's elderly, financially illiterate residents to vote for the bond. No other risk factors were presented, not even the total cost of the bond over the 30-year period, just this 3-year outlook. Even used car salesmen must present the total principal and interest. Again, gross, unethical misconduct. Fast forward to just last month, UPRD's business planning group presented an updated plan to the board. This version shows that the capital projects could be completed with only $6 million instead of $21 million. Chair Dixon said this was eye-opening. Unfortunately, this is what has been required by the ordinance since 2018 and definitely before recommending and saddling residents with a $44 million debt burden. Again, seems like gross unethical misconduct.
I am gonna, you can pause your time for a second, although we started late. I'm gonna ask you to try to stick to the concept here. I've been giving you a very, very wide berth on this thing, but I feel like you're just doxing a board rather than trying to talk about the concept of a rezone to allow for a build out here. I just want to make sure this board isn't getting in a position where I'm just giving someone 10 free minutes to, you're calling people incompetent, you're calling people fraudulent and criminal. I mean, we're really towing a fine line here. Let's at least try to stick to the facts professionally on this thing. I'm giving you a very wide berth. I let you talk for 6 minutes and 7 minutes or whatever, for as much as you want, but
All right, well,
let's stick to this thing.
Let's fast forward. You know, this is in the Supreme Court, these cases, and I think it behooves this board to wait until that case is settled before we decide to rezone something. One thing with respect to okay, let's talk about Manatee County's lack of due process. There are 3 entrances. Well, I don't see what's so funny. There's 3 due process, right? We have rules here. I have 10 minutes to speak, and you have rules to follow as well. There are 3 entrances to University Park, and notices were posted at only 2 entrances, okay? I have a public records request in to see that the instructions given to the applicant, which remains open today. So I want to see the instructions, why we only have signs posted at 2 of the 3 entrances. This disenfranchises residents at University Park from participating in these meetings here today. Another public comment is that because of the late notice, I know 6 people from University Park sent in public comments. I asked to see that we have, that the Planning Commission on April 10th had access to those and looked at those and reviewed those and considered those. There was no evidence that they did this in reviewing the videotape on April 10th. Again, I have a public comments request in that still remains open today to make sure that they've received this. So there wasn't proper notification of these meetings in reviewing all the public comments. So here's what we're asking for today. We've raised some troubling issues about UPRD's lack of compliance with their charter and their responsibilities. We ask that you vote against non-compliance with, because of their non-compliance with the charter, because they've demonstrated a pattern of questionable business practices. If that's not good enough, then we ask you to vote against the request because of your own due process violations. And at a minimum, we would ask that you table this matter until the dust settles on other matters. so that you have a better chance to educate yourself on the Supreme Court until we wait for a Supreme Court ruling and Phase 2 litigation yet to come. Thank you. Any questions?
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? I don't understand what your hand signal is, Mark. We didn't ask for a presentation. I still have to open up public comment, so we're not having a presentation. I think we're good. Why, do you have some damning pictures of one of the board members or something? All right.
Good morning. I'm Sally Dixon.
Have you been sworn?
Yes, I've been sworn. My husband and I have been members of the University Park Country Club for 9 years and purchased our home there 7 years ago. And I was elected to the RD Board of Supervisors in 2020, and I currently serve as chairperson, so highly regarded by Mr. Matt. 30-plus years ago, the developer of UP had plans to sell over 1,200 house lots, and a big part of the appeal would be a country club with 27 holes of golf, dining, and other amenities as the central feature. After all of the residential lots were sold, we, the residents, in 2019, overwhelmingly voted to purchase the club and establish ourselves as a recreation district. Fast forward to today. I want to express my support for the Recreation District's request to update zoning and DRI approvals for increased square footage, allowing for the improvement and expansion of recreational and operational facilities that were built decades ago and which no longer reflect the current and future needs. For years, the district has worked towards responsible long-term planning to better meet the needs of the community. The proposed improvement projects will help preserve and enhance quality of life for residents and visitors alike. Whether through improved dining, wellness offerings, or essential back-of-house infrastructure, these updates are a natural step forward for our community and club. Frankly, a very necessary step. The district has been transparent throughout this 4-year planning process, holding numerous public meetings and workshops, town halls, focus groups, coffee hours, and multiple surveys. As recently as last week, we held a specific Q&A open to the groups in person and via Zoom regarding this very hearing and the purpose of it. So we have tried to ensure that residents have been informed and involved. And when it came to voting on the financing of projects, 62% of our voting households supported our bond referendum. That vote underscores the widespread belief that the funding for these upgrades are not just desired, they are necessary. But regardless of what method of financing we ultimately use or are approved for, this amendment is about space accommodation for a diligently prepared master plan and some future flexibility. And I respectfully ask for your support.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Did not see this being a big public comment one.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Ludmore, and I've been a resident of University Park for 13 years.
And have you been sworn? Have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
I was involved in the formation of the Recreation District and served on the Board of Supervisors from 2018 until earlier this year. For those of you who may not be fully familiar, the University Park community is noted for its mature foliage, canopied roadways with 1,201 homes ranging in size from 1,700 square feet to well over 4,000 square feet. Over the past 3 years, to keep University Park competitive with new homes in the area, we surveyed the community, held public meetings and forums, and developed a plan to address the evolving needs of our 2,400 residents and members. The plan included expanded fitness and wellness facilities to support the health and well-being of our members, activity space for gathering, lectures, and the arts, improved administrative offices, and certain kitchen and dining and storage facilities. This plan and its financing was approved by 62% of residents. The DRI revisions we are seeking will enable us to address these projects when our funding is in place. Speaking for many of my neighbors and myself, my friends in the park, I ask you to support this initiative and approve the revisions to the DRI. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Are you standing up or, oh, no, you already spoke. All right. I will now close public comment. I have two people on the board. I was just going to speak for a quick second. Did you want to speak first, Mike, since you're
Yeah, just real
district?
quick.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I understand Mr. Matt's concerns and with the recreational, development there, and his understanding about what's happened with the bond issues and things like that. This is a simple rezone. This is a simple ask. The neighbors in here want to expand their country club. I mean, it's well within their right to want to do that. So this is a very simple rezone. It has nothing to do really with what Mr. Matt was bringing up with regards to whatever happened with the bond issue, the appeal, Supreme Court, or anything like that. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to vote in favor of the rezone. It's just really easy. It's what the neighbors want. It's what they just want to expand their country club, their ability to enjoy their life with inside University Park. As you well know, it's been around forever, and I'll make the motion to approve the rezone.
All right, yeah, I'll be quick because we're not doing this. I agree. Look, here's the thing. Nobody likes their HOA board. It's true. Sorry for anybody in red shirts that are on the Terra HOA board. I apologize, but it's true. Go look at your secret Facebook pages. You're not invited to. So you have a board. The board voted. I was going to bring up what Stephen did. It was voted 62%. This goes along with what I just said to Mr. Barnaby over there about the denial. I didn't agree with the denial, but my board voted. I have to honor that. You have a board. You have residents. They voted. 62% of them want this. So the other 38% can't try to figure out some alternative way of winning a vote that they otherwise lost by running in here to get us to not rezone this. This is an amendment. This is an amenity. We love people building their own amenities. It keeps cars off the road. It keeps people central and within their own neighborhoods. They don't have to drive down the road to Crunch and other places. This is simple. You lost the vote. I am sorry you lost the vote, but 62% of people supported. This is, as Commissioner Ron, the district commissioner, said, a very simple, straight rezone to allow for this. I am 100% in favor of this. I will also be voting yes. And I already have a motion on the board by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Sadiq, and nobody else is on the board, so you can cast your votes now. Commissioner Bearden, how do you vote?
Yes.
That is approved 7-0. We also have to vote on item number 5. If you bring that up. Okay, no rush. We got nothing but time today.
I vote yes.
All right, that one is motioned by Commissioner McCann and seconded by Commissioner Ron. You can cast your votes now. Commissioner Howard. She's a member of the golf course. All right, just tell me what there you go. And that is approved 7-0. Moving on to item number 6, also presentation upon request. Ms. Knapp, would you like to read that into the record?
Item number 6, PDR PDMU 1510G Revision 2 Aqua Lagoon GDP modification. This is amending an existing zoning ordinance by the amendment previously approved GDP to reflect setbacks applicable to single-family detached units and a rear alley loaded garage. The total site is approximately 530 acres and is zoned PDMR and PDMU, Plan Development Residential, Plan Development Mixed Use, and is generally located west of the intersection of 75th Street West and 53rd Avenue West, between El Conquistador Parkway and Sarasota Bay.
Thank you. Does anyone want a presentation on this item?
I do.
All right, we have a request for a presentation. Is the applicant here? And just to be clear, we do have a motion to approve already on the board by Commissioner Sadiq and seconded by Commissioner Ron.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, any ex parte communication on this one? No? Okay. I'll just box.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Scott Rudisill. I've been sworn. We do have a presentation prepared, so Christy Barrero with Height Design is here. We'll run through that, and then if there are any questions, we're happy to answer them.
All right, and I will say to anybody in a red shirt, you're next, but this is gonna run us up to our usual 90-minute quick break. We take like a 10-minute break for the clerks and for everyone. So if you wanted to get up and stretch, whatever, we will be taking a break before we get to Tara, but you are next after this presentation. So just to let you know in case you wanted to run out to the car or do something. Go ahead, sorry.
Good morning, Christy Barrero with Height Design, AICP Planner. Wanted to talk to you today about the modification to the Aqua Lagoon General Development Plan. This plan was approved in 2017, and the only modification that we're proposing today is to the setback table. So the rest of the GDP is proposed to remain as is. There is a new product type, the single-family detached alley/rear loaded. New in parentheses because this was approved in phase 1 of the development known as Long Bar Point earlier in the process. So we are not here to change any of the phases, the parcel limits, the entitlements, the wetlands, or the wetland buffers. All of that's proposed to stay the same as it was approved in 2017. So here's a blow-up of the minimum setback table that's on the general development plan. The area bubbled in red is the addition to the minimum setback table that would allow for the single-family detached, specifically alley-loaded product. So the setbacks are a little bit different because the garage and the parking is in the rear of the structure. These setbacks, like I mentioned, are very similar to those that were approved for the phase 1 portion of this development with PDR 1328 and the final site plan that was also codified in stipulation 13 of this existing Aqua Lagoon General Development Plan. So in condition 13, it allowed for parcel F, also known as phase 1, to have this type of alley-loaded, single-family detached setbacks. So this came to our attention when we submitted the phase 2 construction plans. We were going through the review process with the county, working through all the issues, and then we found out that this product type was not part of the 2017 approval and setback table. So this is the overall site plan from those construction plans. You can see the 86 units that we're proposing for this single-family detached alley-loaded product. To the southeast of this area is phase 1 that has the exact same product already constructed, very successful. And then to the northwest is a multifamily development that's also already constructed. So on the left is a recent aerial. It was from March of this year, showing the entire project and then where it is in the development process. So again, you can see the green arrow is pointing to the phase 2 portion of the development, and southeast of that is phase 1, single-family detached rear loaded, already constructed. To the northwest is those multifamily units. And then on the right-hand side is the general development plan, again approved in 2017. We're not proposing any graphic changes. Phase 2 specifically is in the pink and the orange area. The pink is approved for multifamily and mixed use, and the orange is approved for multifamily. So this is a little bit closer aerial of what's constructed and then what we're proposing for phase 2. So you can kind of see it in the vicinity of everything else that has already been constructed. So phase 1 had 102 single-family detached rear-loaded homes. They are sold out. We're trying to construct phase 2 with 86 more of the same units, same lot size, same building setbacks that were approved in phase 1. As I mentioned with the last slide, the general development plan does allow for multifamily in this area where we're proposing single-family. Single-family, a reduced density is allowed in this area as well. So the developer has been successful with this product and they want to expand it into this area that's adjacent to where it's already located. So again, this amendment does not propose to change the previously approved entitlements, open space, wetlands, or wetland buffers. All of that will stay the same. The only modification is that minimum setback table for the alley-loaded product that was already constructed in phase 1 of this project. And I just want to leave you all with a drone shot of phase 1. You can see how these homes are constructed. You can see the alleys, how they work together. And again, just want to extend this into the next phase of the project. And here to answer any questions.
I just want to make sure we're clarifying things for the record. First, Aqua's been in the news, or at least on social media. This has absolutely nothing to do with a gabion wall or any buffers whatsoever.
That is correct.
There's absolutely 0 additional units being proposed here. The density is 100% identical.
That is correct.
The zoning is 100% identical.
The only modification is adding the setback.
Understood, but that's not a zoning change, that's just the setback.
Yes.
There's absolutely no change or no material change to the footprint. The FAR is the same.
Correct.
All this is a request to move the houses closer up to allow for back parking on the alley parking.
That is correct.
So this is just a all they're coming to us for is approval to allow them to design their product the way they feel the market wants on the interior of their own property. So if they design it wrong, that's at their cost and their expense relative to creating a lesser product.
That is correct.
Okay. I personally love alley parking. I think this is a much, much better way of developing. I wish everyone would build this way. I love going up to old parts of St. Pete and seeing this parking this way. This is aesthetically much better. It's more walkable. It's safer. You don't have cars pulling out without paying attention to their blind spots out of the front parking as you're walking your dog or pushing a stroller. I love this design. I'm 100% on board with this. There's absolutely, I just want to make sure people understand because they see the word. They see the development that's being proposed and immediately think the worst. There admittedly are some things sometimes wrong with this, but this is not one of them. This is an improvement to this design, in my opinion. I'm 100% on board with this. I just wanted to clarify all those points to make sure I understood that I was looking at it correctly and that the public understood. Thank you. Is there anybody else with any questions for the applicant?
Yes.
Go ahead.
How far are you from the water exactly? My understanding is that this table wasn't complete. You know, there's a 15-foot wetland buffer, but, you know, I was told that something would be added to that, because you're not just 15 feet from the bay, correct?
No, if you look at the table, it's actually a minimum setback of 210 feet from the mean high water line. There's
Okay.
also, when you see that 15 there, that is a setback from the wetland buffer, which is 50 feet. So it's a 50-foot wetland buffer, 15-foot wetland buffer setback.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, because again, a lot of people don't understand that. They saw the 15 and they said, are they building in the water?
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other comments? If not, I think we're good. I'll go to staff. Now my question is, this is still, it's presentation request, so I asked for a presentation. How detailed do we want staff to go on this? I'll defer to you. You asked for it.
I don't even need their presentation now. Thanks.
All right. You did an excellent job. Thank you. Commissioner Bearden, did you have something? I can't see if your hand's
ready to
up.
make a motion.
The motion, there's already a motion by Commissioner Siddiq and a second by Commissioner Ron. We're skipping the staff
yes.
presentation, so I'm going to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Any final applicant? What? Didn't think so. Staff, you didn't get to talk, anything? No? Okay, with that, there's deliberation. If there's no deliberation, I do have a motion by Commissioner Siddiq, second by Commissioner Ron. You can cast your votes now. Commissioner Bearden, how do you vote?
I'll vote yes.
And that is approved 6-1 with Commissioner Feltz in opposition. All right, after, we're now going to take, what is it, 10:25, we'll take a break till 10:35, and we come back, we will be talking all things Terra. Hey, everyone. It's 10:30, well, 10:36. I gave you an extra minute.
What are we on?
We are back? All right.
7? Oh, 2.
Any reporters in the back trying to disrupt? She didn't hear me. Okay, we are moving on to Tara. It's items number 7 and 8 being opened together. Ms. Knapp, would you like to open those?
Item number 7 is ordinance 2527, Terra DRI number 11, as amended as a result of a mandatory dispute resolution process. 1, amending Exhibit B, which is map H, to recognize the conversion of square footage of commercial uses to allow up to 72 multifamily units on a total of 6 acres. That includes parcels 3 through 5 and 3 through Z, amended Exhibit C, Exhibit D, which is permitted uses by subphase, and Exhibit E, a dimensional chart, providing for and other minor updates to include previously granted legislative extensions, terminology changes, and departmental references. The Terra DRI is located at the southwest corner of State Road 70 and I-75, extending westward to Braden River Road. The DRI is currently approved for 2,700 residential dwelling units and almost 400,000 square feet of commercial office, adult assisted living facilities, mini warehouses, 36-hole golf course, hotel, 2 clubhouses, and 2 maintenance centers. The companion ordinance is PDR PDC PDMU 9603ZG Revision 13, and that's to approve, a rezone from plan development commercial to plan development mixed use, to amend the general development plan and the zoning ordinance to allow multifamily up to 72 units and the uses permitted on the schedule of permitted and prohibited uses as voluntarily proffered by the applicant in Exhibit D, along with all the other phasing and amendments as referenced in agenda item number 7. The site is zoned, it's in the ROR retail office residential future land use and is zoned public and the public semi-public future land use categories. That concludes the introductions.
Thank you. And has there been any ex parte communication on this?
No.
Anyone receive any emails? No, I'm kidding. Okay. I will bring up the applicant, who's representing Mayor.
Would you like a presentation on this one?
This is presentation scheduled, so we may want to hear just a snippet of what your plans are.
All right, I'm going to have a handout real quick. Okay, good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Scott Rudisill, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and I have been sworn. Ms. Tesmer is handing out some letters of support that we received last night from some of the owners within the vicinity of our project site, and as well as the master developer, the owner of the public site, and a couple of the other commercial sites. I want to briefly introduce our project team. I have with me today Margaret Tusing, who is an AICP planner with ZNS Engineering. Walter DeGoes is our civil engineer, also with ZNS, and then Bob Gauze with Gauze and Associates is here for environmental. So I know this application is new for some of you, so I do want to start out by kind of going back through a little bit of the history of the Terra project. So the original Terra DRI was approved in 1980, so 45 years ago. At that time, it was approved for more than 4,000 dwelling units with commercial and recreational uses. It was amended a couple of times before coming back with a revised DRI and adding a zoning ordinance in 1996. At that time, the unit count was reduced to just over 2,700 dwelling units with over 350,000 square feet of commercial and the recreational uses. It has been amended a number of times since 1996, and notably in 2010, it was amended to add a land use equivalency matrix with administrative approval to help facilitate the development of some of the last remaining parcels in the DRI. The most recent amendment to the DRI was 2 years ago in 2023, when the Terra Golf and Country Club requested an amendment to change a parcel that was previously designated as open space to allow for the construction of tennis courts and pickleball courts. And that site is directly across Terra Boulevard from the site that we'll be talking about today. So now I want to run through the history of this particular request. It was originally submitted in February of 2023. At that time, the request was for 156 units with a height of 4 stories on 3 parcels within the project. That request went to the Planning Commission in September of 2023 and received a 3-3 tie vote. The primary concern from the Planning Commission at that time was the height. The primary concern from the residents that spoke was a combination of the height and the density of the project. So the developer paused the project. They went and met with the Terra folks again. They came back with a new request. They eliminated one of the parcels. They reduced the height down to 35 feet, which is the standard within the Terra DRI. They also cut the unit count by more than half, so they cut it from 156 units down to 72 units at that time. The project then went back to the Planning Commission in May of 2024, received a unanimous recommendation of approval. Project then went to the County Commission. This was May of last year. Received a 3-3 vote with one of the commission seats being vacant, so we did not have an opportunity to try and get a full board. And as you know, a tie vote is deemed a denial. So for the last year, we've been in the Fluidra mediation process. We have reached a mediated settlement, which provides for some additional stipulations on the project, and Margaret's going to discuss that a little later in the presentation. But that is what brings us back before you today. So this is the project site. It is approximately 6 acres. It is located at the corner of Terra Boulevard and Stone River Road. The site is bordered by 2 3-story hotels to the east of it, and is bordered by a Goodwill facility and a bank. This is your future land use map, showing the site as a mixture of ROR and PSP1. The PSP1 is for a large utility easement that runs through the site. But as you heard a little bit about earlier today, ROR is one of the most intensive future land use categories that the county has. It is intended for major community or region serving nodes, allows for all sizes and intensities of commercial uses, as well as medium and high density residential. And this is your existing PDC zoning for the site. So I want to talk a little bit about the zoning. So if you look at the zoning ordinance for this site, for this project, you'll see it says PDR/PDC. And that is because at the time that this project was originally approved, PDMU zoning did not exist. And so that's why you see a mixture of PDR and PDC zoning within the site instead of just a blanket PDMU zoning over the entire site, which is what it would be if it came forward today. So we're requesting to rezone the site to PDMU to clean this up and to make it consistent with the range of uses that are already contemplated in the development orders for this site. These are some of the existing permitted uses for the site. You can see there are some fairly intensive commercial uses that are allowed here. These uses are permitted to be developed on the site today by right. And so when we talk about it being by right, there is an existing certificate of level of service for the project. All the transportation impacts for this DRI have been fully mitigated, and all the uses are fully vested under that DRI. And this is, I think, a partial list of all the roadway improvements that were completed by the master developer over time to achieve that concurrency for this project. All right, this map shows where the project is located on the map H or the GDP. These two parcels are currently approved for 28,000 square feet of commercial. The developer actually conveyed an additional 11,000 square feet to this site, so really they have 39,000 square feet here, but for our purposes of today, we're using the 28,000. And what we're proposing is 72 multifamily units through the land use exchange at a maximum height of 35 feet, which is what is allowed in the Terra DRI. This is a map that shows the existing locations of three-story buildings within the Terra DRI. Some of these buildings exceed 40 feet in height. You can see there are two three-story hotels directly adjacent to our site. There is also to the east of that, which didn't exist last time we were before you, is now under construction a three-story self-storage facility. That's on the parcel just to the east of the hotels. 35 feet is the standard for the Terra DRI, and we're meeting that requirement. This is the existing land use equivalency matrix for the Terra project. You can see it allows for an exchange of various types of commercial and residential uses, including multifamily. And there's a note that for specific parcels, this conversion can be done without an amendment to the GDP, so without coming back to the board. And these two parcels are specifically included in that list. So it was intended that on these sites, the conversion would be able to be done administratively. The only reason that we are in front of you today is that when they added this land use matrix in 2010, they did not also update the zoning and the use table in order to reflect what was authorized in the matrix. And this is a map that shows the existing multifamily locations within the Terra project. So multifamily at this site is certainly compatible with the surrounding area, particularly since in this case, it is separated from any single-family uses by roadways. Now I'm going to have Margaret come up to talk about the changes to the project.
Good morning, Margaret Tusing with CNS Engineering, and I have been sworn. And I do want to correct Scott, I do not have an AICP certification, but I do have 45 years of planning experience. I'm going to discuss the project changes. How do you make it work? As Scott had said earlier, we have reduced the number of units from 156 units to 72, and that occurred in March of 2024. Also, we reduced the height, which was one of the concerns of the neighborhood, from 3 stories to 4 stories, and we've also capped it at a maximum of 35 feet through a stipulation. We did have a mediated settlement. The agreement, the hearings happened in January and February of this year, and the following stipulations were proffered and accepted. We're proposing enhanced roadway buffers for both Terra and Stone River Road. We have an increased setback from Stone River Road for the multifamily and renderings, and I'll discuss those in more details in the next slides. And we've also committed to a gated access and that the applicant will not seek any administrative adjustment to increase the height beyond 35 feet. And those were all included, and all of those are included in the proposed ordinances as stipulations. This shows the enhanced roadway buffers that were agreed to. For Stone River Road, we are proposing 3 canopy trees per 100 linear feet, where 2 are required by code, 50 shrubs, which are also per 100 linear feet, 33 are required by code. Understory trees for screening, continuous evergreen hedge for screening, and a 6-foot aluminum picket fence. None of those things are required currently by the Land Development Code. Terra Boulevard also is proposing 3 canopy trees per 100, 50 shrubs per 100, and evergreen hedge for screening and 6-foot aluminum picket fence. We also have committed to certain planting guidelines so that the vegetation will grow and thrive. We will have no live oaks within our canopy trees. The understory trees will be a maximum of 2 trees per 100 so that they will grow and prosper. And then also, everything will be planted to the best standards that exist in the field. This shows the proposed setback for the multifamily structures from Stone River Road. The dark dashed line shows the 75-foot setback. That is where the nearest structure will be. The setback requirements for residential is 25 feet. And also, if it were developed commercially, the setback would be 30 feet. And we're proposing 75 and have committed to that. This shows the renderings of the structures that the applicant has built in many areas within Manatee County, and those are also being committed to what the structures will look like. And I will now, and I do want to emphasize that the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan of ROR as well as LDC standards. We meet or exceed all of the standards in the code. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Scott for closing.
All right, thank you, Margaret. Just to, whoops, too far. Just to wrap up and summarize, so the site is currently approved for more intensive development than what we are requesting from the board today. The DRI has an approved CLOS, and transportation impacts have been fully mitigated for the entire project. Commercial to multifamily is specifically authorized for this site under the land use equivalency matrix. We are only using a portion of the units that are authorized under that land use equivalency matrix. We're proposing 72 where 127 would be allowed. The project has been significantly downsized in response and in an attempt to try to address the concerns of the neighbors. It's gone from 4 stories down to 3, and the total unit count has been cut in half. And now, in addition to that, there is enhanced buffering that has been added and a 75-foot setback from Stone River Road, which provides a significant setback from any single-family residences. The project does meet or exceed all the dimensional requirements of the Terra DRI and the zoning ordinance. So with that, we're asking for your approval and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Hahn. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Roussel. How are you this morning?
Good, thank you, sir. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. At least I'm doing better than Commissioner Cruz. A real quick question. By right, can you walk us through what the meaning by right means in a DRI so that the public understands what exactly that means?
Sure. So, well, by right in this case means we could go in tomorrow and get final site plan approval to do any of the uses that we presented on there today. So we have a list, we have a table of allowable uses, we have an allowable square footage, which the developer is allowed to transfer square footage back and forth between units, and we can go in and get a final site plan approval administratively for any of those uses.
So right now, by right, under Land Development Code and what's allowed in DRI, you could put a full-service car wash.
Correct.
You could put a RV sales and park in there, by right.
Yes.
You could put a helistop by right in there.
That'd be
The
exciting,
DRI
but
allows
yes.
it, and I appreciate all the citizens, but there's not much they could do to stop that by right, correct? I mean, you have to have FAA approval, that's not be too facetious, but I mean, but I mean, it says by right. It says by right, we could put, any utility use in there, a flea market in there, by right. And, so by right means that currently under DRI today, any permitted use can be put in there today, and it's just done.
Correct.
As long as it meets land development code, land development regulations, all that kind of stuff.
We have to meet all the stipulations in the DRI and the zoning ordinance, but yes, it'd be an administrative approval.
All right, thank you, sir.
Commissioner Siddiq.
Morning, sir. Thank you for the presentation. If you can go back a couple of slides, there's a slide that covered some of the concessions you've made over time in response to board feedback, project changes. There we go. Spent quite a bit of time doing research on this project, speaking with staff, considering it predates my time on this board, and DRIs in general are an old concept. But it seems like our process has worked it was a 3-3 vote, effectively denying this. You went back to the drawing board. My question here, the first question here is, why these changes? Just curious.
Well, I mean, the primary concerns that were raised were height and density. And so those were the major changes that were made to the project. We reduced the height. You know, we actually, during the planning commission, we heard over and over from the residents, look, you need to meet the requirements of the DRI. Because we were asking to change them at the time. And we were told, no, you need to meet the requirements of the DRI, and this project is too many units. And so those were the reasons for those changes.
Okay, can you explain to me a little bit of the process in working with the Terra residents? Did you have community workshops, that type of thing?
Well, there was one neighborhood meeting, but my understanding is there were at least 2 meetings with representatives from the Master Association.
Okay. The other question I had was some residents had expressed concerns around the access to some of their shared amenities. I think pickleball courts, I don't know if they're there now. I'm just curious how, as you mentioned gated access, what was the result of that conversation? And like, was that need addressed in ensuring that the Terra residents' amenities were kept, for lack of a better word, secure for their residents and not necessarily residents of this development?
Yeah, so I mean, I think, and you'll probably hear from it today, I think this is one of the concerns that the Terra folks have raised, is that this project is not located within their master association, right? So the residents of this facility, similar to the, you know, there's like a 500-unit senior living facility as well that is also not, it is not also not part of the master association. Those units, they're not part of the master association. They don't have the right to participate in whatever amenities the master association has. So yes, that's been one of the concerns that was raised, that they won't be participating in those costs.
Understood. That's all I have. Thank you.
By right, can you build single-family houses or apartment buildings in that DRI?
Well, it's an interesting question. So the land use matrix provides for it, and I think that was the intent, but the zoning does not allow for residential uses right now.
So by right, you cannot build houses or apartments there right now?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and the people of Terra are very aware of this, and they know what can be built there right now. You know, you had a mediation on this, and who represented Terra at the mediation?
The Terra did have representatives there and members of the public that participated in that.
Okay, and
Now, I want to be clear, is that they were allowed to provide comment. They were not directly engaged in the negotiation of the settlement.
okay, and I see you brought in some things today, and I see Terra also brought in some things today. I would say that, you know, being the commissioner from that district, they're asking that, you know, we not approve this zoning because it really isn't in their best interest. It's being built in the DRI, but it's also not being, you know, part of the association. It's not going to take part in the amenities, from what I understand. Is that correct?
Yes, it is part of a separate association with the rest of the parcels in that northeastern quadrant.
Okay, if we were to deny this zoning today, what would be built there?
Well, that is a very good question. Poor Mike Ruffino has had this property for a long time, and it has been zoned commercial for 45 years. The problem with it is set back from State Road 70. And so you're not going to get your typical, you know, retail, restaurant type uses because they don't have that visibility from 70. And so if you look at what's actually been approved in Terra that doesn't front on 70, it's 3 hotels, senior living, ALF, memory care, and a self-storage. So I don't know what's going there. We just presented what's permitted under the current DRI and zoning. So the market would dictate that.
Okay, that's all I have, thanks.
All right, I have no one else on the board. staff presentation.
Mr. Chair, I did just want to follow up to Commissioner McCann's questions. Yet the dispute resolution process, the citizens did have their attorney and planner with them, and they also signed a dispute today.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Laura Gonzalez, and I have been sworn. So I am going to start with some context. The Tara DRI was approved in 1980, and there are the specific development review process and standard for review for this DRI are outlined in two legal instruments, the development order accompanied by a map H, and the zoning ordinance accompanied by the general development plan. Since the approval of the Tara DRI, the development order has been amended 10 times, and map H2 and 12 amendments to the zoning ordinance and the GDP. Changes have included relocation of entitlements, creation of new phases, rezoning, new uses have been added as hotel, assisted living facility, mini warehouses, and in 2020, the land use equivalency matrix was approved. The applicant already covered the most recent evolution of the application submitted since 2023 to allow the residential uses in parcels 3B and 3C, so I am not going to repeat that part. Here we have the location of the Tara DRI and the subject site that the applicant explained too. So the request today includes two key elements. One is to amend the Tara development order and map H to allow option A for the multifamily use in the subject site through a land use exchange, retaining the alternative option B that consists in development of commercial uses as is approved already. And the second is to approve the amendment of the zoning ordinance and the general development plan to rezone the subject site from PDC to PDMU and allow up to 72 multifamily units and approve a schedule of uses as voluntarily proffered by the applicant. And this proposal reflects the outcome of the mediation process and include the specific condition and development standards that were agreed in that moment, in that meetings, including the amendment, the building setbacks, building renderings, enhanced buffers and landscaping, gated access, and a maximum building height of 35 feet for multifamily buildings on the subject site. Here we have the future land use category map. This is the zoning district. The current the project site, the current zoning is PDC, and the request is to rezone to PDMU that will allow the two development options, the residential and the commercial options. This table shows a summary of the acreage of the approved land uses in the total development area and the total entitlements per use. Here we have map H with GDP that shows the distribution of the approved uses and entitlements throughout the whole DRI. This is a portion of map A showing the project size with the two development options, parcel 3B and parcel 3C, and option A and option B for each one of these parcels. Okay, this is the conversion. The option A is achieved through the conversion of the commercial entitlements that exist in both parcels using the land use equivalency matrix. The exchange of the total 28,000 square feet of commercial would allow 127 dwelling units using the conversion factor of 4.54 multifamily units per 1,000 square feet of commercial uses. So these two options, the 28,000 square feet of commercial and the 127 dwelling units are trip equivalent. However, it's important to note that the proposal includes only 72 units that represent approximately 43% of the potential maximum. So the proposed number will generate less trips compared to the approved option B. Here we have the complete list of the permitted uses as it is approved in the current ordinance, that is the R12. As you can see, there is a great diversity of uses, and some of them are particularly high traffic generators, like gas pumps, service station, car washes, that will attract probably neighbors, but also, who knows, passerby too. Here we have the proposed ordinance. The stipulation 35 contains the elements agreed during the mediation process. The project shall demonstrate compliance with them and with other applicable provisions of the code in the next step of the review process. I am not going to repeat, but it's the same list that the applicant presented. Now we have the buffers as is included in the proposed ordinance and in Exhibit H. As you can see, the width of the buffer meets the Land Development Code standards, and as was mentioned, the proposal is to enhance the roadway buffers along Stone River Road and Tara Boulevard to provide more separation and screening. This is a commercial buffer that is also included in the ordinance as it is right now. And here is an extract of the dimensional chart that shows the height, lot width, minimum lot area, and setbacks for the two options of development, multifamily and commercial. And note G has been added, reflecting the agreement that the minimum setback for all multifamily buildings on parcels 3B and 3C will be 75 feet from Stone River Road. Here we have the two renderings building. That is also part of the ordinance as Exhibit G. The project complies with several policies of the comprehensive plan. First, it promotes infill development in areas with existing infrastructure as encouraged by Policy 2.1.1.4. Parcels 3B and 3C are already served by roadways and public facility, and this also supports the proposal supports Policy 2.1.2.4, which discourages urban sprawl by focusing growth within established areas. This is an infill location, and the proposed multifamily use offer a transition between the commercial uses to the north and the residential uses to the south, and is consistent with Policy 2.1.2.7. In terms of compatibility, the proposal responds directly to Policy 2.6.1.1 by incorporating some of the techniques that this policy provides, such as increased building setbacks, landscape buffers, reduced density, and other design features. As a summary, the multifamily use is an appropriate transition between the commercial uses to the north and single-family use to the south. The proposed 72 multifamily units are 43 below the maximum number from the exchange of approved commercial entitlements, and in consequence, option A generates less traffic than option B. Public facilities are either in place or planned to serve the development, and no specific approval has been requested. Negative aspect, the multifamily building may generate negative impacts related to light and noise on the single-family residentials to the south. As a mitigating measures, the minimum setback for multifamily buildings abutting Stone River Road in the parcels 3B shall be 75 feet from the property line. Also, the existing tree cover on south side of the property and the required buffer plantings along the west and south property lines, which exceeds code requirements, will mitigate any perceived negative impact of the multifamily development. The project will also will have to show compliance with Section 806 of the Land Development Code, outdoor lighting, to limit illumination spills and protect surrounding residential areas. The request can be found to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable standard of the Land Development Code, and staff will conduct a thorough analysis for compliance with the requirements of the Land Development Code and comprehensive plan at time of the preliminary site plan and final site plan submittal. Any question?
I have no one on the board. So, thank you very much. All right, we'll now open public comment. I have a specific list that I was told I had to go by, regardless of when you signed in. I will say for anyone who's here for crosswinds, Pope Ranch, wetland buffers, this is going to easily run us into lunch. My hope is to get us done before lunch, so you all don't have to sit here all through lunch just to come back. But we're certainly not starting anything else, so if any of you are sitting here for a future one, you might as well take a break. But we are going to public comment now. Robert, Misty, I have one email saying that Robert goes first, and then another one, Misty. I don't care who. So, Ms. Surya, you can come up. And both of you have 10 minutes, correct? All right.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. It is still morning, I think. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Misty Servia. I have been sworn. I am an AICP certified planner. And for those of you who don't know me, in my 35 years, I spent 18 of those working for Manatee County. I was a principal planner for Manatee County, and while I was here, I had the great fortune of working on the Terra DRI. I was a DRI at that time. So Terra was one of the first DRIs in Manatee County, and so I was able to watch that develop and grow and understand the changes throughout my entire career. Terra is a highly successful development in large part due to the thoughtful and good planning that was applied during those times. It is the last parcel today that we're here to talk about in a 45-year project. It's really important that extra attention is paid when you have the final piece of property in a large golf course community to make sure it fits in. This site, not only is it at the entranceway, but it's going to tie together the overall aesthetic function and the value of the entire community. And if we don't get it right, and it doesn't align, it will feel out of place, and it's going to diminish the cohesion of the neighborhood. It will disrupt the community's character, but thoughtful planning ensures that this community feels complete. I want to respond to Commissioner Ron's comments because I would have made the same comments in another type of situation by looking at what is allowed by right. But this use is not allowed by right, and that's why we're here today. I think if we had a car wash proposed here, as Commissioner Ron mentioned, or even a flea market, you wouldn't see the red shirts behind me because they want community, commercial, ideally to support this neighborhood. As we heard Commissioner Cruz say earlier, you know, when you supply those uses to a community, they don't have to go out on the major network. And that's how this community was always visualized and has been the case until this project. It's also important to note that in 2010, the exchange matrix was made a part of this ordinance, but it was understood by everyone that a rezone would be needed if anything other than commercial was going to go here. Until 2017, if you were going to rezone at that time, you would need a preliminary site plan in order to do it in this zoning. And that's really the point that I stand here before you today and say that's something we've been asking for since day one with this project. I'm really saddened and disappointed that we didn't get that from the applicant. If there would have been a preliminary site plan, I believe we may have worked out all of these issues. The Manatee County Comprehensive Plan requires compatibility. It even provides mitigation techniques like buffering and screening and setbacks. It says innovative site design is needed. Appropriate building design is how you achieve compatibility. And fitting in with the existing development, it's a requirement of our comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan also extensively addresses infill projects. It's challenging to do infill. You have to be sensitive to the built environment. That's why a lot of developers don't want to do it. It's very difficult. A good infill project reinforces the established character of the development. And unlike most infill projects, this site is not underutilized land. It's one of the final parcels to be developed in a master planned community, and it's expensive property. It's right at the entranceway to Terra. There are, I think about 4,000, maybe more residents in Terra. They would love any of the commercial supportive uses that could have gone here. A restaurant, a car wash, a dry cleaner, a drugstore. That's how it was envisioned. But we're not there today. We're talking about residential. And nuances really matter with infill development. Open space is not just a percentage of the land, but how it's going to be used is what we need to look at. The type of screening and buffering should be innovative. Sometimes it should be larger in some areas and smaller in other areas. This is not development, one size fits all. It has to be tailored. I mean, this is not the suit that you buy at Men's Warehouse. It has to be tailored. That's why we needed a site plan, not a bubble plan. We have asked for that consistently over and over and over again, but our concerns were not heard. In addition to this being the last piece of the puzzle in a 45-year project, as I said, this is located at a very highly visible spot at the entrance to the community, at almost 2 functionally classified roadways. It is close to 70, and it's on Terra Boulevard. One of the things I'm most proud of about our comprehensive plan in Manatee, which, by the way, is exceptional, as I've worked in so many other communities, it is the award-winning plan, and it deserves it back when it was created. We have something in there called strong communities. Strong communities are created by the bullets in that comp plan. That is really, I think, one of the most important policies we have. This project today does not meet those standards. You'll see most developers that come before you, they have greenfields. And you know why? It's less expensive to develop a greenfield. It's very easy. You bring in a concept plan. It's a pasture. There are no neighbors to complain. It's very difficult to shoehorn in the last parcel and make sure you get it right. It's a different mindset entirely. I want to say that the maximum height that you've heard 35 feet is allowed by the Terra DRI. That's how we did things back then. Excuse me. As you know, the code today talks about stories. It doesn't talk about height, but we're stuck with the old language. So it's 35 feet, but it's not appropriate everywhere just because it's allowed. It's not. And this is one of the places where it's not. I'll give you one more example before I leave. And Commissioner Ron, in your district on Long Bay Boulevard, which is a beautiful roadway along Sarasota Bay, there are all these homes that were built 40 years ago. Many of them Spanish Mediterranean, many of them have been redeveloped. I remember 25 years ago, somebody came in and built this amazing, spectacular home, all blue glass, sharp angles. I mean, really just a modern architectural, beautiful home. It even was on the cover of Architectural Digest. The neighbors hated it because it didn't fit in. If you took that home and put it anywhere else, it would be wonderful. But the neighbors hated it because it just stuck out like a clown at a funeral. It just wasn't appropriate. When a bubble plan is used, design decisions are driven by cost, and it's unlikely that the project will ever align with the community. This is our last chance to get it right. It's reasonable to deny this request due to incompatibility. It is inappropriate. I heard the staff say that there were no specific approval requests. It was my understanding that there was. That may have changed in the last short amount of time, but I just wanted to state that for the record. Those are my comments. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next up, you also have your 10 minutes, correct?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Robert Lincoln. I have been sworn. For the record, I'm here as the attorney for the Terra Master Association. And again, for those of you who may not have seen me over the years, while I'm an attorney now and I specialize in land use, and I've done this for over 30 years, often in Manatee County, I started out my career as a planner and taught planning at Florida Atlantic and at Michigan State University. I was an AICP planner for a while. And I bring that to everything that I do. And I've also been in and around Sarasota and Manatee County since 1977. And I can remember when Terra was still a greenfield. I can remember driving my motorcycle out 70 from Oneiko to Arcadia and then back to Sarasota and through the fields when they were still just bridging in the right-of-way and scoping out the bridge for the interstate. All of which is just to say that I've watched the changes and also known Terra since it was first approved. And I want to go back to that again for a couple of key concepts. When Terra was approved, the DRI, the area west of that utility line that includes this parcel, also includes the bank parcel, the Goodwill parcel, were designated for commercial, but as part of the planned residential community. There's actually an office building on the west side of Terra Boulevard, likewise, was originally zoned planned development residential in that and designated for office and commercial uses. Why? To serve community purposes. Because commercial inside a residential PUD and inside this DRI was supposed to serve the internal needs of the community. That's what it was there for. And throughout time, that's what those parcels, especially those parcels west of the power lines, were intended for. That was the original design of the community. That was the original design of Map H. That was the original design of the zoning and the way the zoning integrated with the DRI. And it's to maintain that original intent and the integrity of that plan that goes back to 1981 that you see a situation where the residents have been opposed to the conversion of this property to residential. There's a valid public interest in protecting that long-standing design and interest in the integrity of the original DRI and the land use pattern that was established and intended by the DRI. There's also, and that gives you, under the standards that apply to what you're doing today, a valid legal basis for denying these requests. Another is that goes to this issue with the lack of a PSP. Your code was changed to allow you to approve plan development requests with a general plan rather than with a preliminary site plan. And that was done after a long period of all the rezonings in northeast Manatee County, everything up against the interstate, everything in Parish where we had 800,000 acre DRIs and trying to do a preliminary site plan for that kind of a project in along with a DRI or rezoning was just an incredible burden. And whereas you saw today with Longbar, where when you have a preliminary site plan that's adopted as part of the rezoning, a small change in the project in a very large project can require you to go through the entire rezoning process again. But that doesn't mean that it was contemplated that the board could not or should not request a preliminary site plan with a planned development rezoning when we're talking about a small specific parcel in a very specific circumstances such as we have here. And in this particular case, the absence of a PSP means it's that you can find, and I think you should find, that the applicant, even with the new proffers, doesn't demonstrate that it meets some of the land development code requirements. LDC 402.7.d, that a planned residential development should be designed to promote residential neighborhoods. And what you're hearing from the community and what you have competent substantial evidence in front of you is that this particular residential use and the loss of the commercial use actually does not promote the existing residential neighborhood. LDC 402.16a requires in plan developments that they include carefully located buildings, parking, service areas, and open space. We don't have that here. They can't demonstrate that they're providing that here because they don't have a PSP. And as Ms. Servia stated, there's the strong community policy. Again, without a more specific plan on accommodating the residential, you don't know how this is going to work. But again, I'll go back to the issue that regardless of whether you think some of the commercial uses are more intensive, regardless of whether you think the community ought to say, well, these commercial uses would be worse than the residential. What you're hearing from the community is that they believe that the public interest and that their interest in protecting the integrity of the original plan of having commercial on that parcel that would serve their community, even if it was a car wash, is more important and is an important value and justify, and that for that reason you should turn this proposed compromise down again. And I want to again, because I'm hitting the legal points, you're going to hear a lot of opposition from the community. And Mr. Rudisil is going to tell you that naked opposition from the community is not legally sufficient to turn down a rezoning or the DRI amendment. And what I'll say to you is that the standard for approving a rezoning includes consideration of the public interest, even if they otherwise meet the comprehensive plan and the code, and I don't concede that they do. And I think in this case, you have already and will have lots of competent, substantial evidence that this particular change in this particular location at this particular time in this particular DRI does not serve the public interest. And that would be a legally valid basis on which you could deny this request. I do want to hit briefly on the changes that came from the last time this board denied the request. And it's that they're really pretty minimal. Some additional landscaping along an entranceway, but Terra is an entranceway. It's one of the other protections for it, and they're not proffering any additional setbacks from Terra Boulevard, which means the apartment buildings could be located on a 25-foot setback from Terra Boulevard, absolutely visible even despite the additional landscaping on this entranceway area that's supposed to have extra protections in design. The 75-foot buffer setback from Stone River, it wasn't expressly stated, but it wasn't put into writing, but they kept saying they were going to do that during the earlier hearings. And so, and I don't think that the elevations that we saw really are any kind of promise of anything special or unique or demonstrating in any way that this building will be better than what you would get under regular zoning, which again is one of the tests for whether or not you should approve a plan development request. So to wrap all that up, you have ample competent, and will have ample competent substantial evidence in this record in front of you to deny this request, and I would ask that you do so. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Someone who dressed literally head to toe in red. Deb.
We're on a first-name basis. I have a presentation. While we're waiting for that to pop up, I'd like to congratulate you, the County Board of Commissioners, for purchasing that new property.
Have you been sworn?
I'm sworn.
Okay.
Deb Mazzaferro, I live at Terra and am a Terra Master Association board member. And I've lived in Manatee County on and off since 1987. So we used to go to Terra for their infamous Sunday brunch. I suggest you all come out and enjoy that. It's one of the few things you can do as a non-resident at Terra. I'm back, and I never lived in Terra previously, but I've been there since this project's been proposed. I actually realized exactly the same month, February of 2023. You know, and when I first moved to Manatee County from Pennsylvania, I was pretty amazed at how well managed Manatee County was, especially compared to Sarasota County. I had a Sarasota address, but was pretty proud to say that I was from Manatee County. And I think that this particular commission, this new commission that's been formed since November, has taken that strong community involvement and planning under new leadership. And I really appreciate what you guys are trying to do since then. Because when I came back 2 years ago, I was pretty surprised at some of the stuff that was going on. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Which one am I gonna, there we go. Okay, so you've been told where the subject property is, it's where that red line is, and the circle is my house. So somebody mentioned the real estate, the single-family homes just south of the project. Well, that's me. And Drewey's Bluff runs in this little serpentine road that takes you from Stone River to Terra Boulevard. Right now, that's a sleepy little residential street, but the property that is being considered for development is at the end of my street. And you'll see right here where the sign is. This is my street where you would come out onto Stone River Road. I currently come out there, and if I turn right, you would be at all those three-story properties that everybody's talking about, the hotels, the Publix, the new, you cannot see them from there, right? They're a block or two away. It's a commercial area, but I can walk to it. This is one of the things that we tried to develop when we were developing or agreeing to Lakewood Ranch, create these villages. But in the villages of Lakewood Ranch, you have gated communities. We're not a gated community. This 2-arrow sign is where this apartment building's entrance would be and it's going to come right out into my street. I'm going to go back to this one because this is the traffic light at Stone River Road and Terra Boulevard. And where this right-hand sign arrow is where people are making U-turns that are going to impact the property in question here. You'll hear more about that in a minute. This is Drewey's Bluff and Terra Boulevard at the other end, and people speed through there. It's 30-mile-an-hour zone that people do at least 45 on a regular basis. This is one of my walks. One day I found dead birds from traffic accidents. You've also heard about other properties being multifamily. All the multifamily properties in our development are single-story, except for this one called the terraces. And you can see how wide back the property is, and it's also, oh, I ran out of time. It's also backs up onto the golf course and is not anywhere near what you're looking at. So we're asking you to not approve this. There's just no compatibility with what, is already in our community. I'm sorry, I thought I had 5 minutes, not 3.
That was 5 minutes.
It was 5 minutes. I'm out of here.
Thank you, Deb. All right, we have Doug Zimmerman. Is there a Doug Zimmerman? Oh, that's barely red. Come on, that's
Hang on, I can give you the best part.
There you go. There you go. All right.
My name's Doug Zimmerman, and I live across the street at the corner of Stone River and Terra Boulevard. So this directly affects me no matter how you look. And as you've heard, Terra was one of the first DRIs, and the reasons that the rules that were put into place are a key reason why Terra is a great place to work. Why do we need to make a change now? As you've heard, it's just not consistent to have an apartment building, which up until today, the concept drawing that I saw, that's the first drawing that I've seen from anybody that even gives us an inkling of what it might look like. It's been like a big secret. And Terra Golf and Country Club, one of the things that you talked about, how everybody loves their HOA, but Terra has, I'll put this out, but we're not going to go through it. Terra has an architectural review committee, and we have to live by the rules. They're in this document, and if we don't conform, we all get a letter. And the Terra Commercial District apparently also has an ARC, but they obviously don't use it. If you look at how the shopping center looks, it's a second-rate shopping center. It has a nice Publix in it, but at the hotels that they talked about, the shrubs are dead around the hotels. At the sewing machine place, the shrubs are dead. If you go to the senior living center, it was talked about, the roof is covered with mold. So who is going to protect us in our community that things are going to look the way the rest of our community looks? And nobody seems to want to tell us that. What are their standards and who's going to address them? And then, as I said before, we haven't seen a site plan to what it looks like. They may build something beautiful, or it may look like military housing, but we don't know. And it would be nice just to get more information. Thanks so much.
Thank you. John Leone.
Thank you for your patience. I'm John Leone. I'm a 27-year resident of Tara, born and bred in New Jersey, however.
You have been sworn? Were you sworn?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I'm sorry.
He also gets 5 minutes, and he's only got 3 on the clock.
Oh,
Doesn't,
well,
he has 5.
He's got 5, it's up there, clock's up there.
well, you'll just have to bear with me.
All right.
If you will. I'm going to speak about stormwater management ostensibly, but let me begin by saying this. I've watched Tara develop along with Bob, the attorney who's been here from feeding cows on what is State Road 70 now to where it is today and the massive growth that we've had. And I understand that. I also have a house at the Jersey Shore and was visited by Sandy there. And when I go up Gulf of Mexico Drive, I see the chores you have ahead of you from my experience. In terms of stormwater management at this site, we're getting water from all over the area now because it spreads and it moves and it goes to the reservoir. The other comment that I really want to make and focus on is I was at one of those early meetings with the developer sitting around a table in Tara Golf and Country Club. And when we got to talk about Nonsense Creek, I think that's the first time you've heard it here today, an interesting conception. Nonsense Creek is a concern of the commercial, the Tara Golf and Country Club as the stormwater management for Phase 1, and the CDD number 1 in Tara County. Before that water that begins there and goes down Nonsense Creek and finds its way into the reservoir. That has changed considerably over the years that I've been there. And further addition and further paving over of this area and developing it and then putting people on top of it in numbers indicates to me that you've got a job ahead of you, and we all have a job ahead of us to make sure that we do the best thing we possibly can. And I will end it there by just saying, oh, that ditch is not a comment that I enjoyed hearing about a problem that I've seen grow for 27 years. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Got 4 more on this list. This one, I don't think there's anyone on the 5th floor, but I'm just going to say it. If anyone's on the 5th floor watching this, you can't speak from up there because it's quasi, so you're going to have to come downstairs, but I don't think anyone's up there. But anyway, we'll continue with Brian Clark.
I'm not sure if I said that I have been sworn, but I have been sworn.
Appreciate it. Let the record reflect.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name's Brian Clark. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I've been sworn. You've heard from multiple of my neighbors. We've got a deep concern about the location and scope of the project before you. We don't object to commercial use, but as you've heard, commercial use would benefit our neighborhood. I particularly want to talk about traffic. It's no secret that this State Route 70 and our intersection at Tara is one of the busiest roads in Manatee or Sarasota counties. And this is not just me saying this. This has been spoke about in the media, and it's the highest and one of the most dangerous intersections in the county. There's also a big concern about traffic increases on Tara Boulevard. The southern end of Tara Boulevard has speed bumps to reduce the speed. Northern end does not. It's a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, and as you heard from Deb, 40 or 50-mile-an-hour speed limit seems to be the norm for quite a few people. Adding additional residential traffic is only going to make this matter worse. State Route 70 west of 75 has a volume to capacity ratio of over 1.0, and this results in excessive delays and vehicle queuing. There's been no improvements planned in the next 5 years by FDOT or Manatee County for this part of the roadway. Tara Boulevard has had 1 fatality, and this last month there was a very nasty accident at the junction of Tara Boulevard and the traffic light there. Stone River Road and Tara Boulevard at the traffic light, there a lot of traffic does U-turns. There is a turn lane, but the turn lane is not really wide enough, And basically, anything more than a sedan. Other way. Anything more than a sedan has to go up on the curb to get round. A passenger car takes approximately 49 feet. Full-size ambulance, 84 feet. A 20-foot box truck needs 84 feet. And we wrote to the county back in January and asked if anything could be done to make the road wider to accommodate U-turns at this very, very nasty intersection. And we were told, basically, due to the presence of curb and drainage inlet as well as sidewalk traffic, signal infrastructure, widening the road will be relatively expensive and will rise to a major capital project, making it cost prohibitive at this time. So the county said, no, we're not going to be able to do this. But I found it very interesting that back in 2010, there was, at the time, Lake Lincoln was proposing new commercial development here. The county actually wrote to their attorneys on June the 25th, stating, and I quote, "The existing geometrics of the north leg of the intersection of Tara Boulevard and Stone River Road will not allow U-turns for more larger vehicles than compact automobiles." And then they go on to state at the time that at the time of the final submission, construction plans for the applicant-funded modifications necessary to allow U-turns by full-size automobiles and light trucks to verify the functionality of the new roadway geometry. A cost estimate for these geometric changes plus the traffic signal modifications southbound Tara Boulevard with protective permanent left turn signal planning should also be included. There's been no mention by the developer of anything to do with that. Stone River Road is only 30 feet wide. The proposed, what we saw last year, the proposed entry to this new development was going to be on Stone River Road. You try and get an emergency vehicles down there, you try and get a fire truck or something down there with traffic coming in and out, is going to be very, very difficult. So from a traffic point of view, we want to keep, in finishing, we want to keep the traffic in our development, and obviously a commercial use would keep traffic from Tara to use that commercial, but we don't want 150 vehicles.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Kathy, you're up. Probably the only person who shouts louder about strong towns in this town than I do. You have 5 minutes. You're not reading that.
Okay. Good morning. My name's Kathy Woolley. I'm a 22-year Tara and Manatee County resident. I've seen a lot of changes, and I have been sworn. This morning, I have with me over 500 emails that were sent to the County Commission in 2023, many more than Dr. McCann has already showed you today. Okay? These are from the aggrieved Tara owners. They understand that they're going to suffer significant adverse effects if this rezoning request is not continued to be denied. Before I begin my comments, I'd like to remind you all, please, that staff approval does not negate the stark lack of compatibility with the county comp plan, the LDC, and the Tara 45-year-old DRI. This is also a serious breach of over 45 years of the DRI's intent that there would be neighborhood services on this corner. It's laid out very clearly. 3/4 of this community was to be residential, and this upper east corner was to be commercial. It's 66 acres, and we're on the last parcel, and this apartment building does not work. At this site, rezoning is not a requirement, and the land use matrix itself does not require rezoning. The existing zoning does not significantly limit the owner's future development of his land, which he bought knowing it had commercial designation. This rezoning is not in the Tara community's best interest and has no overriding public interest for market rate rental housing. Terra is a mature community and only needs what was always been planned. If anything, as you've heard, we need more community commercial services. They allow the residents to stay within the DRI. You don't have to go out to State Road 70 to go to Publix. You don't have to go through that horrible intersection of Terra Boulevard and State Road 70 that the FDOT says the worst in 2 counties, okay? This will allow us to stay and avoid traffic on State Road 70, and that is compatible with the county ordinance designating Terra as a golf cart community, Let's take a deep breath and remember that Terra was planned to have 1 hotel. As a matter of fact, when you read the text today, it says hotel, not hotels. We now host 3 hotels, a senior retirement home, assisted living and memory care facilities. We certainly already seem to have our share of short-term housing options. Our 3,500-plus residents are concerned about the long-term fragility of these isolated apartments. This is not a development that will grow stronger over time. This rezoning would not reinforce the stability of our community or even improve your county entranceway off of I-75 at State Road 70. This area needs better neighborhood services, just as been planned and promised for 45 years. This application, as you've heard, was heard by the commission and was denied on a 3-3 tie. That was followed by a 5-1 ratification of the county council's excellent reasoning demonstrating why the commission had made a good decision. Why was that a 5-1 vote? That's because there's only one real question here, rezone or not. There can't be any mediation between yes and no. There's no middle ground. Putting in a few more plants, putting on a gate we never asked for, moving to the 3 stories that they only moved to because the county required it, giving up the 3rd piece of land they wanted to build on, only changed because they couldn't take over the deed. Additionally, and sadly, this particular rezoning is clearly not compatible with this site, and the timing of this proposed change after all these years is outrageous. Can you count on nothing from the county, even after 45 years? You are being asked to approve a settlement to rezone to PDMU, ignoring the facts that you've never seen a preliminary site plan, and several of you thought that would be helpful during the original hearing, and the Terra has no other PDM zoning, never, none, and after 45 years, why would anybody approve this change? Terra has extensive multifamily rental options, but they're all owned, and when those owners rent, they have skin in the game. It's in the form of fees to maintain the community. And this rezoning is not in keeping with how the DRI residential was supposed to grow. And it impedes any plan for the neighborhood commercial. Again, these apartments, this complex is an aberration. It's not a good fit, and it's planned infill, ill-planned infill. The complex at the main community entrance is 3 buildings on 4+ acres with 150 parking spaces and 2 retention ponds. I'd like to finish, please. Thank you. This rezoning would cover those 2 lots, even with the buffer right on the road edge at Terra Boulevard, would cover them with concrete and water. All the tenants will not leave north on 55th Avenue. They're going to the little 30-foot road on the south side of the community. These added vehicles will transit probably twice daily, and they're going to aggravate the county's continuing Stone River high-risk travel that the county created by not doing the roadway correctly to start with. And the next issue is you've got to get to State Road 70 and Terra Boulevard. I'm only going to end by asking, what values do you want your decision today to reflect? We ask that there's no amount of revision that can improve this rezoning. This is lipstick on a pig. Please deny this settlement. Please support your constituents. Please support our district commissioner. Thank you. I don't know, do I need these for the next time? Or are we done today?
I think you're good. Glenda Wolf. And just so you can prepare, after that is Mike Krasnoff, and that's the end of the list I've got. Okay, well, this is the list I've got. This is the Kathy approved list. You're gonna have to speak to Kathy and see if you're allowed to speak.
They signed up when they arrived here.
I'm defaulting to your discretion. Go ahead.
Good morning. I brought 2 sheets of paper. My name is Glenda Wolf. I have been sworn. I'm a 12-year Terra resident and a 15-year Realtor in the state of Florida, living in Manatee County. I'd like to call your attention to and reinforce one of the key reasons that the proposed apartment complex is not consistent with the original DRI, comprehensive plan, and the land development code. The property is and has always been zoned PDC, commercial, and its intended use is for services provided to the residents as previously stated. In the previous board denial order, Resolution 24-120, dated July 25th, 2024. On page 3 of 25, it states, item K, the following provisions of the comprehensive plan are relevant to the analysis of consistency of the project within the comprehensive plan and compliance with the land development code. Item number 1, policy 2.1.2.3, future land use element. Comprehensive plan states, quote, permit the consideration of the new residential and non-residential development with characteristics compatible with existing development in areas which are internal to or contiguous expansions of existing development and compatible with future areas of development, end quote. Nowhere in Terra are there any existing 100% rental residential buildings or communities. Item number 2, objective 2.9.1, future land use element. Comprehensive plan states, create and maintain communities which are characterized by their, bullet 1, connection, integration, and compatibility with surrounding land uses. The proposed apartment complex would be a standalone, one-of-a-kind, and not connected to any of the other residential communities, recreational facilities, or social activities within Terra. Item number 3, policy 2.1.2.7, future land use element comprehensive plan provides, quote, review all proposed development for compatibility and appropriate timing of development. The analysis shall include the following. Bullet 1, consideration of existing development patterns. Bullet 2, types of land uses. Bullet 6, approved development in the area. I reiterate, there are no Terra existing 100% rental residential buildings or communities. As in the initial denial, I believe this is sufficient reason for the board's previous denial to stand. Please vote appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Krasnoff.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mike Krasnoff. I've been sworn, and I've been a proud resident of the Terra community for 6.5 years. In that time, I've attended several commissioner meetings at which attempts have been made to change the original DRI that regulated Terra and its development. Each time, the commissioners have thankfully supported our position. This is the 3rd time that this specific issue has come before the board. The basic facts have not changed one iota. To recap, the proposed zoning request to build these apartments is 1, not compatible with the Terra DRI. 2, it does not alleviate the issue of greatly increased traffic at one of the busiest intersections in Manatee County. And additionally, it also would greatly increase the congestion and imperil the safety at the intersection of Terra Boulevard and Stone River Road. Number 3, It does not alleviate the problem of residential safety. And number 4, it does not alleviate the environmental issues, which could greatly be exacerbated during heavy rains and hurricanes. The developer has not presented any preliminary site plans, which would be necessary for an intelligent decision to be made. The sketches provided have generated many questions that need to be answered before approving this significant rezoning request after 45 years in our DRI. So, based on the above facts and supported by the presentations of my neighbors, I most respectfully ask you to deny this rezoning request from commercial to PDMU. Thank you for your attention and consideration. Tara looks forward to your continued support.
Thank you. All right, that's everyone I had on the official authorized list. Anyone else is now, it's open, anyone can come up and speak. I think we've heard most of the angles, but everyone certainly, everyone is allowed to have their 5 minutes.
I can add to it.
Okay.
My name is William Phillips.
You're Willie. You said you signed up for consent, not for this item. Go ahead. You said you signed up. I looked to see where you signed up. You're Willie Phillips.
In the kiosk.
You're more than welcome to talk. Yeah.
Okay, I have been sworn. I have had my home in Terra Preserve for 18 years. I've been a full-time resident for 10. My property on Wingspan Way backs up onto Nonsense Creek. It was very interesting. One day, our landscaper came in. It was pounding on our door to let us know, by the way, be careful, there is a panther in your backyard. They live in the preserve behind us, which Nonsense Creek runs through. I also have several photos of bobcats that reside behind us, and all require Nonsense Creek to survive. Now, one thing I haven't heard anybody talk about in terms of traffic is not only does this particular development increase the traffic on Tara Boulevard, because they'll all be going to Walmart the back way down Tara Boulevard, but at the south end of Tara Boulevard on Linger Lodge Road, they have begun construction of, I think it's something near 100 condominium units, which will then use Tara Boulevard to get to State Road 70 with the busiest intersection in 2 counties. And the preliminary site plan would be very important. I think that this is a terrible idea. I sincerely hope that you will vote against this development. It is not competitive. Oh, the one last item I forgot was that every residence within the Tara community is subject to the Tara ARC. This would be the only residential development within our community that would not be subject to it because they are not part of our master association. So please vote against them. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Next up. All right. No one else is allowed to come up. She said last one.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lynn D'Alessandro. I've been a resident of Manatee County and have been sworn in. I've lived in Tara for 20 years. I'm going to give maybe a broad scope wrap-up. Several months ago, I attended a lecture in Sarasota that was given by an architect, part of a series presentation concerning urban planning. Right in our backyard, we have an example of how, with one small zoning change at a time, we can end up with a final result that no longer resembles the original comprehensive plan. The architect pointed out how instead of having tall buildings in Sarasota placed with spaces left between them for the air to circulate and high winds to blow, appropriate for urban planning, Sarasota is now left with a wall of buildings which will fight against the wind, causing damage and poorer air quality in the city. This is a perfect example of how, over the years, the final result no longer looks like the comprehensive plan. Let Manatee County be an example of maintaining our well-thought-out plans for future development. Please help stop the destroying of Florida, one small zoning change at a time. Thank you.
You come to speak?
Excuse me, I've been sitting a while. My name is Mike Ruffino. I have been sworn. I am the owner of the property that is up for sale. I understand their complaints. I understand their concerns, but they're not looking at the entire issue. They keep saying they want commercial built on that property so that they could use it. It's going to lower the traffic flow. It's going to raise the traffic flow because outside people are going to come in to use that commercial, those McDonald's or whatever, is going to be there. And then you're going to have a ton of traffic in there. So the apartment building works a lot better, I believe. And then the other issue is, excuse me, safety. Over the years, I have had to have contractors come in and cut down the brush. I have had one contractor come in and take down everything from 6 to 7 feet high and take it down. During that period, and I have it here, during that period, we removed 3 tents, people living on that property. Then, 2 years ago, I get a letter from Manatee County that there are vagrants on the property. Now I have to file with Manatee County Sheriff Department an affidavit. I signed the affidavit so they could go into the property to get the vagrants out. They couldn't go without my authorization. Then I had to hire a mover to go in and get all the couches and refrigerators and nonsense off the property and clean it up. I have maintained this property as best as I can, spent thousands and thousands of dollars. I got a bill here for $12,000 just to clear the underbrush, to keep the fire issue down, and to be able to see through the property so nobody would live in there. And again, I hope that you recommend this project. It would really help. And excuse me, one thing. The apartment is not part of the residential DRI. It's part of the commercial DRI. We pay dues to the commercial DRI to maintain the roads and infrastructure in the commercial part of the DRI. The other issue is people who live in there, who move into the apartments, are vetted. Criminal checks are taken, and so forth. These people here go on VRBO, go on all the websites on Google. They're renting their properties a week to 2 weeks. Are they vetted? They have all these people coming in, strangers coming into their homes. They're renting their homes, and yet we want to put up a nice, beautiful building that fits the property and is allowed to bring in the people that are going to support possibly the golf course. They're going to go and play golf. They're going to go to the, so if you live in an apartment, you don't play golf, right? Is that what you're saying? No.
This isn't an argument.
Again, one other piece. If we can look at the site plan. Do we have a copy of the site plan? All right, it doesn't matter. When the project was developed, their attorney is correct. It was going to be retail all the way around. And so that people could walk and go to the retail stores and so forth. When they built the 2 hotels, they divided the property, isolating my property. You cannot get to the retail side. All the retailers are very much in favor of this project. I've given you letters about that. Again, you know, I know it's an apartment house. It's going to be very pretty when it's done. It's going to look well. It's going to be well landscaped and whatever. And again, I hope you vote in favor of it. I think it will help the community, not degrade the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else?
Good afternoon. My name is Shay Hockenberry. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn. I'm a single mother of 3 grown children that I've raised right here in Manatee County. They're all in their late 20s. They're young professionals and they're military personnel who need alternative safe housing in an area just like Tara. My son is active duty military, stationed here. He's a petty officer first class, working to become chief. He's a renter. My daughter just graduated law school. She actually took her first job here. She is an assistant state attorney right here in this building. And she is a renter. I sold my house right after the hurricane out by Palmasola, after I've been through 3, and I am a renter now. So not all renters are deemed, you know, to be criminals. I know you've received a lot of letters that have stated they're worried about renters not being vetted, breaking into their homes or breaking in, stealing their golf carts. And those things are just not true about all renters. A lot of renters are young professionals who can't afford home ownership at this point, either because of student loan debt or military salaries. I'm sure each of you have been a renter, or I'm sorry, a young professional at one time, or were a renter, or you know someone very respectable who is a renter. So renters do get a bad rap. But again, they are young professionals and strong families who are in need of housing. I'm here not only as a mother who supports safe housing for my young professionals, but also representing the property owners' rights to develop their land in accordance with the comprehensive plan and the land development code. This property owner, Mr. Ruffino, a little nervous, he cares deeply about this community. He's had this land since 2006, and he's been very selective of who he was going to sell it to. As you saw by the land use matrix, he could have sold it to an automotive shop, a gas station, a fast food restaurant. He's been very selective because he cares about this community. We chose Town Realty because of their track record in Manatee County as a responsible developer who has successfully incorporated multifamily units into similar DRIs, just as Commissioner Cruz stated at that last Board of County Commission meeting. What you probably don't know is that while these residents write letters stating they really don't want renters because they're going to break into their homes or steal their golf carts, there are hundreds of short-term and long-term rentals in there right now. I brought just a sampling that I pulled off that I'll enter into the record, just a sample. At the Planning Commission in 2023, the residents came and they voted their opposition about certain issues, the main thing being the 3 stories and the number of units. I'm going to quote Kathy Woolley, the president of the Terra HOA. She stated, "We have been very clear that at 35 feet you would not be hearing from us. At 35 feet we would be home doing something else." This developer paid attention to that. They went back to the drawing board. They did everything they could do to appease the residents and to make this compatible. It's clear that the opposition really has nothing to do with the 3 stories, parking or traffic, because traffic's already been accounted for, as you've heard from the county's own traffic experts. Ms. Woolley's speech at that 2023 Planning Commission meeting, when referencing the 4-story design, she stated, and I quote again, "Everything around us is 3 stories, Creekwood, Rosedale, even Walmart. Everything to the south of us and the west of us is 3 stories. Even the Wood Springs Hotel, When they requested 4 stories, they quickly yielded to 3 stories when we opposed it, and they were approved by this commission at 3 stories. You can go to that video at 2 minutes and 34 seconds and hear her statements there. The concerns portrayed by these residents regarding stormwater, entry into the Terra community, and traffic really don't have any validity at this point when the Terra Golf and Country Club just came through and actually amended this DRI for their benefits for the pickleball courts and the tennis courts. You've got information, letters from other commercial owners there who need this project to support their businesses. As a property owner under this DRI, they have the right to develop it according to the land use exchange matrix, which you've heard about today. We have to stop approving apartments in only low-income areas because you have young professionals and strong families who need safe housing too. With a lot of new faces on this board today, I'm hoping you will consider that and vote to approve this project. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Seeing none, I will close public comment, and I will open up for any questions from the board. Anyone on the board have questions for staff, applicants, citizens? I don't care.
I'm trying to get on the board.
This is not deliberation, because we are
No,
trying to
I've
get to lunch. I'm just letting everybody know.
I'm not
don't
deliberating. I have a couple questions for
Revert
staff.
into a deliberation at this point.
I'm trying to get on the board
Okay.
for you, sir.
I trust you. You can start talking.
All right, thank you. Laura, come on up for a quick question. In the Terra DRI ordinance 2371, page 32, it lists out different types of housing. Can you explain to me, it says that they're allowed to have triplex, quadruplex, multifamily dwellings, and single-family attached dwellings. So that's allowed under the current DRI, correct?
But not for these parcels.
But not.
Not for parcels 3B and 3C.
It's in your staff report.
Mm-hmm.
You have
Page?
the Terra on page 32 of 37, under, it says permitted use, it says single-family attached dwellings permitted. P. I'm assuming P means permitted, correct?
Well, this is in the proposed schedule of uses.
This is in the staff report I'm looking at right now. It's,
In the proposed schedule of uses, they included the multifamily use, and they included quadruplex and this category.
okay.
But no
Maybe-
single
maybe,
family.
In your staff report that I'm looking at right now online, that it says in item 7, it brings up the revised ordinance 25-27, and then it brings up ordinance 25-27 again, and it brings up items number 7, Exhibit D, schedule permitted uses. I'm asking on page 32 of 37, and I'm looking at it right here, under Terra DRI ordinance 23-71, it says that it's permitted to have single-family attached. Is that not correct? I'm just trying to figure out if that's correct or not, to understand if it's allowed there. I mean, I'm just asking if it's allowed or not.
Commissioner, we don't have a page 32.
Let me show you. I'm looking at this right here. You see, I'm looking at right on the. I'm looking at online right here. I'm looking at it. It's item number 4, Exhibit D, schedule of permitted and prohibited uses .pdf in your staff report. I'm in item 7. I'm on the Terra. I mean, Commissioner Felt's even looking at it with me. Well, I help you.
I also see it.
Huh?
I also see.
Yeah, I mean, is your guys' staff report not correct? I'm not beating up on staff, I'm just asking.
Commissioner, you're looking at Exhibit D?
Yeah.
Exhibit D.
I mean, you open 1 and 2 at the same time.
Correct.
You open 1 and 2 at the same time. I mean, item 7. So I'm just trying to figure out, is single family allowed?
If you're looking at Exhibit D, Commissioner, that would be what's proposed, yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to find if it's allowed or not. I'm just trying to find out if that's correct. Because that's part of our decision-making process is what's allowed and what's not allowed.
No, if you see, the single-family detached dwelling units has an X, so it's not permitted. Single-family semi-detached has an X. Duplex dwellings, either.
But right below, I mean, either we're all seeing the wrong thing and you're the wrong thing. Running recovery homes, comma, small.
Yeah, this
There's
is
a
permitted.
single-family attached dwelling. It says permitted. Rachel, come look at what I'm looking at. And
Oh,
we're all
yeah.
looking at. Are we wrong?
Yeah.
Or-
Single-family attached is permitted, and detached, no. Yes, you are right. You are correct. I apologize.
So I'm just asking if it's allowed, is it controlled by number of units under land development code or whatever? Because I don't want the folks to be, there's been statements made that it's not, single family is not allowed, but single family attached is allowed. So is that correct as a statement or not?
Yeah, this is, as is shown in the schedule of permitted uses. As
Okay.
permitted.
And so it also says triplex and, I just don't want the folks here to think that residential can't go in there because it can.
But this is the proposed schedule of uses. No, the
It says permitted,
existing
and
one.
it says, I'm not trying to, it says permitted and prohibited uses.
Yeah, but this is in the proposed ordinance. You have to check, it's in the ordinance R12.
I'm looking at.
For what it is
okay,
proposed right now.
I'm looking at Terra DRI ordinance 23-71. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
So
but
that ordinance is wrong.
Yeah, but this is also an attachment of the zoning ordinance. That is, the proposed zoning ordinance is R13. So to see the existing approved uses, you have to check the ordinance R12. That is the information that I put in my presentation.
I'm not trying to beat up on you. I'm just trying to get the right information, make sure I have the right information to make the right decision.
Commissioner, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
You're looking at page 32 of 37, which is Exhibit D, which is proposed. So the yellow with underline and strike-through changes are what's being changed, not what's entitled today.
But it's,
Okay.
okay.
There's underlines under the Ps that are yellow.
Okay.
That means that's a change. The strike-throughs are harder to read if there are
Then
any.
it should mean- So that wasn't explained to me in the brief.
Okay.
That was what was transpiring. Okay. So that was what my question was. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Sadiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions for Kathy, if you don't mind coming back up, please.
Okay, no, no, okay.
That wasn't told to me in my brief.
He's going to grill you.
Questions?
I just have a few questions for you. Hi.
Please.
Can you restate your role again? Are you president of the Terra Master Association?
No, I have been on the Terra Master Board as well as being president of the Terra Golf and Country Club Board. I'm nearing 80. I'm just a unwilling volunteer.
Voluntold, okay.
One of the things that being here 22 years is I feel like I come here more often than I get to go to my Braden River Library because of the very many requests for changes at Terra. One of the reasons for the pushback is that.
Well, I'll let you get to it. Let me get you there. So a couple of things. Is it fair to ask if you speak on behalf of, I don't want to call everyone up here, but on behalf of most of Terra?
People who will raise their hands and say I can speak on behalf of.
All right, just making sure. I don't want to start questioning everybody, and we'll be here till midnight,
No.
like another meeting I was at. But, alrighty, so this seems like the crux of the argument against this development is, from what I've heard from your sworn testimonies today, is compatibility really is the core of it, but also wanting to see an appropriate use. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, I don't believe there's any consistent objection in Terra to the fact that these buildings would be used for renters. I believe the issue is that this particular 3 buildings sitting out on that corner will not look like anything else in the community anywhere. And you can't see the other 3-story buildings that are in the commercial area, the 2 hotels that are on the immediate east side, the Country Inn and Suites and the Hilton Hotel. You can't see them from any of our residential area. This not only will be really visible, but because there's no significant setback from Terra Boulevard, it's going to be just an eyesore. It doesn't matter how beautiful it is, and it doesn't matter how lovely and needy the renters are. We have plenty of renters in Terra. People own their flats or own their duplexes or own their houses, and they rent them. They're all supposed to be rented for 30 days at a minimum, but they rent. So renters aren't uncommon. It's not that. It's that this particular facility doesn't match anything. It doesn't match the commercial because we can't go there and buy or use any service. You know, when you look at our commercial, you've got a Publix, a pizza place, a liquor store, a dentist, a T-shirt shop, geckos, a daycare center, and a sewing machine, vacuum cleaner place. Okay? We got a gas station, a bank, useful services that keep our senior citizens off of State Road 70. And I can tell you that behind me, there are several golf cart owners who we run around Tara in our golf carts when we get too old to have a car. It maximizes your longevity in the community. You don't have to go to the senior citizen home across the way.
Okay.
So
if I understood correctly, your objection is not necessarily to rent to apartments there, it's to the look, design,
It's-
feel.
Sure, and
I've
without a
heard both
preliminary
today,
site
but-
plan, you guys said it way back in the first hearing. We don't really know what you're gonna build. You're getting PDMU designation. You know and I know, anything can be built there after it's built, or even before it's built. You're not seeing a preliminary site plan. When you went to mediation, we asked, we spoke, we got a chance to speak publicly there. We asked for a preliminary site plan so we can see what they've built, or what they're planning to build, is what they've built at Lakewood Ranch. It's lovely. When you go up Lakewood Ranch Boulevard, it's lovely. We have homes by town in the preserve at Tara. It is this particular design and the particular access to Stone River Road, those two things that are killing us. They're just
Okay.
killing us.
Last question for you from me, types of uses. So I frequent that area often.
We look at it all the time.
You've got the Lowe's, you've got Breakfast Company, quite a few places there. I go there fairly
Yep.
often. So a question I had for you is I've heard about compatibility from your residents, but I have not heard, what do you want there? What services are missing?
Oh, but there
I mean,
are a lot of
we've heard
services.
hypotheticals like car washes,
Yeah, no,
McDonald's,
there are a
whatnot.
lot of services. I suspect we'd be back here if you wanted to put a heliport there. It's,
I'm not putting that
that
there.
might get us out.
Although you might need it at I-75. in that
To be
area.
fair, you wouldn't be back here, because that's as of right, it wouldn't come in front of this board.
That's right. But almost any commercial use would be fine. I mean, I don't think we have something in mind. But Mr. Ruffino said he's owned it since 2006 and he hasn't been able to sell it. Well, he hasn't been able to sell it because he, most of the time, doesn't have a sign up that it's for sale. Secondly, it doesn't have any immediate access to State Road 70. It's hard to see. And probably the best use for this parcel is to sell it to the Terra Master Association or the Terra Golf and Country Club.
There we go.
Whoa. I didn't say we were going to pay for it. I just said that's probably the best use for it. But there are a lot of commercial uses. I grew up in the shopping center business, so if you asked me to rent it, I'd probably do that for you. But this has not been intensely rented since 2006. It's barely noticed. It's barely noticed. It's not. The only people who are going to be damaged by this are the people who live in Tara. And when they first came to us and said 4 stories and 156 units, we did say the county ordinance is 3 stories. Get there. And we did say 150 units, 300 parking spaces. That's more traffic than there is there already. And when the FDOT says to us that Tara Boulevard and State Road 70 is the most dangerous intersection in all of Manatee or Sarasota County, you can't help us to do anything other than to come and fuss.
Yeah, I'm done with this one. Okay, thank you, Kathy. One question for Mike, if you don't mind coming up. No, but I do have a question for you. And just for the sake, just for the sake of time, just one question for you. So you've held on to this property since 2006. Can you just explain, just in brief, what have you been trying to do?
Absolutely.
What have you been trying to build on this? What have you
Absolutely.
been trying to sell this for?
I purchased this property in 2006. In 2008, I had approved at a condominium, I'm sorry, not a condominium, but office building complex, approved to build. We had the building permits, we were ready to go. in 2008. That's when it was finally approved. The market, the economy collapsed. We waited 6 months during that time to see if it would go. The economy never came back at that time, so we shelved the project. The economy came back, but the commercial office building economy did not come back. So we didn't build the project. So we sat there. These are the approved plans. They're right here. 28,000 square feet of, and that's why we sat. You know, we just waited. There was no, then they built the hotels. They divided us out from the retail part of the development by putting the two hotels between us. So now you can't walk between the two. You got to walk around the sidewalk and go around. Again, you know, there's not much use for this property. They want commercial. We can put commercial there, but it's going to bring people in. They talk about traffic. It's going to bring in more traffic. It's not going to bring in less traffic. You know,
All right, I'm just going to remind you, this is questions,
Okay.
and you're being asked a question, which is great that
right.
Commissioner Sieg wants to, but this isn't an opportunity to extend
no,
your
I'm not gonna extend. All right.
opining over here. Just-
Okay.
That's
you.
all I had. Thank
That was
you.
it? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank-
There's one last question for staff, and I'm done for planning. Okay, so we're at the point where the only question I had is around the look and feel of this building and what if any tools we have available should a PSP come to us. Now, are there any examples? I mean, to my knowledge, there's no form-based code out there. Is there anything in the DRI, well, they're outside the DRI, if I understood correctly. Is there anything that can allow this board or the applicant to work to negotiate the design or look and feel of this somehow for the residents?
Well, if the proposal is approved, the next step in the development review process will be the submittal of the preliminary site plan and final site plan. That is basically what has happened with other projects within the DRI. It's an administrative process, but the project shall demonstrate compliance with the land development code, the comprehensive plan, and the stipulation of the ordinance. That includes all of the exhibits that I mentioned, the renderings, the buffers, the exhibits related to the buffers, everything that has been included in the ordinance.
Okay. My experience of prior PSP approvals is we do get to see some of those renderings in a little bit more detail. Do you expect that to happen in the future?
Yes, they have to show compliance with all of these renderings, yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I have no one else on the board, so we will go to staff. Do you have any closing statements? It's your show now. What do you got?
I want to clarify the specific approval. There was a specific approval at the beginning of the process, but it was withdrawn because it was to reduce the buffer along 55th Avenue, and this is not a right-of-way, it's a private access and egress easement. So for this reason, it was withdrawn.
All right, that's your closing statements, that's your update. All right, applicant, rebuttal?
Thank you. Again, I'm Scott Rudisil. For the record,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, we're
That's
just
okay.
debating the clock behind your head. Go ahead.
Okay. So just briefly, I think you've already heard a lot of the things that I was going to cover in my closing. We have committed to design renderings for this site, which is not something that you typically see. It is not something that exists elsewhere in the Terra DRI. The rest of those parcels were developed administratively from that from that GDP map H stage, which is where we are now. None of them came back with a PSP to the board when Terra built their pickleball courts and tennis courts, and they amended the DRI to do that, and they added that construction to a open space area. They didn't have a PSP, even though it has, you know, noise and light and other impacts from that type of development and a recreational building that goes along with it. So what we're doing is not only consistent with what's been done, but we've gone above and beyond. This is a great developer and a great project. They've done exactly what was asked of them at the outset. They reduced the height to comply. They reduced the unit count. They've now provided extra buffering. They have significant separation, 175 feet from the nearest home, with that 75 feet added from Stone River Road. So they've gone above and beyond to make this project as acceptable as they can to the Terra community. And so we're asking for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, yeah, you only use 2 minutes of it anyway. All right, we're up to deliberation. Commissioner McCann, you want to kick off as district commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's obvious that the people do not want this. It's obviously something they can build on for commercial use. Commercial use would benefit them. More housing wouldn't. An article just came out a couple minutes ago about Sarasota County and a Lakewood Ranch putting 5,000 more homes in a broken market where the market is really falling for housing. You know, there's several articles out now that say the housing market, you know, is taking its turn. I met with the builders, and interestingly, you know, one of them said that the market right now is correcting itself. You know, we have an overabundance of houses, and we don't need any more. So the thing is that, you know, the people of my district do not want more housing in that area, and they would prefer that you leave it commercial and that they find a commercial use for that land so that they could actually benefit the community as it's already there and as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I just want to express how proud I am of the residents of the Terra community for their unwavering dedication and passion and standing up for what you believe in, okay? Your voices have been clear, strong, and they've been consistent. And they've emphasized your concerns. By right, the property in question can accommodate a car wash. And if that's the case, then by right, I would recommend pursuing development options that are consistent with what can be built by right. It's important to note that the property owner assumed the risk with the full knowledge of the existing zoning regulations and what could be legally developed on that site. This means they were aware of the limitations and potential uses of the property from the beginning. I understand in business, there's several business guys that are on this board. People take risk, okay? They take risk when they buy properties, especially if they're trying to get an upzone. All right, that's the risk that they take. However, the constituents of Terra have spoken. And so today, for me, your advocacy has made a difference. And I commend you for continuing to fight for the character and the quality of your neighborhood. I voted against this when it came about the last time, and I will continue to vote against this today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You finished right as I was taking a drink. All right, I'm next on the board. Oh, now Tal's on, but anyway, I was next on the board. All right. Last year, this came in front of us, and I voted in favor of it. I voted to support the rezone. Didn't go over great. But I did. I voted in favor of it because I thought, and I still honestly, truly believe, the best case, if you're concerned based on the emails, was flooding, noise, traffic. I do think this proposal is better. That said, I 100% agree with Ms. Servia. You need commercial in places. There's a reason there's commercial places. I'm a huge proponent of walkable communities. I get yelled at all the time about supporting 15-minute cities. I don't care. They're the better way of building. You want people to take golf carts places. You want people to be able to have commercial. I was upset when Artisan Lakes took all of their commercial property out and replaced it with residential, but I couldn't do anything about that because there was a matrix. I had to approve it, and it was approved. It was also a DRI. So I voted in favor of the rezone last time because I honestly thought it was in your best interest, and it lost. Now it's come back. You have all expressed that you believe your best interest is to keep this commercial. So I am going to honor that, and I will be voting no today. Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's certainly an interesting challenge we have here, and I think you're trying to answer the same questions I'm trying to answer in my district. One of County Commissioner's most enduring questions of why don't we see commercial and redevelopment in certain areas. I think the answer is just the market, as the applicant has said, whether it's by virtue of improper signage or just, well, not improper, but the lack of appropriate signage locations or just market conditions. I think if you haven't seen commercial there yet, it's probably because the market doesn't support it. The zoning is correct. You have a fairly busy intersection. I go there, like I said, fairly frequently. And if you haven't seen anything else come in, I think you have to look at what's within your 6-mile radius. You have UTC. You have a lot of competing locations for that commercial. So I'm not necessarily weighing my decision just solely on a desire for commercial. I have to look at the surrounding areas, and you're seeing a intense competition for high-quality commercial. Maybe you get a barber here, maybe you don't. I can't promise that. So I think my challenge is ensuring you have a less, in so much as you can, a less intense use. The applicant has come before you in the past to say, I probably would have voted no on the prior, I would have likely because it's very intense, but going from having the amount of units you're bringing in, having roughly by estimation the amount of cars that are on that road, and really that portion is not really as walkable as we'd like to say. That northern portion, the rest of your community is, it's golf cart friendly. But getting out, you're not getting onto State Road 70 with golf carts. That's just, and that's not what you're arguing either. So I don't necessarily think we're impacting the walkability here so much. Looking at the ranging intensity, nearby intensities, this is probably one of the least intense uses for that area as far as compatibility goes. It's a very subjective measure. I mean, we can look at intensity, density. We have policies like 2112, 2124, 210, 43, 212, 1. There are a lot that allow us to apply, unfortunately, more subjective views to approved developments like this. But I see this as being fairly compatible. I see the intensity as being compatible. There are worse options. I think having homeless encampments is the absolute worst option. I agree with that. And that's a cost to the taxpayers and code enforcement, law enforcement being sent there. As far as the housing market's concerned, let us not conflate the demand for single-family homes or the rental homes. I think the markets are fairly distinct. Now, we're not saying this is affordable, but I don't know, market rate likely. But I just want to make that distinction here. I just don't see any other commercial uses coming here. If they haven't already, they're likely not to. I mean, who knows, in 10 years, maybe the market changes. UTC is going to stick around. So all I have to say is I think this is probably one of the better uses for it. And in my questioning earlier, as we've learned, you're not opposed to apartment units. You're just opposed to not having transparency on the design and look and feel. And I completely support that because in my community, I live with a similar situation. But I think going forward is really the only option for you to have that feedback. Because really, we deny this, what comes next, maybe they get a final rendering, maybe they don't. But really, the best way to get that rendering is to go forward with that PSP necessitating an approval today. So I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Commissioner on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I agree with Director Servia. We need neighborhood commercial services. I live in Palm Air. And we deal with apartments and we deal with the neighborhood commercial service. I wish I had more in Palm Air. But here's where I'm really confused. Last time you guys were here, You didn't want apartments, so you didn't want 156 units. You didn't want all the traffic, but you didn't want high-intensity commercial either. The neighborhood across the street, which is going to be, I guess, from what I could see, basically would be the normal entrance for this, where this proposed apartment complex would be. But they didn't want, it was specifically said, we don't want a car wash, we don't want fast food, we don't want a Starbucks, but we don't want 156 units either. So where do you draw the line in saying, what do you really want? I appreciate your activism, I really do. I love when you guys come out, we love hearing from you, love hearing from the citizens, but last time you guys were here, you were saying the exact opposite of what you were saying today. You're saying we want commercial, we want all the, and I guarantee you, if they drop a car wash in there, every one of us is gonna get a phone call. When they put, have you seen what like Big Ted's or Big Ed's car wash does on a daily basis? There's 150, 200 cars go through those things. So when they drop a car wash in there, I guarantee you, we're gonna get the phone calls, we're gonna get the emails. Why are you guys gonna let them put a car wash in there? So I'm just a little confused. I'm not sure I'm gonna vote right now, but I'm just a little confused on the makeup of last time you guys were here and now you're here today. So, I mean, that's, Mr. Chair, that's been my comments. Thank you.
All right. You better start figuring out how you're voting. We're voting in like 4 seconds. So, all right. All right. There's nobody else on the board. I am entertaining motions in one direction or another. Commissioner McCann, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we deny this and, leave it as it is. The
I'll
denial
second.
motion is written here. Based upon staff report, evidence presented, comments made at the public hearing, and finding the request to be inconsistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and not in compliance with the applicable standards for review in the Land Development Code, I move to deny Manatee County zoning ordinance number 24-67, FKA 23-71, 23-35, and 2467, and direct the county's attorney's office along with staff to prepare written findings of denial and bring back to the Board of County Commissioners on,
Mr. Chair, I would insert June 5th, 2025, to bring back the findings for denial.
on June 5th of 2025.
And I think the motion should say denying ordinance 2527. If that's correct, the updated ordinance number, just for the
Okay,
record.
as long as it says deny.
All right. All right, we have a motion to deny by Commissioner McCann, seconded by myself. You can cast your vote now. Commissioner Bearden, how do you vote?
Yes.
The motion is approved, so it is denied, 5-2. I don't know what it said because they took it off my screen before I could.
What was
Read. Who are the two? Who are the two? Commissioner, it was approved for denial, 5-2, with Commissioners Ron and Sadiq in opposition. We also need a motion for item number 8. It's not the same motion. It's a different motion. Commissioner McCann, are you doing it?
Yes.
All right. Item number 8, we also have a motion for, hold on, wait, hold on, whoa. Shh, we still have the other half of this.
Denial. Based upon the staff report, evidence presented, comments made at public hearing, and finding the request to be inconsistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and in noncompliance with the applicable standards for review in the Land Development Code, I move to deny Manatee County zoning ordinance number PDR/PDC/PDMU-96-03, parentheses Z, parentheses G, parentheses R13, deny the revised general development plan and direct the county attorney's office along with staff to prepare written findings of denial and to bring that back before the Board of County Commissioners on the 5th of June, 2025.
As a motion by Commissioner McCann, seconded by myself for denial. You can cast your vote now. Commissioner Bearden, how do you vote?
Yes.
And that is also approved for denial, 5-2, with Commissioners Sadiq and Ron in opposition. All right, we are done with Tara and all the red shirts. It is 12:50. We'll take a lunch until 2 o'clock. Does that sound good? All right, lunch till 2 o'clock, and we will reconvene.
We got to just make sure he's got a big trunk. and bolt.
All right. Kids, let's get professional again. We're back. It is 2:00, and it's a continuation of our land use meeting. We finished up 7 and 8. We are now on to item number 9. Ms. Knapp, will you read that into the record?
Item number 9, PDR 2351ZP, Crosswind South. It's a rezone of approximately 34 acres from agricultural suburban plan to plan development residential zoning districts, generally located a quarter-mile east of US 301 North, half a mile south of State Road 62, and a tenth of a mile north of Rutland Road in Parish. It's approving a preliminary site plan for 94 single-family detached dwelling units.
All right. First off, any ex parte?
No.
No. Second, now that we're coming back from lunch, some people are waiting for the afternoon session. We might as well swear in anybody who has not been sworn so far, if you intend to speak or maybe intend to speak.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you will present to the board are truthful and accurate? Yes. Thank you.
All right. And now we will bring up the applicant for Crosswinds. Hey, bookending our lunch.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Scott Rudisil. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, who is Highland Homes, for this project. There we go. All right, so the team that I have with me, I have Linda Stewart, who is a professional planner with Morris Engineering. Brett Rockline, our civil engineer with Morris. Bassett Ali with Kimley Horn is our traffic engineer. Tito Marchetti with Horner Environmental is here on the environmental side. And then Milton Andrade with Highland Homes. So this is the project site. It's approximately 34 acres. It's located just south of Crosswind Point project, formerly Parish Plantation, on State Road 62, just east of US 301. Crosswind Point has a road and utilities that are stubbed out specifically for the future connection and development of this parcel. I know you heard a little bit about that. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in our presentation. And this is the aerial. Again, you have Crosswind Point to the north and the east of this site. You have Nalanda Estates to the south, and then the Parish Cemetery to the west. And this is the zoning map. We're proposing PDR zoning here, which is consistent with the planned development zoning projects surrounding the site. Crosswind Point is a PDMU project. So in addition to the single-family detached units that you see, that project is also approved for single-family attached units, and it's approved for about 200,000 square feet of retail and office. And that's a future land use map. This entire area is UF3 until you get closer to 301 there where it's Res 6. We're proposing a density of 2.76 dwelling units to the acre, which is right in line with that designation. So as I said, the request is to rezone from A1 to PDR. This is a preliminary site plan for 94 single-family detached lots, which is consistent with what is surrounding the site. We have a little over 9 acres of wetlands on this site. None of those wetlands are being impacted. The project has 58% open space, which is an incredibly high number on a single-family detached project. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Linda.
Hi, thank you. Linda Stewart, planner with Morris Engineering, representing the applicant. As Scott mentioned, this is a rezone request from A1 to PDR with a preliminary site plan approval for a single-family residential subdivision with 94 single-family residential units on 34 acres, which gives us a density of 2.76 within the allowable for the UF3 with a maximum of 3 dwelling units per acre. We have 9.25 acres of wetlands. We are not impacting any wetlands or wetland buffers on this property. With the 25% open space required at 8.52 acres, we are providing 58% open space at 19.69 acres, which is a substantial increase in the requirement. We have one specific approval request for corner lots to not have to provide two front setbacks. For the one side to have a side setback, which will actually be a 10-foot setback for the PUEs required within the residential subdivision, but not have to provide the 20 or 25-foot setback on both sides. These are renderings from the client showing different opportunities, considering we have a considerable amount of open space in this development, to provide recreational opportunities for the residents within the development. Again, other opportunities for the people with the large wetland area, as well as lakes and walking areas. We did hold a neighborhood workshop on February 14th of 2024, and neighbors did attend they had questions about recreational facilities on our property, concerns that people from this development would use the recreational facilities on their development. We assured them that we had no intention of telling them that they were allowed to use those facilities, nor do we recommend it, but we have no control over what people do once they live in the neighborhood. They were concerned about the traffic coming down the roadways on Oak Hill Way. Oak Hill Way is a county-maintained road. It's a public road. Again, we have, that's our access, and we have no control over if somebody's speeding down the road or if they're parking on the road. That's something they can call code enforcement or the sheriff's department for. We have received a letter of availability for the utilities for the development, as well as availability to the schools. This shows the utility locations, and they are provided by Manatee County, and they are stubbed to the property. This is a view of the existing driveway stub from Oak Hill Way coming from Crosswinds to the north to this property. Also showing the utility locations within this existing driveway apron, showing that this was meant to be the location for the access to this property. Also with the sidewalk extensions to this property. And up in the top corner, you'll see the plat recorded for Crosswinds to the north, showing the driveway location to this piece of property. Here's an aerial view of the current connection points from the Phase 2 of Crosswind, as well as for this property, that they all have stubs from Oak Hill Way for access from the public roadway to their developments. This is a copy of the final site plan approval for Crosswinds, as well as for Phase 2. Again, showing the existing driveway stubs and the locations for the access to these developments. The development trends in the area show that there is residential as well as commercial coming within this area, and we are situated between two existing residential subdivisions. This is a better look at the residential subdivisions that are existing to the north, south, east, and west of this development. We are providing greenbelt buffers on the north, south, and east at 15 feet, a screening buffer on the west side for 20 feet, as well as the 25-foot wetland buffers. We have access to Oak Hill Way, which I've shown as a public roadway maintained by Manatee County, which connects to the north to State Road 62, and we are providing 5-foot sidewalks on both sides of the internal roadways. The environmental was completed by Horner Environmental Professionals, and there was no listed species found on site, with no wetland impacts of the 9.25 acres existing on site. And I will bring up our civil engineer to discuss the stormwater with you.
Good afternoon, Brett Rockline, civil engineer with Morse Engineering. We all know stormwater is a hot topic in Manatee County these days, so we felt the need to have this part of the presentation, and I'd like to discuss how our client recognizes that and is willing to exceed, some of the minimum standards that are in place today, such as proffering some revised language to the stormwater stipulation to refer to either the no Atlas 14 rainfall amounts or the current standard rainfall amounts, whichever one is of the higher. So they're willing to exceed the minimum standards related to the rainfall data in our stormwater modeling efforts. Also, one other component of this that is a little unusual in nature at this phase as far as part of the rezone and PSP, they allowed us to move forward with the full stormwater management design as if we were at that FSP level, so that we could have a better understanding that the proposed project ahead of you today will meet and exceed the standards as we move forward with this project, assuming, we receive your approval here today. And this graphic up on the screen here is a little demonstration of some of the existing conditions around the project, as well as the table there to the right. There's some results from the stormwater modeling that we have performed to date. And then also, this project is within the Gamble Creek watershed, so per code, it will have a required 50% peak runoff reduction. That is, a little bit stricter requirements as far as stormwater management design is concerned, given its location within the county. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Linda. All right, so just wrapping up, this development is in compliance with your land development code, and it is consistent with the standards for plan development residential. It's consistent with the UF3 future land use designation. And I mean, this one's a pretty straightforward single-family detached project with single-family detached on 3 sides of it. We're asking for your approval, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, Scott, it seems that this property is part of a larger master plan. We were discussing that in my briefing. Is this part of a larger, like, CDD type thing, or is it this is just a hole in the donut that's gonna get filled?
Yeah, I don't know that this
Because it looks like it is.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, the roadway and utilities were stubbed out specifically to provide access to this parcel, because it doesn't have access from anywhere else. But I don't know that it was ever part of a master plan. But when you look at it overall on the map, kind of in conjunction with what's going on around it, it looks very similar to the pods that are being developed in Crosswind Point.
Okay,
Same.
all right, thank you.
All right, I'm on board. 2 questions. One, you got quite the cul-de-sac there. I mean, it's just one big subdivision of cul-de-sacs. Is that a conforming cul-de-sac in terms of its distance from whatever the turn point is? I mean, don't we have rules about how far a cul-de-sac can be before a fire truck has a problem with this?
Yes, and that was actually, we initially were a little bit beyond that length, and we did modify it, so it is within that 800 feet.
So less than 800 feet.
Yes.
All right. Okay, just to clarify, I asked this question. I think I got the answer, but people weren't 100%. This is being called Crosswind South, but is it really Crosswinds, or is that just kind of the brand name for launch? I mean, this is not the same developer as Crosswinds, correct?
That is correct.
And it's not the same HOA as Crosswinds, correct?
That is correct as well.
And it's not the same amenities as Crosswinds.
Yes,
This
correct.
is a independent developer buying an independent parcel of land that realized, oh, geez, I have no way of getting to my property. Let me call the Crosswind people and work out a deal where I can stub in, correct? I mean, that's more or less what it is. Crosswinds is basically providing them an easement. That's Crosswinds' relationship with this project, is providing an easement to their roadways, correct?
I think Crosswinds was required to provide that connection at the time that they developed their site plan. So it wasn't something that had to be negotiated.
Sure, because that used to be much more common. We kind of did away with that a little. I don't know if that's the best idea. But nonetheless, the inner neighborhood ties kind of went away a little bit. But at one point in time, that was virtually required of all of them. So
Right.
this isn't really Crosswinds. This is
No,
a wholly separate property called whatever they're ultimately going to brand it when they print up their flyers. For now, it's just being called Crosswinds just for us, our ability to understand where it is in proximity.
That's correct.
Okay, that was my question. Commissioner Sadiq.
I was going to follow up on the Inter-Neighborhood Connect. So you answered for Crosswinds North. Now for Nalanda Estates, there's no connection to that neighborhood, right?
No,
There's
there's
no
not.
requirement. You have, okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
I don't think I have anyone else. I can't see Zoom. Commissioner Bearden, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I did actually for the applicant.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I think I'm on now. Sorry, guys. So were there any studies conducted that implemented improvements to its stormwater management systems for that specific area to mitigate future flooding risk?
I'm not sure I totally heard, oh, it's cut me off. I don't know that I totally heard that question, Commissioner.
Okay, were there any studies that you guys conducted that implemented improvements to its stormwater management systems to mitigate future flooding risk in that specific area that you guys did on your own?
Well, yes, what we did was and what Brett had mentioned was, we've already done the final engineering design of the stormwater system, and it's been designed to the additional standards that Mr. Gerstenberger has brought forward to the board, but have not yet been implemented. So it has been designed to those higher standards.
And what are those higher standards?
Well, now I'm gonna have to bring Brett back up.
Okay.
Brett Rockman with Morris Engineering, Commissioner Bearden, that is referring to the NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall amounts for more up-to-date data as far as that's concerned.
But not to essentially today's standard, what we would believe would be today's standard based on the current conditions of our last three storms in that specific area.
Yeah, that is what that is, because it updates the total rainfall amounts based on a higher precipitation amount. Does that answer your question?
Kinda. So with that being said, what is specifically being done?
So
to
specifically the old,
a large storm that comes in that specific area.
Yeah,
Because we all know the response from that area and how it responded last time. That's why I'm asking these questions.
Yeah, so for example, the previous standard rainfall amount used in a 100-year, 24-hour storm event was 10 inches in this area, 10 inches of rainfall. The current NOAA Atlas 14 data has that amount at 11.8 inches. So almost 2 inches more in total rainfall for that storm event.
Okay, so with that being said, with that updated model, is there any other, let's say, adjacent neighbors that are going to be affected based off of that specific model?
No.
So if we happen to get 16 inches of rain, let's just say for, sakes of this conversation, will my adjacent neighbors to this particular property be affected based on what you guys plan to do to divert some of the stormwater in this specific development?
Yeah, so we run a pre-development condition storm event through the models, and then we also run a post-development condition to confirm that between prior to our proposed development and after, that there will be no adverse impacts to adjacent properties. And then just to clarify, I was referring to the 100-year, 24-hour storm event for those rainfall totals. There is a requirement to run a 100-year, 72-hour stormfall event, which the current standard is 18 inches of rainfall for that 3-day event.
Got it. And so what is being placed for the enhanced draining systems that you have currently that you guys are going to move forward with, as well as the elevated building designs that you guys plan to put on this particular property?
Are you asking me to quantify the,
Yeah, I'm asking, like, you're saying that you're going by these flood maps. So I'm asking you, what type of enhanced draining
I mean-
systems are you guys putting in place so that the public can know exactly what you guys are doing to help mitigate that? But then also, if you guys are elevating your building designs, what does that look like as well?
Yeah, so in general terms, generally speaking, with designing to those higher, amounts, higher storm events, it'll result in you either needing to, provide larger amount of stormwater ponds to provide that storage, elevate the roads, because during those events, the water will rise in those ponds to a higher level than, previously designed. So it could be a combination of larger ponds, elevating the roads, which in turn will elevate the building pads that, are served off of those roads. So it's not a one-size-fits-all answer to that question, but all of those components are affected when you design to those larger storm events.
And I understand that. So there has to be a specific standard that's out there, correct? Based on the diameter of the stormwater ponds, based on how you guys are diverting. You're saying that you're enhancing it in a way. So what I'm saying is, what are you doing above and beyond that basic standard, and what is that set limit that you guys are aiming for in regards to this development?
Basically, all of those components that I just described have been enhanced as part of this development.
Okay, can you give me specifics to that?
Give me 1 second as I... So some of the specifics are, for example, with that graphic that I showed on the screen, there are some existing ditches that run through the site where there's off-site flows coming through the property. So when we're looking at rerouting those flows through the property and diverting them around as to not impede the flow of, let's say, off-site properties, when you run those larger storm events, it's going to generate larger flows through those conveyances than if you were designing to a lesser storm. So, for example, that could result in those bypass ditches, bypass culverts needing to be enlarged to handle those larger storm events.
Okay, so in a typical, let's just say before the hurricanes, what would you guys typically do in a specific development? What was the specific standard back then?
I'll read them here. The mean annual rainfall amount was 4.5 inches during a 2.33 year 24-hour storm, 7 inches in the 10-year 24-hour storm, 8 inches in the 25-year 24-hour storm, 9 inches in the 50-year 24-hour storm, 10 inches in the 100-year 24-hour storm event, and 18 inches in the 100-year 72-hour storm event.
Okay, with that being said, what are you guys designing it at today?
No Atlas 14 does not have a mean annual rainfall amount to reference. The next one up is the 10-year, which actually No Atlas 14 is a little lesser than the 7 inches in this area. It's 6.73, so we would utilize the 7 inches as that's the higher of the two. For the 25-year storm event, it's 8.47 inches per NOAA Atlas 14 compared to the 8 inches. That's the current standard today. So just slightly higher in that 25-year 24-hour storm event. The 50-year 24-hour per the NOAA Atlas 14 is 10 inches compared to 9. I already mentioned the 100-year 24-hour, and then for the 100-year 72-hour, the NOAA Atlas is only 15.7 compared to the current standard of 18 for that 3-day event. So we would still be utilizing that 18 as that's the higher of the two.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all I have.
All right, I see no one further. Bring up staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, James McDevitt with staff, and I have been sworn. Scott and Linda did a great job of covering their projects, so did Brett, so I'm not going to go too deep into my project presentation, just going to kind of hit the highlights. So we are in the UF3, that does allow 3 dwelling units per acre. The development is proposing 2.76, so they are below that. There are also wetlands on the site, and that impacts their maximum development potential by the wetland development transfer. So they are proposing a planned development residential with a preliminary site plan for 94 single-family dwelling units, and they have 1 access proposed on Oak Hill Way with 1 specific approval for corner lots. And they've already discussed their specific approval request down from the required front setback to 10. They also talked about surrounding developments that all seem to be between 2.25 to 3 dwelling units per acre. The majority of the site is in the 1% chance of annual hazard, 1% annual, I want to say that right, annual chance flood hazard. So this property is located off of a local county-maintained roadway. So the transportation link capacity analysis analyzes the nearest thoroughfares, which are State Road 62 and Spencer Parish Road, which have an adopted level of service of D and a future level of service with the project of C. And just a couple of the highlights on this one, they are proposing 58% of open space, which exceeds the minimum required by the LDC. There are public services, facilities, and utilities available on the plant to serve the development site, and no wetland impacts are proposed or wetland buffer impacts are proposed. As I mentioned before, the majority of the site is within that 1% annual chance flood hazard. The proposed design will have to comply with all buffering and setback requirements. No driveways or garages will face the secondary front, and any fill within the 1% annual chance flood hazard derived from the FEMA firm shall be compensated by the creation of an equal or greater storage volume above seasonal high water table. So I have my conclusion here, but I actually want to bounce to something that was mentioned about the CDD. So the Parish Plantation Community Development District was first established in 2019. In that ordinance, it provided 2 special powers, one for parks and facilities and one for security. And as you can see, the portion of the this property is in a portion of the general location map shown on the right-hand side of the screen. So just to confirm, that was part of the CDD. There was an amendment to expand in 21, and that expanded across the other side of State Road 62, which is outside the scope of this site. But I just wanted to, for full transparency, show that this site is and was part of the original CDD. And I welcome any questions or comments.
I have a quick question. Is and was are 2 different things. Is this a part of the current CDD?
Pardon my misspeak. Yes, it is still part of the CDD.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Nope. We're good. All right. I'll open this up to public comment. I have nobody on the speaking list. So is there any public comment? You have 5 minutes. State your name, whether you've been sworn. You know the rules.
I think I know the drill. Let's see, firstborn, no. Good afternoon. My name's Anthony Shulo. I have been sworn. I'm a Manatee County resident. I really, when I think about coming here and giving you guys public comment, in fairness to the other applicants that do come here that we have probably more directly been engaged with, I kind of felt like, maybe I should expand my aperture a little bit here and look at other things that are going in to the Gamble Creek watershed, right? I mean, lots of drops in a bucket fill a bucket, right? So I thought about it for a second. I said, we live here, so we know this area is really at its limits. Downstream especially, those folks are, whether they know it or not, they're at their limits. Upland properties are bought up. Any high ground's bought up. If it's not high ground, they're building it up. You just heard the engineer explain that to you, right? Higher roads within their community. Higher homes within their community. but they're not spending $1 on county roads to elevate them. You are. So is this one of the extraordinary circumstances that was on the agenda earlier this week? Is this an extraordinary circumstance to build in an area that has reached its limit for stormwater retention? Is it? I don't really know because it's not defined, right? Extraordinary circumstances aren't defined. I really have so many questions, but I'm just going to wait here. It doesn't take an engineer to know that any and all approved projects that are on the radar right now just compound the issues. Your roads and homes are higher than others are. Can you at least concede to that fact? I mean, these applicants need to concede to that. I think they need to be pretty clear to the public. We're building higher than you are. That's just what they're doing. They're pulling and pushing at the same time, or they have you guys trying to do that, right? They want you to approve stuff, right? They want you to approve these plans, but at the same time, they want you to fix the roads. It's like pulling and pushing. They're putting you in a jam. If these developers were our friendly neighbors, they'd just slow down with you. You're asking them to. They'd slow down with you. But that's not beneficial to their revenue stream. I'm going to withhold additional comments on this proposal and just simply ask, just pause and say no. Can we all see what's happening here? Reject these currently based on timing and infrastructure. 94 more homes, 94 more impervious roof lines in this project, as far as I read. How many miles of impervious roadways and driveways? And don't tell me that you put brick pavers down so they're pervious. Water still pushes down your driveway. How many more accidents on connector roads and patchwork of roads do we need to explain that to you? Lastly, I'd like you all to ask staff and the applicants to share with you if this particular plan and the adjacent plan that is part of that HOA, those 3 subdivisions, and if they absorb this one, are they within the coastal planning area, the CPA? And if so, as I read Land Development Code 800.5, all of these areas in this Granville Creek watershed are pretty close to or have a connection to the evacuation or the CPA area. That tells me that they need to have hurricane evacuation plans at CO. I think of house 1, not of all of them. The minute you put 1 resident in there, I need to know that the development that you're living in has an approved hurricane evacuation plan per LDC 800, right? 800.5, because what that means to you is you have to be able to evacuate all these people. I've asked through a records request, and I'm standing by to get an answer, how many subdivisions that are in this bucket that's getting full right now, how many of them have approved hurricane evacuation plans that don't just make it inconvenient for all of these residents to get out and take their kids to school? It puts their lives at risk when we tell them with an hour notice that we're releasing a dam that you need to get the heck out of there. Tell me how the hurricane evacuation plans for the collective approved projects in any CPA in parish is going to evac all these people out of here. Your law enforcement is going to be pulled and they are going to be strained. I've done this for a living where I've pulled people out of water for my occupation. And it is scary when you get overwhelmed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tony. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Open this up to the board. Any questions for staff, applicant, the one citizen? Nope. Okay. Staff, you have anything? Applicant?
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman, and obviously we're happy to answer any questions if any remain, but this project is exceeding the standards for stormwater. So it's going above and beyond what the county currently requires. The other projects in this area were also required to elevate. They were actually held to a lower standard when they developed than what this project will be developed at. But the other thing I wanted to note in terms of impact on the area, we are required to provide a 50% reduction in the post-development runoff rate for the site. So this project is consistent and compatible with what's going on in that area. It meets all the requirements of your code, and we're asking for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're up to deliberation. Commissioner Phelps, your district.
Right now, this is property that is zoned A1. That means 1 house per acre. In this area, we have had an unbelievable amount of growth. It has been a problem as far as our stormwater goes. And I think that the property owner has their rights to do with their property what they see fit. And we're not keeping anything from happening on that property that isn't allowed zoned as it is at A1. At A1, you've got, how many acres here? 34 acres. That's 34 homes. Well, probably not, because you still have to have your easements and your swells and your things like that. So there's still an opportunity for a property owner to exercise their rights. What we're asking for right now is more and a change. And we have extraordinary circumstances. We used that as a basis for reviewing our impact fees, and we need to keep that in mind and review that as a basis for all the decisions that we make, because they all apply. And it would be hypocritical to claim extraordinary circumstances in one venue and then in another venue not. And in this case, if this was a situation where nothing could be done, or maybe something could be done that conforms now, 1 house per acre gives you a lot of pervious surfaces to deal with that stormwater. Running in an area through, I've already had residents in Oak Hill Way in the Crosswinds subdivision that are having issues in their own subdivision, and they're very concerned with running more traffic through theirs. Whereas doing what the property was zoned for as of now probably would reduce those concerns. Another point of view is that a logical way of access to this property would either be through, that wouldn't be as much of a issue for the other developments surrounding that, would be access through 675, or there is another roadway, which is the Parish Cemetery Road. That's a little bit of hallowed ground there. I totally respect the landowner's rights, and they have a right now to put 1 house per acre there. This is asking for more. And unfortunately, it's asking for more at a time where we've had issues in the area that we haven't actually really been able to put what we need to do to make it more viable for a more density over there right now. So I respect that, and I understand that, but I think that our timing at this time, with a lot of the other circumstances in there might be a way. I mean, you could develop your site plan to have platted 1 house per acre. Maybe the timing will be right in a year or 2 or 3 from now, when we've got a handle on our stormwater issues, that plan that community so that you can add to it later, so that it could grow in a more incremental way. I think that's one of the issues that we're running into, is that we are not growing in increments. We don't grow from 1 foot to 6 foot in a day. that doesn't give us the allowance to prepare for that growth. But all said, it is also in an area that is trying to maintain a bit of its own identity. And I don't see anybody here that is representing the village of Parrish, which has been struggling to maintain its own identity and some continuity of their culture and heritage in there, that they've been fighting a battle trying to maintain that. Add that onto the flooding. The traffic on 62 is becoming a little bit unmanageable. It's a lot of heavy-duty equipment going back and forth from our port out to the phosphate mines. 675 is not anywhere near ready to handle what's coming on to that, too. So I would encourage our landowner to embrace what they have now, which is probably going to be less of a hassle and thinking more about a sustainable future as the zoning is right now. I just don't believe that right now is the time for us to increase density in this area for all the same reasons that we stated this morning were the extraordinary circumstances that we're under right now that have we've used for our request to increase impact fees. Thank you.
Just one quick question for our attorney. So on its own, we talked about extraordinary circumstances. I haven't, barring any competent substantial evidence that's been submitted, that's not a freestanding argument we can make with case law. Is that meaning you can't just, there has to be evidence submitted to prove extraordinary circumstances? That's my question there.
We have to look at the criteria in the code for the rezoning, compatibility and stormwater, availability of public facilities and services, transitions, design quality, relationship to adjacent properties. It's all the criteria in your code and your comp plan that you look at.
Okay, I know.
In commission, they may use a term, but you still have to go back to the code and comp plan to drill down what the facts are in each
Sure.
case.
It's been brought up quite a few times, and I think it's just not quite clear what exactly we're referring to or extraordinary circumstances. Is it stormwater? Is it traffic? It's not necessarily been brought up. If we're voting on a denial for that, I just wanted to make sure that's clear. I'm not exactly fond of the design, but at the very least, you have the cul-de-sac, the appropriate lengths designed for the cul-de-sac, so at least the fire districts and emergency vehicles can get in and out. Other than that, no question. Just wanted to clarify the extraordinary circumstance piece. Thank you.
Okay. We're not on question, we're on deliberation. So if you had more deliberation, I'll leave you with the floor. No? Okay, no one else is on the, no, Bearden's not either. All right, I'll talk then. First of all, I just want to clarify something. Extraordinary circumstances sounds really cool to say. And just because there's two words that make sense doesn't mean that it's relevant to every topic. Our extraordinary circumstances relative to impact fees is almost entirely related to the growth of population requiring the additional impact fees. We focused a big chunk of our tables on that. So if you're going to use that to justify a project or not justify it, what you're saying is a ton of people are moving here, so we should build houses for the people moving here. Extraordinary circumstances aren't relevant to this. I'm not saying it's unfounded, but that's not really. I don't think you could take that word and put it here just because it sounds cool because it's a new term we heard. Extraordinary circumstances are not justifying this. As for this in particular, here's my thing with this particular project. This one isn't really giving me heartburn either way. I'm kind of like almost agnostic on this property. It's like, I don't know. You know, if it wins, I'll be like, all right. If it loses, I'm like, eh. I mean, here's the thing. I truly do appreciate the effort in here. You pull back the cul-de-sac to make it less than 800 feet. You worked on a higher standard of rainfall, jumping ahead of what we even require. I have to give some credence to and appreciation to the effort put into this. You're not asking for more units than what UF3 says. You're not trying to get quirky and say, I also need 50,000 square feet of commercial in the middle of nowhere like some developers sometimes do. it's a reasonable request. That said, it's still a piece of property in the middle, stuck in the middle of nowhere that has no way out except for on arguably one of the worst roads we've got right now, which is Spencer Parish. That road's not getting fixed tomorrow. It's 94 homes on top of all the ones that are still getting built. That road is going to become a major problem. I do like the idea of the 1 home per acre, because you can do two per acre on a net basis. So you're doing half-acre lots. It kind of conforms to what's to the west of it, which is village designation. It kind of gives a nice buffer from the parish village to half-acre lots to the stuff that's being built up in Crosswinds now. I like that idea. I actually think you'd sell them for more. I don't think it would be a material difference in profit. I don't know where I was even going with this. My head's kind of foggy today, obviously. I don't know. I mean, I wish it would come back, honestly. I think that this is one of those projects that I like, but I don't know if I like today. I don't have a good understanding. I like the fact that you're using the better standards, but here's the sentence that threw me off. I was ready to go. I was ready, like, sure, fine, whatever. It's 94 homes, who cares? Until you said one of the solutions for the new standard was raising everything up. I don't want to get into an arms race of who's building higher. I don't care what you say about retaining 50%. It doesn't happen in real life. Go talk to Star Farms. People aren't retaining 50%. It's a concept. It's an engineering solution that maybe works, maybe doesn't. Debbie comes through. If you're just going to raise something up, then the next person's going to raise something up, and the person after that's going to raise something up. And next thing you know, we're building a pyramid, and everyone on the bottom who built first is just going to get flooded out every single time. Unless part of your solution is a retention pond that's effectively a guttural on the outside of your property to catch everything, which is a cool idea, sort of like an infinity pool, like a moat. We need to define the term moat in our land development code and incorporate that into future. Now, that's my problem. I don't dislike the project. I truly don't. I just don't think I'm 100% comfortable with how you're going to go about cramming this in between things. If I had more time to get comfortable with that and talk to Tom, understand what you're going to do, I think you can have a yes for me. If I have to go blind on this, I'm going to have a hard time approving it. Not because I don't like it, but because I don't have a good enough grasp on it to be comfortable risking all the people in Crosswinds and everyone to the south of you on a engineering solution that I'm not 100% on board with at this point in time. Commissioner Phelps.
Seems our term for ordinary circumstances applies in one case, but if I want whatever, supercalifragilistic, define that one. But I think those things we do, I mean, we have to, I've said this before, and I'm very, very familiar with the area, and we've got to put the brakes on one way or another. We're not saying don't build anything. We're just saying that, you can't, what have I said? You can't empty the water trough with a teacup when you're filling it up with a fire hose. And we have an opportunity for the owner to proceed with doing exactly what that property is zoned for now. And there's a reason why, you do need some space. We heard one of our former commissioners stand up here and say about how important it is that we have mixed uses in an area. Well, this would, under the current zoning right now, you would mix a little bit of your intense densities and maybe having a little bit of green space there. There's a lot of wetlands back in there. There's a lot, not a lot to you, but when you think about it comparatively to some areas. And I think there's going to be a traffic issue because you're basically going to be utilizing, and you would have to go back to the Crosswinds development at that point, and then, what is that, Mandalay or whatever it is that's down at the bottom part. When these subdivisions were put in, they had to justify how they were going to be set up to utilize 62 and to utilize 675. So now to just say, well, you know, we'll go through their neighborhoods to get to our neighborhood, and maybe there can be some, you know, changes in the future. Right now, the easiest access would be directly from 301, you know, down Parish Cemetery Road. And with the development or with the plans of future growth in the village, you know, we might be seeing something a little bit larger there. And it complements that area with that zoning that it has now. With the zoning of A1, you're going to have those pervious surfaces. You're going to have a way for the water to drain off. And, you know, God forbid that we build up something and then we just go from one spot in the road where we know we had a problem on 675 and just move that water to another spot in the road where we have a problem on 675. I think it could be a very welcomed area over there if in between those two subdivisions you had that amount of green space. Because to tell you the truth, that's what it's serving as now. That's what it's serving is as now. And I believe in the owner's right to do with their property what they want, but there's already an opportunity to do something. It's not like we're, you know, saying, no, you can't ever build anything there. There could be some really, really nice community there and designed in such a way that it can grow in ratio to the supporting infrastructure in the area. We have too many unknowns in Parish that we haven't resolved. We can't say that this is going to be okay because we really haven't come up with what caused our issues to begin with, and we haven't really implemented we've made great steps with that, but we haven't gotten those in place first. So I would just say that this is an area in my district that has taken a pounding from the last 4 to 8 years of development without any overall plan. You know, we tossed the North Central overlay out. We're putting aside CIP projects that are important. We want to support these areas. As I said earlier this morning, we want everyone to be successful in their endeavor. But sometimes we have to save y'all from yourselves, that things that won't work. But it's already got a workable thing going on right now. Embrace that, make your money from it, design a community about it, and when the timing is better, and when we will figure out how we could get traffic on 62 not becoming the next blood alley, and 675 before that one becomes a problem. And look at those opportunities within the context that you have right now. And thank God that you have that.
Good. Commissioner Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to have to agree with Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Feltz on this. As a commissioner, I have a responsibility to ensure that any development approved in Manatee County meets the highest standards of safety and sustainability for our residents. You know, and after looking at this and our current situation, I think this project's just a little bit premature. And in good conscience, I don't necessarily think that I could support this development at this time due to the unresolved concerns regarding our flooding issues. I don't want to be 10 years in the future, all of a sudden we have a major storm and say, oh, wow, because I voted in favor of this project, it's my fault that it affected all of those residents in that specific area. And you know, we have the history of this severe flooding in Manatee County, particularly during Hurricane Debbie, raises a significant question about this area's vulnerability. All right, we have no clear, up-to-date assessment of how this development site will perform during extreme weather events. Right? Obviously, we need to look
at the county within ourselves to see what that is and do our studies. But approving this development without a comprehensive understanding of the actual risk, the flood risk, is not only irresponsible, but potentially dangerous for constituents within the communities that are surrounded and also potentially those that were within this development. Okay. I asked those questions for a reason, but I don't feel as if I was provided a robust flood mitigation plan that guarantees adequate protection for future residents. So, you know, approving a project with the unknown flood dynamics would also create potential liabilities for our county, which I don't think we need to go down that road or set future boards up in the future for those potential liabilities. And the results of increased flooding for neighboring properties, I mean, obviously, I mean, this is going to be a continuous issue. I mean, we could potentially face lawsuits in the future because of approvals on this board without having the adequate information possible to make the best decision as a board that we can make. So, you know, just this being premature right now, I'm not saying, I mean, I like the development, but for me, it's just premature. And so therefore, I'm just going to vote no on this project, just so I'm just going with my gut right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, you spoke once, I'll get back to you, Tal. So Commissioner Ballard.
So I do share some of the concerns of the other commissioners about the flooding in this area. It is relatively a modest proposal overall, but there is significant unresolved flooding in this area, and I just, at this point, don't like the idea of increasing density at all until we get a handle on it in this specific neighborhood.
Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I suppose some guidelines for the future. I think, I know why the site plan is designed this way. It's to maximize the density. That's why you have the cul-de-sacs and the lakes on the outer side, and you obviously don't want to impact wetlands to the west. So for me, I look to the livable communities element. How do you make this a livable community? I mean, you're at the tail end of crosswinds, and this is really just houses you're putting in there. I don't necessarily see a community, as we've already debated, the fact that you don't tie into the amenities of crosswinds north, but something to think about. Community character, livability, walkability, design. You know, I think you don't necessarily need the density. You can probably charge a higher premium for a product that could come to us if you were to kind of adjust some of the traffic patterns, the design layout, perhaps less cul-de-sacs, less density. You obviously can't connect to the community to the south, but if you look towards some of the grid-esque designs, that's something that I think encourages a little bit more walkability. Today, earlier, we were just talking about development with rear loading that encourages more pedestrian-friendly access in your communities. There are a multitude of things, and I can't promise how this board acts, but I look towards how can you improve quality of life for residents and foster a community, and I think that's a good element to go off of. Certainly stormwater, I share my colleagues' concerns in that. I see this problem all the time where it's an arms race to the top, really, for elevation, and I think that's, we can't fix that here, but let's not introduce that problem elsewhere throughout the rest of the county. Thank you.
All right, I have no one else on the board. I can call for a motion, but I'm going to ask the applicant. I mean, it doesn't sound like this board is necessarily against the project. It's against the time of the request of the project. I think there's just more information. I mean, here's the thing. This board has had, or people on this board have had discussions about things like moratoriums these past couple months. I'm not going to vote for a moratorium. I've made that abundantly clear. But I am going to be, and I believe everyone on this board is going to be much more thoughtful about things, at least in the near term, at least till we get through something. We got another hurricane season coming up. We're all shell-shocked by the last one. We need to make sure these maps are updated. We need to make sure the engineering plans make sense. We need to make sure we're a little more thoughtful, because as Commissioner Bearden said very thoughtfully, the last thing any of us want to be is the people on the board who approved the project that destroyed somebody else's neighborhood. So right now, we're in an awkward timing situation, and people are going to be held to a higher standard. It's not going to be a standard of 0, but it's going to be a certainly higher standard. So what you're presenting here is an interesting case study of a project that, 12 months ago, pre-Debbie, I don't think this would have been a problem. Well, it was a different board. It probably just would have been approved administratively. But I'll ask you, because if we vote on it, I think we can all count votes, you're going to end up standing down for quite some time. If you want to pull it and have a further discussion and really think through the engineering, I know that's always an option for you to ask for a future continuance, but I'll leave that up to you as the applicant.
First of all, Commissioner, I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to do that. The reality is that contractually, this developer just doesn't have the ability to continue to, I mean, this was a project that was already delayed because we didn't have a quorum, and we had to push to get on for May. So they don't have the ability to do that. The problem is, I mean,
Okay.
what do you want the developer to do?
Oh, that's perfectly, Scott,
Right.
that's perfectly fine. I'll happily call for a vote. I mean, I've got 2 options here. You can ask for a continuance, I can call for a vote. Those are my 2 options. I was giving you one option because I know that's a arrow you keep in your quiver every now and then.
Yep.
So I was trying to keep you from having to jump up and pull a muscle, trying to race up there. But I'll just call, okay. Entertaining motions. I have a motion to deny by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. No one's on the board.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
To fine tune the motion, it would be added at the end of the denial motion and direct staff, the county attorney's office, to bring back written findings for denial at your June 5th board land use meeting.
I will happily amend that, as stated.
All right. Commissioner Feltz, you okay? Just say yes. She just wanted to add a sentence saying that we're going to bring back the formal denial on June. Technically, that's different than yes. Touche. Okay, I have a motion to deny by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. No one's on the board. You can cast your votes now. Commissioner Bearden, how do you vote?
Yes.
And that is approved 7-0 to deny the request for Crosswind South. That was a single item, correct? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm we're 28 minutes away from we're 28 minutes away from a break anyway, so during that 10-minute break would also be a recess if we don't get to them, but. Are you waving at me? What are we doing here? What? Okay, sure, hurry up, bring it up if it's quick. Go ahead. I try to keep internal staff stuff to the end, because we're not paying you by the hour. What?
You can object.
What? Understood. Is this how fast is this? If it's going to be more than 30 seconds, you're going to have to wait, because I do have people here waiting. That's why you're at the end on purpose. Okay, thank you. I thought it was more of like an administrative 5-second thing because people had to go. All right. Item number 10, you can read that in the record.
Item number 10 is PDR 2415 ZG Pope Ranch, providing for a rezone of approximately 217 acres containing 2 parcels. Parcel A is approximately 188 acres and an approximate 29-acre portion of Parcel B from general agricultural, coastal evacuation, coastal planning area to planned development residential zoning districts retaining the overlays, generally located along County Road 675, Rutland Road in parish with 1 parcel commonly known as 16525 County Road 675, and approving a general development plan for 440 single-family residential units.
Is there any ex parte on this one?
No.
All right. Applicant? Hey, Jay.
Hi, my name is Jag Rupnarian, resident of Manatee County. I need to be sworn in.
Is there anyone else who has not been sworn that may speak? Man, a lot of people.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you will present to the board are truthful and accurate?
As I said, Jag Rupnarian, Manatee County resident. I'm the president of Simply Dwell Homes. At Simply Dwell Homes, our mission is to provide quality, attainable homes in great locations for consumers that want to partake in the dream of home ownership. That can't otherwise do so given the affordability challenges in Southwest Florida and other places. Several commissioners have been able to visit our newest community called Broadleaf, which started in late 2023, that's now 50% built out. The community has demonstrated that we're living out our mission and what we do is needed. I'd like to share some interesting stats year-to-date for Broadleaf to support what we're doing. Broadleaf had 29 sales year-to-date. 24 of those sales were to people under the age of 40. 20 of those were to the first-time home buyer. 5 were to the age of over 40, and 0 were to investors. So as you can see, we are doing what we set out to do and providing homes for people that need that. I also want to turn on the camera to show you where the buyers are coming from. There's been a lot of conversation about, traffic, and I wanted to show these are where our buyers are coming from. So they are in Southwest Florida. This is the majority of the buyers that have purchased with us. We probably are somewhere around 10% out of state. So somewhere between 80–90% is local buyers within Southwest Florida. So they're already on our roadways. They're already in this market just looking to get out of a rental equation and get into home ownership. So today we're looking for your support. Pope Ranch is a critical piece of Simply Dwell's growth and to be able to continue our mission, and we're looking for your support today on this project, and you'll hear more. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Rhea Hunter with RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture. I have been sworn. I'm a resident of Sarasota County. I'm also an AICP certified planner. I have over 5 years of experience in land use planning, and I have worked extensively in Manatee County, and I'm familiar with its codes and regulations. Before we dive into the details of this project, I would like to request this board for 10 extra minutes of presentation time. This project, based on its location, has a lot of nuance with respect to stormwater management, and we'd like to go through that in extra detail in our presentation.
Does anybody have objection to that?
No.
Okay, granted.
Thank you. So here with me today, we have an entire team of consultants. The applicant for this case is Simply Dwell Homes. We have our land use attorney, Mr. Edward Vogler, our environmental consultant, Chris Kennedy with Kimley Horn, our project engineer, Brian Jackson with Atwell, and our traffic consultant, Becca Bond with Kimley Horn. Our request before the board today is for a rezone. We are requesting to rezone the subject property outlined in red on the screen before you from general agricultural to planned development residential. We are seeking a maximum of 440 dwelling units at a gross density of 2 dwelling units to an acre. Before we get into the details of the project, I want to walk you through the project timeline. So we started work on this project with Manatee County over a year ago, starting with our pre-application meeting in April of 2024. Since then, we've had multiple rounds of review with your staff. Besides that, we have also worked extensively with our neighbors. So firstly, we had a virtual neighborhood workshop in September of 2024. That was right as there were hurricanes happening in this area, and we realized that there were concerns of flooding and stormwater management in this area. So since then, we've had follow-up meetings. We did an in-person neighborhood workshop in November of 2024, and we've continued to stay in touch with what is happening in that area ever since. Our project came before the Planning Commission first in February of 2025. At that time, we met all regulations of the LDC, the comprehensive plan. But even then, just with everything that happened with the last hurricane season, there were still concerns of flooding in this area. So we went back to the drawing board. We worked over 2 months hand in hand with Manatee County staff. You can see on the slide here, we met with stormwater management staff during that time. and we worked on a solution to address stormwater management in this area. We presented this solution to the Planning Commission in April of 2025 and received a recommendation of approval from that board. And today we are excited to be before this board today once again to really present that solution towards stormwater management as well as request for approval of our project. So diving into the details of the project, the subject site is located just south of Rutland Road. You can see it on the screen before you. It is east of Jim Davis Road. The total site is 217 acres in size. It has frontage on Rutland Road. The project site, as well as its surroundings, is in the Urban Fringe 3 Future Land Use District, which allows for development at a density of 3 dwelling units to an acre. It is currently zoned general agricultural, and it is also within a few overlays. The project in its entirety is in the coastal planning area. It is also partially in the coastal evacuation area. A very small portion of the site, which contains the Gamble Creek, that is on the southwestern portion of the property, is in the coastal high hazard area. The area surrounding the project, as you can see, has some single-family residential development, but you can also see that there are suburban residential communities being introduced into this area. If we look at how this area is looking to be developed, you can see that there are a number of projects that are already approved on Rutland Road, and you can see the transitioning character of this area away from previous agricultural uses into a suburban residential community that is consistent with the intent of the UF3 future land use. On Rutland Road, you can see projects immediately across the street, like Creekside at Rutland Ranch, as well as the aviary. Further west, we have Salt Meadows, and further to the east, there's Foxbrook, as well as development for Rye Ranch. Even south along Golf Course Road, you can see a number of projects, including Canoe Creek and Twin Rivers, that are being developed. So within this context, we are looking to seek approval for a residential community. Our request is to rezone with a general development plan, which is what you see on the screen before you. We are proposing a maximum of 440 dwelling units. Based on the UF3 future land use designation, as well as accounting for any impacts associated with necessitated wetland impacts, the density yield of this property is 644 dwelling units. So right now, as proposed, we are proposing over 200 units lesser than what could be developed on this property based on the comp plan designation. The project will be served by an on-site amenity area so that we can provide a quality community for future residents. Besides this, we have a number of measures for compatibility with the surroundings. Firstly, density, as I mentioned, is limited to 2 dwelling units to an acre. We are proposing only for single-family detached dwelling units. Besides this, the project will include perimeter green belts as well as roadway buffers. We have proposed some enhancements to that, which I'll cover further in our presentation. There will be 35% of open space preserved in this project. On the screen before you, we went into a lot of design detail with this project, even though we started out with a general development plan. And you can see what we are proposing is really a clustered residential community with a lot of the development proposed along the eastern portion of the property and vast preservation area that is intended to remain along the Gamble Creek. And while this is a conceptual site, I want to note that you can see all of those preservation areas marked in pink on our general development plan as well. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Chris Kennedy to talk through environmental details of the project.
My name is Chris Kennedy. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I have been sworn. I'm an environmental scientist with Kimley Horn, and I'll be speaking today as an expert. My CV outline and my credentials and relevant experience have been turned into the clerk to be put into the record. The project area consists mainly of improved lands that were cleared historically for agriculture and are currently being utilized for pasture for cattle grazing. 5.6 acres of wetland impacts are proposed and necessary to achieve the cluster form of development that you see in the eastern portion of the project area and preserve the the more high-quality habitats, the contiguous native habitats in the western portion of the project area along Gamble Creek. Mitigation will be accomplished through the purchase of mitigation bank credits from the Manatee Mitigation Bank, or in combination with on-site wetland creation. In total, the project proposes to preserve 76% of the existing native plant communities on the site, which exceeds the 35% required by code. It is my professional opinion, based on my credentials and experience, that this project not only meets and exceeds all of the requirements of the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian to talk about stormwater.
I'm not Brian, you probably put that together. Becca Bond, transportation engineer on the project with Kimley Horn. I'm a resident of Hillsborough County, and I'm testifying today as an expert in transportation. My resume is in the record with the clerk. I've been a licensed professional transportation engineer for 4 years and have completed many projects in Manatee County. I am very familiar with applicable codes, ordinances, and the state law. As you saw earlier when Rhea mentioned it in her presentation, there are 2 proposed access connections for this project to Rutland Road. The PM peak hour project trip generation is 400 PM peak hour trips, and a transportation analysis was conducted for this project, and there will be additional future transportation analysis that are required at FSP to address appropriate transportation mitigation, turn lane evaluation, and operating conditions of the surrounding public roadway system. I'm sure there will be transportation questions, and I'm happy to answer those if you have them. It's my professional opinion, based on my experience and credentials, that the transportation analysis conducted for this project meets the comprehensive plan of Manatee County and the Manatee County Land Development Code requirements. I'm going to hand it over to the civil engineer, Brian Jackson.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Jackson. I live in Pasco County, and I have been sworn. I lead the Atwell offices in the Tampa and Sarasota markets. I've been a licensed civil engineer for 12 years with about 18 years experience in the field. I'm here today to testify as an expert, and my resume is on the record with the clerk. I've had many projects in Manatee County, and I'm very familiar with the codes, ordinances, and regulations. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. When Pat Neal first presented me with this project, we began with the standard design approach to meet the Manatee County and SwiftMud codes and regulations. But after hearing from the surrounding neighbors, it became clear that meeting the minimum standards would not be enough. Pat came back to me and said he wanted to lead the way in stormwater management, to go above and beyond and make this a statement project, one that doesn't just meet expectations, but sets a new bar for responsible development, especially when it comes to stormwater design. Today, my team and I are proud to present a project that has been thoughtfully engineered to ensure it will not negatively impact any of its neighbors. We're confident that the design represents not only technical excellence, but also a genuine responsiveness to the community's concerns. Before moving on, I do think it's important to define a couple of terms: floodway and floodplain. On the exhibit on the screen right now, the light shaded blue area is the floodplain, and the double blue line crosshatch over Gamble Creek is the floodway. The floodplain is land that temporarily stores floodwater with little to no velocity during a 1% design storm, or in this case, and according to FEMA, about 10 inches of rain in 24 hours. Development within the floodplain is common and acceptable with mitigation. The floodway is part of the floodplain where stormwater flows fastest and deepest. FEMA regulations strictly restrict development within the floodway, and FEMA guidance consistently discourages communities from permitting construction in the floodway unless absolutely necessary. Based on historical conditions, there are existing structures outside of the Pope Ranch property located within the floodway. Irrespective of this project, it is expected that these structures will flood during large rain events similar to the hurricanes experienced this last fall. The Pope Ranch development will not be able to fix those historical conditions, but it will be part of the solution. The development area of Pope Ranch is located outside of the FEMA floodway and outside of the 50-foot setback to that floodway. The project site plan has been intentionally designed to limit the encroachment within the floodplain, voluntarily limiting the number of lots to create a more thoughtful and sustainable site plan. For the small encroachments in the floodplain, on-site stormwater retention will be provided to mitigate any impacts. From a regional drainage perspective, Manatee County is doing their part. On March 25th, Manatee County authorized emergency canal clearing and debris removal from Gamble Creek adjacent to this project. This work is ongoing as we speak. In addition, Manatee County recently purchased 95 acres on Gamble Creek just south of this development to mitigate flooding problems by building flood retention areas and providing public space. These are important steps made by the county that are anticipated to help provide a level of relief to the community when it comes to flood management. That being said, even if Manatee County was not to move forward with either of these initiatives, Pope Ranch would improve the local stormwater conditions. As initially stated, the project was originally designed to meet all stormwater codes and regulations for both the county and the state. That includes reduction of peak stormwater flow derived within the project area by 50% for the 25-year design storm. No off-site stage increases for the 2, 10, 25, and 100-year design storms. No change to historical drainage patterns. And the project will not block any stormwater running onto the property from upstream neighbors. It will provide oversized swales, culverts, and stormwater drainage structures to collect all water coming onto the property, and then will convey the water without blockage through the project so no upstream neighbors are impacted. The image on the left provides the required mitigation required to meet today's current code and includes 5.73 acres of floodplain compensation. As the codes are written and defined today, this is a valid and appropriate solution for the project. In addition to meeting the required code, the project will also provide the following measures as seen on the image to the right at significant cost. The project will design to the current NOAA Atlas 14 NOAA rainfall totals in the evaluation and mitigation of storm events, which sets the 1% design storm at 11.9 inches of rainfall instead of the currently regulated 10 inches of rainfall. The project will expand the floodplain compensation areas from 5.73 acres to 13.75 acres, an increase of 240% from what is required. The project will provide a flow easement over the floodway of Gamble Creek to Manatee County for perpetual maintenance access to Gamble Creek. And the project will provide an access easement through the development to provide safe and reliable access to Gamble Creek for Manatee County crews. The project will provide rear yard swales, as well as provide property protection swales at the downstream side of the development to dissipate stormwater energy. And the project will elevate the finished floor elevations for all homes to 2 feet above the base flood elevation, currently only required at 1 feet. To formalize the proposed mitigation measures that exceed the current requirements, the project has written in proffered stipulations in the project documentation. You can find these as stormwater stipulations 5, 6, and 7 in the project staff report. This exhibit shows an example of the floodplain compensation areas. These are located between Gamble Creek and the project site and allow for storage of water during storm events to provide relief, almost like a moat on the downstream side of the project. This slide provides an example of the rear yard percolation swales along with the property protection swale at the eastern side of the project. The rear yard swale allows stormwater to percolate into the ground, reducing total stormwater flow off-site. The property protection swale dissipates energy of stormwater flowing off-site from the back of lots and promotes sheet flow conditions downstream and into Gamble Creek. The project does indeed lead the way in stormwater management. I understand this has been a long and technical presentation, so here's a recap of the highlights. The project is not going to block stormwater currently running onto the property from upstream neighbors. The project is not going to increase stormwater flow towards the downstream neighbors. The project will not create any additional flooding. We have analyzed the entire 60 square mile watershed of Gamble Creek and will not increase flood elevations for any property regionally or locally. The stormwater conditions in the area will be improved with the development of this project from where it stands today. It is my professional opinion, based on my experience and credentials, that the stormwater management with the Pope Ranch project, as presented, is consistent with and meets or exceeds all requirements of the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and the Manatee County Land Development Code. Thank you very much, and here's Rhea.
Thank you, Brian. The project includes a specific approval request. This is a very common specific approval request that we see in multiple residential communities. It is related to corner lots. We are seeking a reduced setback for the secondary front yard. So this is the yard that does not contain a driveway. We're seeking a setback of 10 as opposed to the required 23-foot setback. I want to touch again on our community outreach. As I mentioned, we first did an online neighborhood workshop in September of 2024. Besides that, we followed it up with an in-person voluntary workshop in November of 2024. Besides that, in order to arrive at this solution, we have really interacted with neighbors and really understood the conditions of this community. We've done multiple one-on-one site visits where we've walked properties of different neighbors and saw conditions. Our civil engineers have taken that into account when designing the stormwater solution. Besides that, we've had multiple phone calls with residents as well. We've taken those nuanced site conditions into account with our stormwater solution, but besides that, we've also considered matters of compatibility. One of the enhancements we are proffering is in stipulation 810, where we are proposing an enhanced landscape buffer along the northeast property boundary, which is adjacent to the residential lots on Rutland Road. And this will again just ensure that this area where residential units are proposed in closest proximity to other lots will be more enhanced so that there's enhanced compatibility. The project is entirely consistent with the county's comprehensive plan. It meets all intents of the UF3 Future Land Use District, and besides that, meets numerous policies, including adding development to an area that has public facilities, ensuring compatibility with an area that is transitioning from agricultural use. And I want to really emphasize this. The Simply Dwell brand seeks to address the missing middle income housing. And this is for entry-level buyers and truly addresses a gap in the housing matrix in Manatee County. So with that, I'm going to come to our conclusions. So one, this project seeks to add attainable housing options in Manatee County. We worked hand in hand with Manatee County staff as well as with neighbors to understand stormwater in this area and present a solution to flooding. This project seeks to be a leader in how stormwater can be managed, especially along these more ecologically sensitive creeks. In my professional opinion as a land use planner, this project is entirely consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, as well as consistent with the Land Development Code. And with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Edward Vogler.
Thank you, members of the commission. My name is Ed Vogler. I've got a few seconds. I have been sworn. I live in Manatee County, and I am here to speak for Pat Neal, who couldn't be here today. I've had the pleasure of representing him and his family for 42 years, and I feel confident that I can say that what he would say here today, other than I haven't built 25,000 homes. None of our communities have flooded. We've all suffered intense concern, and I see it expressed on your faces, and I hear it expressed by you as elected officials. We do care about the citizens, and we do at Neal Communities as well, and Simply Dwell Homes. And I'll probably save a little bit for rebuttal so I can make these points right before you vote, but we've spared no expense here. And Mr. Chairman, this is the thoughtful analysis of the engineering. We did it. And one comment before I close, just almost a little over the time, to Commissioner Bearden, who's not here directly in the room. This is about as close as you can get to a protection guarantee, not only of the people that will live in this community, but the neighbors that surround this community. And to quote our engineer, an expert, we cannot solve the regional problem, but we will improve it. And we've studied 60 square miles of the watershed to know what we have to do to make this project work correctly. So please approve it.
Thank you. I've got Commissioner Bearden's hand raised, and then Commissioner Sadiq. Commissioner Bearden, did you have questions? of the applicant?
I did.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know who can answer. I have several questions, and they are regarding stormwater and flooding mitigation measures, drainage system maintenance, infrastructure capacity upgrades, runoff control in neighboring properties, evaluation and grading, environmental impact and wetlands protection, and compliance monitoring, community involvement and transparency, and long-term sustainability. So bear with me as I ask these questions and I barrel away at them. But I did a lot of thinking in regards to this project. I do agree with Commissioner Cruz in regards to the Simply Dwell product. I love the product. I don't know how Mr. Neal is doing it at the affordable price that he's doing it at, but it's a great product. All right. And I don't think there's any commissioner up here on this board today that would disagree with me in regards to this particular product and the price point of this product. Okay. So I'm going to first off start off with stormwater capacity design. So my question is that what is the total stormwater retention capacity design for this development, and how does it compare to the county's essentially minimum requirements?
Yeah, this is Brian Jackson with Atwell Engineering again. So you can see on the exhibit right here, just the floodplain compensation areas, there's 5.73 acres. That is what is allowed today based on the code requirements for this project. What we are proposing is 13.75 acres between Gamble Creek and the property to retain floodwaters in the area.
Okay. Will the stormwater retention areas be designed, what would they be designed to during a 24-hour storm event or a higher standard?
So right now, the regulatory requirement is 10 inches per hour. We are designing it to 11.9 inches per hour. So the rainfall quantities derived from that will be treated and attenuated on site. It'll also be any pass-through conveyances, stormwater culverts, swales, drainage infrastructure will all be designed and upsized to the higher level of flow required based on the NOAA standards.
Okay. And what are those, what is that standard? I mean, are we talking about a 25-year storm, 50-year storm, 100-year storm, 500-year storm? Can you give me a little bit more detail in regards to that?
Yeah, definitely, no problem. So we're going to utilize the NOAA standards for all of the storm events for the 2, 10, 25, and 100-year storm events.
Okay. So they will handle the 100-year storm event?
Yes,
within
indeed.
24-hour storm event or a higher standard is what you're telling me.
That is accurate.
What's that?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay. So how does the proposed stormwater system account for the cumulative impact of the 400 plus units in terms of runoff?
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you're trying to get at?
Yeah. How does the proposed stormwater system account for the cumulative impact of the 400 plus units in the terms of runoff?
So any water that's derived on the site, as far as in the roads or in the lots or on the roofs, is going to be directed and conveyed into one of the on-site stormwater retention ponds, which is one of the light blue, not the floodplain compensation ponds, but the stormwater ponds in between the lots there. That water is going to be retained there and will be filtered out at a lower flow rate and allowed to be treated and attenuated before going downstream. So that water is actually going to be collected and held and released at a slower rate than what is there today. So what's going downstream is actually less after this project than what will be there today. In this case, anything that's derived on site, it'll be 50% less.
Okay. And what specific flood mitigation measures have been integrated into the development design to prevent the overflow during extreme rainfall events?
Well, that's the floodplain compensation areas, right? So right now, there's no, that doesn't exist. As water in Gamble Creek rises up, it goes over and across this property. This is actually providing areas for that water to go and provide relief from the system during high rainfall events.
Okay, can you explain that more in Barney style terms?
Yeah, most definitely. So on the exhibit here, if you can see that, we've got 13.75 acres of floodplain compensation areas in between the location of Gamble Creek and our project site. So it's not meant for really any retention or treatment of the stormwater derived from our project. It's really intended to hold water as water during high rainfall events or high storm events. So as water in the creek is raised up, that water has somewhere to go. It's able to go into these floodplain compensation ponds, be stored there, and as the rain starts to decrease, as the flow in the Gamble Creek starts to decrease, it'll slowly drain back out there. We're not putting berms around this pond. This pond is going to go from existing ground down, and it's literally just intended to store overflow stormwater from Gamble Creek.
Okay. And so how will the development ensure that stormwaters are directed away from the neighboring properties and does not exacerbate existing flood conditions?
Yep. So we are maintaining historical flow patterns. So if there's an existing ditch that's running across our property and going into Gamble Creek, it's still going to go in that same manner into Gamble Creek. It's actually just going to flow with a lesser flow rate than it is today. So we're reducing that flow rate. So there's going to be a benefit for the downstream neighbors. We're also going to have flood protection, property protection swales on all of the downside of the downstream side of the development. So any water that's going off site is able to dissipate and be converted into sheet flow as it runs surface flow into Gamble Creek.
Okay. And so have you guys conducted a detailed flood risk analysis of the area? Can you provide the results of that?
Yes, we've completed a full model of the Gamble Creek watershed, which is a 60 square mile watershed. We've been able to prove that there are 0 increases in stage for any property and any resident. We've also been able to prove that there is no increase in downstream stormwater flow or upstream blockages to the upstream neighbors. We've met with Tom Gerstenberg to walk him through that, our findings.
Okay. And you'll be able to provide those results
Yes.
of that analysis?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So let's turn right now in regards to the drainage system and the maintenance of it.
Yes.
Who will be responsible for maintaining the stormwater management system after the development is completed within the development?
On site, the project will have either an HOA or a CDD who will maintain the entirety of the stormwater management system.
Okay. And typically, is there a plan for a regular inspection and maintenance for that stormwater system, including the retention ponds and drainage channels?
Yes, absolutely. And that's actually part of SwiftMud's code that they require right now, is you have to provide evidence of what that inspection and operations and maintenance element is.
Okay. So essentially, the HOA that's taking this over is going to be responsible for maintaining that system.
Yep, and they'll have documentation and mechanisms in place in order to make sure that that's being done.
And what guarantees are in place that you ensure compliance in regards to that?
SwiftMud requires updates or documentation of inspection and compliance for the operation and maintenance plan that is presented with the application of that project to SwiftMud.
Okay. So let's talk about infrastructure capacity upgrades. Are there any planned upgrades to the existing county drainage infrastructure to accommodate the increased runoff from this development?
This project will not have increased runoff.
Are you sure?
Yes.
And why?
I believe we went through that a little bit here, but we will be having on-site stormwater retention to collect and retain all of the stormwater using the NOAA standards. In addition to that, we've got the floodplain compensation ponds, which will store water during high rainfall events. And we've actually ran the entirety of the model at great extent and effort to be able to prove that we are not increasing the flows downstream or increasing staging on any property off-site. And again,
And I'm assuming that you guys coordinated with the county's public works department to ensure that adjacent roadways and drainage system can handle the additional stormwater load, correct?
Again, there will not be an additional stormwater load, but correct, it will be able to handle it.
Okay. So what measures have been taken to ensure the stormwater from this development does not negatively impact neighboring properties?
Yeah, that works. So if you look at the property boundary, you can tell that where all the water is flowing. I guess you can look at the entire property and see where the water is flowing. So we've taken into account where all of the ditches are, where all of the stormwater crossings onto the property, where it leaves our property. So that way, if the water is coming onto the property at some location today, we're going to continue that same pattern today. If it's leaving our property at a certain location, we're going to maintain that it leaves our property at a certain location. We are going to accept that water fully. We're actually going to oversize it from where it is today because we are using the NOAA standards. So all of the infrastructure will be oversized from what is required right now, and then will be conveyed through our property and then sent downstream. And we're able to, again, prove through the modeling that we've done that it will not increase any stormwater flows, will not increase any stormwater or flood stages for any neighboring property. It doesn't matter if they're upstream, downstream, left or right.
Okay, so I'm assuming that you performed a pre-post development runoff analysis to demonstrate that the neighboring properties will not experience increased flood risk.
That is correct, yes.
And when was that done?
Over the last 6 months, we've been working through it. We've originally did it for the original design storm for the 10 inches of rainfall. We have since been working on it for the last few months on the higher NOAA standard, and we've been able to vet that with both with the county and staff and Tom Gerstenberg through meetings, and we have completed that to its completion.
Okay, so my question to the applicant is, will you guys provide a no adverse impact certification confirming that this development will not increase flood risk for the surrounding properties?
Yes, as part of our application is we have to provide, be able to prove, not only if we get the approval today, but through Manatee County staff and detailed review of that model that we've done and that detailed review through SwiftMud that we've done, that we prove that we are not providing or impacting negatively or providing any adverse impacts off-site.
So this will be a certified document stating this, that you will not have no adverse impact
Correct.
to surrounding properties, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Not only will we can provide that, but I will also be stamping and sealing the stormwater report that shows that, as well as the plans.
Okay. So how will the grading plan for the development ensure the water flows towards retention areas and not toward adjacent properties?
Interesting. We'll prepare the grading plans and the stormwater drainage plans. We will identify the basins for each of the ponds that we are proposing, and we'll make sure that any stormwater that falls, any raindrop that falls within that basin is directed into those ponds. And so no water is going to be able to, I guess, go off-site without going through one of those retention ponds.
Okay. So then will the development utilize elevated building pads to reduce the flood risk for homes in lower areas?
In Florida, almost all development, you have to raise the site based on the really high seasonal groundwater that we have. So we're going to be raising the site to give the separation for the roads and the buildings, while at the same time providing pathways through the site for all of the drainage that's coming onto the property, as well as providing property protection swales on the backside of the property to make sure we're not impacting them negatively on the downstream side.
Okay. All right. And are there any wetlands or natural water bodies on or near the development site that could be impacted by stormwater runoff?
Not negatively. So there are a few impacts on the site, and Chris Kennedy can talk about that if he wants, but none of those will impact negatively stormwater runoff.
Okay. And what measures are in place to ensure that development does not degrade nearby natural waterways or protected areas?
Yeah, through the environmental resource permitting process with the state, we have to, not only do we do modeling to show that the hydro period of these wetlands is being maintained, and these wetlands are going to be able to be viable after the construction of the project. What we do is compare the precondition model to the post-condition to make sure there's not an increase in stage in the hydro period of these wetlands that are going to negatively impact them, or that there's not going to be enough water in these wetlands to hydrate them and allow them to continue to be viable in a post-development condition. So again, that is part of the state's requirement through the environmental resource permitting process. And it's something that we look at and we plan for.
Okay. And compliance with the stormwater management plan will it be monitored during construction after development is completed, and who's double checking that to ensure that
Yep.
those are in place and they're supposed to be at where you guys are proposing they're going to be at?
No, great question. So both Manatee County and SwiftMode have a as-built certification process. So once construction is complete, the surveyors have to go out and actually pick up the storm structure information, the pond information, all of the kind of developed information, and provide real-world data for that. That gets back onto the plans to confirm, and we as engineers actually have to review and sign off that construction was designed in conformance with the plans, the approved plans. And so as part of our certification process through Manatee County and through SwiftMud, it is not only reviewed by us, signed off by us, but also presented and provided to both the county and SwiftMud to make sure that what is on the plans is also what ends up in the field at the end of the day.
Okay. And you may not be able to answer this question. This may be a county question that I may have to ask our staff, but do we have any penalties in place if stormwater system fails to perform as designed? Can anybody answer that question for me?
Denise Greer for staff, and I'm sorry, I have not been sworn.
We'll swear at you.
I do. So Manatee County does not have a recertification process. Once that it's built, if a neighborhood calls code enforcement, there would be something in that way, but typically the recertification is through SwiftMud, not Manatee County.
So we have nothing put in place if a system actually fails. There's no liability to anybody except the county. Is that correct?
We do not have anything in place for us to go out and inspect to know if it doesn't meet what was previously constructed or permitted after the initial certification that's done by the engineer of record.
And Denise, my question is, why don't we have anything put in place for that, knowing that we are in an area where hurricanes hit significantly? Has it just never been put in place, or why don't we have anything any penalties in place regarding any type of stormwater system failures?
Well, that's a good question, Commissioner. I hate to say that it's just always been that way, but we've always relied on SwiftMud to do those recertifications.
So there's no accountability in regards to ensuring that we have the proper, or the people that are required to put the stormwater systems in place. There's nobody liable if something does happen to fail.
Other than relying on SwiftMud to follow up with their recertification process, we do not have anything as Manatee County.
Okay. All right. Do you know of any other places that might have any type of penalties put in place if stormwater systems happen to fail? Or is it just a local, hyper-local issue depending on the local government at that time?
I believe
whether
it's
they want to
based,
put something in place.
right, I believe it's based on the local government if they would like to see something like that in place. Last I knew, 5 years ago, the city of Bradenton didn't have it, but we would have to check other municipalities.
Okay.
If that's something you want to have us look into.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Denise.
Okay.
And so I know you guys had neighborhood meetings. Have the neighboring property owners been informed about the stormwater management plan for this development?
So Commissioner, it's Ed Vogler. Yes, of course. We've met with
Okay.
them. And I should also say, we sympathize, we empathize, we understand that some folks are on the other side of the creek are living in a low-lying area. But that's why we took these extraordinary measures to make sure, as you've heard, that we wouldn't be impacting them. We can't solve the historical problems, but we can make it better, and we're doing it.
Okay. So do we have a plan for long-term sustainability of the stormwater systems, including financial provisions and future repairs or upgrades? Have we implemented that?
Yes, I'd like to, Ed Vogler, I'd like to respond to that. It's hard talking
Okay.
to a, whatever this is, you know. I'm sure you have a suit on, Commissioner. I'm kidding you. Okay, so here's how this works, right? The engineer that you've heard all this testimony from, he inspects it and certifies it. So his license is on the line, and his company's on the line, right? That's done side by side with the county at the time the project is completed. The developer is responsible for the community until turnover of the community. That's at about 90% sales of the homes, essentially. At the time that the community turns over, the HOA is regarded as the maintenance organization, the permanent maintenance organization for the community. The HOA, if they're enforced by SwiftMud, or a later county enforcement if you decide to implement one, the HOA is a financial organization that is required to assess its homeowners to make improvements. I've lived personally in a community like that, and we got assessed and we fixed it. Now, I'm going to not mention this at rebuttal now because I'm taking the time, but we have never at Neil had a stormwater system failure. Never. But that's only because we protect ourselves too, and our engineers are very conservative.
Okay, that's all I have today. Thank you guys for answering my questions.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. That was very good questions. That was helpful, I think, for all of us. Commissioner Sadiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you, in your presentation, you can go back to the diagram that shows the 100-year floodplain flood ways. Maybe before that one. That one, okay. Can someone pop that up on the screen for me here? Thank you. So one of the questions I had was around the, we'll call it northeast-ish corner, just outside your property, but you can see a 100-year floodplain on the south end of that. Looks like a 2-lane road with a median. So my question to you, well, first, do you know what I'm talking about, I guess?
This is Brian again, not specifically, north, like there's a northern entrance, are we talking about kind of that?
It's actually well beyond your development. I guess you just, you identified it. It's not close to your development, so just northeast of the big pond, that's, well, I guess northeast of your development, there's another one on top of that.
Okay.
But it basically just covers that roadway, if you can see where I'm pointing to.
Okay.
So my question is that it looks like a 100-year floodplain was, well, that road is, could effectively be underwater should a 100-year storm or
There we go.
above.
And if you want to use the camera, I can point and make sure.
Oh, there we go. That
Right.
makes it easier.
The right spot here. There's a pen.
All right, let's flip that over a bit.
Talking about this here?
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly it.
Okay.
You turn it. There you go.
Sorry about that.
So, is there any impact of, let's say a 100-year storm happens, is there any impact to your development at the northeast corner from flooding in that area? Because I mean, conveniently, it doesn't include Wetland Road. It's as if the floodplain just disappears and then it continues on and then gets into your neighborhood. So I'm just curious, what if any impact does that have on your development in that area?
Yeah, anything really north or northeast in this case of Rutland Road, there's no culverts or any swales or drainage structures that cross Rutland Road. So that would actually be collected on the north side of Rutland Road and travel south down to Fry Canal, which bypasses our project and wouldn't impact it.
Okay, understood. Looks like we have a project there then. That's the second question I have, and this is my last one on stormwater, is the outflows. So you mentioned no berms, at least on the western side of your property where it goes out into the Gamble Creek floodway down into the system there. One of the concerns I have is about not just water outflows, but the quality of the water going out there. There will be some runoff, nutrients, fertilizer, whatnot. Certainly we have ordinances for that. But what, if anything, are you, and granted there's regulations from DEP, Swift Mud County, what, if anything, are you doing to ensure that as many of the nutrients that are going to flow in, that will be flowing out should any rainfall occur, are not affecting downstream water sources? My concern here being red tide nutrients. Yeah, that's what I'm angling for here.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So the stormwater retention ponds, not as much the floodplain compensation, because none of the impervious area gets into that. That's really for the overflow flooding of Gamble Creek. But the stormwater retention ponds will be designed to meet Swift Mud requirements and Manatee County requirements for stormwater treatment. So you have in the design of a structure, you have a treatment weir and an attenuation weir. Okay. And so we'll make sure that we are retaining that water long enough to be able to get the retention in the ponds itself. And then, and then so the water over time will filter through the media there. And then in addition, on December 28th of this year, Swift Mud's codes are actually increasing to require additional treatment, which likely this project will be involved in, to make sure that there's actually higher standards for water quality leaving the site.
Okay. I'm somewhat familiar with weirs, dealing with a few in my area. That falls into the maintenance that the HOA, well, CDD actually has to perform, correct?
Yeah, right. So that's part of the O&M form, the operations and maintenance form that goes into the county's into Swift Mud, is not only the treatment element of it, but the volume in the pond and all the structures as well.
Okay. How is that controlled? Is it an automated weir system? How does it function?
On which part are you specifically talking about? The treatment?
Treatment, yes.
So it's not an automated system. So there's a standard height. So the water elevation for these ponds is really set at the seasonal high groundwater of what's there today. So the water elevation there today is not going to change over time. It's going to maintain that elevation. And so there's a small treatment where as water comes up, only a very small amount of water is able to run off, allowing time for the water to filter within the ponds themselves.
Okay. Well, that's all I had on that portion. Thank you. More of an aside. Don't ever let those residents say the county's going to own those weirs. They're very expensive in the long run. Maybe that's for a commissioner 50 years from now. Question about the school district report. So I had a few questions on that, some transportation related. So in the report, it calls out an increase of, well, the numbers are probably off in the number of units, but it says as zoned today, it would net an increase of 12 students across the 3 different schools. An increase from 12 students across 3 different schools to about 171 students, and you're looking at Parish High, and Parish High, Buffalo Creek Middle, Williams Elementary School,
Yes.
Parish Community High School. One of the biggest complaints we always hear is about kids being in portables, because we certainly didn't plan for it.
Right.
Because the conversation just wasn't had earlier enough. So first question is, what communications have you already had with the school district?
So because this is at the rezone stage, the school just does a preliminary assessment. The school board does a preliminary assessment of the assigned school districts and the necessitated impacts. At this time, they found no issues with the project. That's what they've listed in their school report. But the thing is, right now, this is the zoning stage. We then have to go through detailed site design, then there's construction. So at that time, we will have to work with the school board in order to reserve capacity. And that's the time at which they analyze what the impact would be, just because analyzing that impact today may change. And so it's important to do it close enough to when those students would be introduced into the system to really understand how that works. So currently, there are no express concerns by the school board in terms of capacity and such, but that is an assessment that is preliminary at this time, and we'll be doing a detailed analysis as required by Manatee County at time of final site plan.
Understood. We can at least guesstimate, or at least make a rough estimate for how many, well, perhaps not how many, but that there will be some impact to the school district, at least to the schools, because this is a product aimed at work, certainly you're younger,
Yes.
enough toward the property, so I know, but your younger demographics, the families,
Right.
primarily, that's how you build and design these out. I suppose I'd be curious to hear is if their capacity concerns are inclusive or exclusive of portables? Are the facilities sufficient? Has that feedback been addressed somewhere? I didn't see it necessarily here in the report.
Yes. Hello, Ivory Matthews. I work for Neal Communities, and I have been sworn, and I live in Manatee County. Neal Communities has worked with the school district I've been with Neal for 14 years. We've worked hand in hand with the school district. We actually are helping them with the opening of a middle school in North River Ranch. That's going to open next year. And they are currently redistricting this year, and that will affect next year. So I think all of these questions will get answered during that process.
Okay. Follow up from that, there are a couple of requests, and this is where it kind of ties into us a little bit more, for building sheltered bus stops, bike racks, those types of infrastructure asks to allow for a bus stop, because some of the other concerns are how, will the turn radius be sufficient within your community? Seems like there will be. I didn't see any crazy cul-de-sacs, but I'm just curious, is that being factored into this development, or does that come in at a later point with in negotiations with the school district?
Right, that is definitely something that will come with future stages. At this point, we don't have any specific approval requests, so except for the one related to the setbacks on the corner lots. So we are not going to be designing anything in excess of what Manatee County's LDC requires as far as cul-de-sacs are concerned, or any of these other elements. Will be restricted to the current land development code, and the site will be designed as such. With regards to the school busing system, that has already been expressed in the school report that this is outside of the walkable distance, and we will be having to provide that infrastructure within the project in order to allow for safe and sheltered busing.
Okay, thank you. One last thing on infrastructure / transportation. You have two entrances, exits. What, if any, what are the improvements you're working with us on to those intersections? Signals, lights, right-of-ways. I know there are some that you're working with us on, but I'm just curious about the intersections themselves.
Sure, I'll have Becca come up and speak to that.
Becca Bond, Transportation Engineer again with Kimley Horn. Yes, at this stage, typically you're not required to look at that, but we have looked into it knowing it would be a concern. But it'll get officially documented as part of the final site plan process. But turn lanes based on the county code are required at any proposed project access with a posted speed limit of 40 miles per hour or greater. So yes, turn lanes will be required, right and left turn lanes into the site at both access points. Based on the posted speed of 55 miles an hour, which makes an assumed design speed of 60, that would require a 405-foot right turn lane at each driveway and a 455-foot left turn lane minimum at each driveway. Of course, upon further detailed analysis, if the model shows that there are greater experienced queues at those left turn lanes, they may be required to be longer. This is based on a 50-foot minimum queue length. And then additionally, with the further analysis, there will be additional off-site intersections, not just the site access points, but endpoints of the links that we'll coordinate with transportation planning. We'll analyze those to know if there's any further improvements that are required there, meaning turn lane signalization, roundabouts, et cetera.
Okay. Last question for me in general. Granted, this is a GDP. We'll likely see finer details of the preliminary site plan, but we stress the importance of multimodal. That's a big part of quality of life, certainly for residents in this area. You have Parish Park that's there now. It's a great amenity, at least within your community, and at the entrance and exits, limited as they are. What, if any, considerations are being made for pedestrian facilities, bicyclist facilities?
I'll give a quick answer, and then I'll give it to the rest of the team to add on. I will say that the study that will be required at the final site plan will be the multimodal site access and safety analysis. So that will include full documentation of the existing multimodal, meaning bike, pedestrian, et cetera, bus, transit, and then any improvements that will be incorporated, we will document in there. But I'll hand it over to the team to talk about the actual details of the site plan.
So just to also expand on that, the project will include sidewalks on all sides of the roadway, again, just to enhance walkability within the community. I did mention we are proposing an on-site amenity center, so this is going to have those community gathering spaces for the residents. It'll include a pool, it's going to have, the cabana areas, dog park. So we're planning for those extensive community gathering spaces for the residents, which will be near the northernmost entrance of the community. So it's kind of centrally located to allow for walkable access for all residents within this community.
Understood. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Feltz. When we're done with just so people know, 'cause she was needing a break. When we're done with the applicant, we're gonna take our break, because we have, supposed to take a break every hour and a half, and it's been over 2 hours. But when we're done with the applicant, that was, so you still have your questions. So you're off the board. Okay. I have nobody else on the board then, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will be bringing staff up, but we need to take a break, so it's 4:05. We'll take a break till 4:15. All right. We are back and continuing on with our discussion of Pope Ranch. And we are now up to staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, James with Development Services, and I have been sworn. The applicant's team did a very thorough analysis of the proposed development, so I'll try to be very brief with my review. We know where we are. We're on County Road 675, east of Jim Davis. We're in the UF3 current zoning A. We are in the coastal high hazard, coastal planning area, and the coastal evacuation area, portions of the site. That requires a minimum open space for a residential project of 35% and provides other requirements including habitat protection, water quality, and hurricane preparedness and evacuation. The applicant is proposing a planned development residential with a GDP for 440 single-family detached units at a density of approximately 2.02 dwelling units per acre. The applicant did show in several slides conceptuals or maps of the site, their proposed design. I want to make sure that it's clear that this is the level of detail that's being reviewed by staff and that's being approved if this were to be approved. There's no internal drive aisles, no internal roadways, there's no approximate locations of lot locations. The amenity center is marked by an asterisk, but it is not shown to be what size, what pool, or other amenities may be there. They are showing 15-foot enhanced greenbelt buffers where adjacent to residential along Rutland. They are proposing additional stormwater conditions, and there was a neighborhood meeting that was held in September of 2024. The community members that showed up, they did ask questions about stormwater facilities. At the time, the proposed stipulations that were mentioned about NOAA Atlas 14 and other stipulations were not part of their application. That occurred prior to the last Planning Commission. We have their typical lot detail design with setbacks, minimum lot size and width, and maximum height of 2 stories. And that specific approval request that was provided, reducing from 20 to 10 for the secondary front. Oop. Here are nearby developments near to this proposed development. The Aviary, Lazy Ranch, Creekside, Rutland, and SMR GDP, all of which are approximately 2 or 3. This is again at just over 2. So the additional stormwater conditions are in the staff report. They'll be a part of the ordinance. The project will utilize NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall totals. A non-exclusive flowage easement and a non-exclusive access easement are to be provided to the county for FEMA-regulated floodway of Gamble Creek, and the finished floor elevations raised to 2 feet above base flood elevation. There's one thoroughfare nearby, the Rutland Road, which is what they're taking 2 points of access from. The adopted level of service is D, and with the future level of service based on the project, it will be either an F or a D, where the D is based on a widening of County Road 675 from 2 to 4 lanes. The UF3 anticipates this type of development. The proposed project area has frontage that takes access from a rural major collector, and services and utilities are available to serve the site. A GDP does not provide sufficient detail for staff to analyze site design, location of specific residential uses, stormwater ponds, and other compatibility features for the surrounding residential and agricultural developments. The project area is adjacent to agricultural uses. Access proposed adjacent to residential and agricultural uses may cause noise, light, and other adverse impacts. The proposed development does propose 5.6 acres of wetland impacts. There were 15 potentially occupied gopher tortoise burrows identified in their preliminary listed species survey. County Road 675 will exceed the adopted level of service capacity due to the additional trips generated by the proposed development, and the project is located in an auto-dependent area. To mitigate these aspects, the development will be required to meet all land development code requirements such as buffering, screening, and setbacks, as well as building heights. Maximum development potential was reduced on this site per the requirements of LDC section 706.9, that's the wetland impacts. The applicant will be required to pay their proportionate share for any improvements to public infrastructure, and the applicant has proffered the greenbelt buffer enhancements along northeast side. In conclusion, staff finds that the application can be found to be consistent with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, and thorough analysis will be done by staff at the time of preliminary and final site plan. I'm available if you have questions.
Yeah, I put myself on. Two questions. One, you had the level of service for the roads. Usually inexplicably, because this was on the site, the staff report too. Usually it says adopted current, D, future, C. God knows how you put more cars on a road and it improves it. It's inexplicable, but that's what, in fact, the last one we just looked at had that. It went from D to C without doing anything other than put more cars on it. This one goes from D to F. And the asterisk doesn't count. It goes from D to F. F is a actual failing road. This is not like our usual D to D or C to C or somehow D to C. This is going to a failed road, and the asterisk is, if we widen it to 4 lanes from Rye all the way to 301, we ain't gonna widen this thing from Rye to 301 anytime in the foreseeable future. What do we make about, like, I understand LOS, level of service type stuff, but what do we as a county make of the fact that this is going to create an F level of service?
So I have Nelson here with transportation to talk about traffic, but I do want to mention that the D is the adopted level of service, so that's what it's adopted to serve at. And then the expected level of service is what it would be functioning as. So it's the maximum.
Oh, no, I get it. I get it.
Nelson for traffic.
Nelson Galeano, Transportation Planning, I have been served. Your question is related to the level of service, existing level of service, and the future level of service.
Care more about the future levels, or can't do anything about the existing right now. We're poor.
It is important to remember that Rutland Road will be in the future traffic circulation plan a 6-lane divided facility. When we have these type of conditions in the future traffic circulation plan 2045, we can think in terms of how can we expand the facility. What we see on this table is essentially that the level of service will be increased because we will add an additional lane. It means from 2 to 4 lanes.
So you're saying this is gonna be a broken road, but at some point we're going to add 2 lanes, and ultimately you're saying this is going to be a 6-lane road?
Yes, sir, that is exactly what I am saying.
All right.
I follow what is on the comprehensive plan.
I hear what you're saying. I use this road a fair bit.
Sir, I understand your concerns, and I follow the regulation, and I understand what is going on. In this context, and in order to be prepared for future questions, valid questions, Development Service is looking for preliminary corridor analysis along this facility because your question is valid, and I'm using our regulation in order to provide you answers.
Okay, fair enough. Do you know when we're supposed to be widening that road?
No, sir. That is a good question.
That's a very good question.
That's a fair question, yes.
Even better would be an
yes.
answer.
No, we need to coordinate with different entities, with essentially with Public Works,
All right,
in order to know what to do.
Here's the thing. Sometimes roads, I always push back on widening roads. I don't care. But a lot of times roads are just slower, and it's like, that's fine. You get someplace a little slower, leave a little earlier. That road is like, that's a death trap road. That's not like you get there slow. It's like you just don't ever get there. That whole stretch from like the whole North Rye wind all the way up to 675 and everything out to 301. That is not a safe road now.
Yes, sir.
Like, I don't like driving on that road. I told my kids, my son goes to Parish Community. He's graduating next week. He's never supposed to take the back way because I'm like, you ain't going up Rye and down 675. That bridge is tied up. Tough. Wait. To get over Fort Hammer. Okay, you answered that question though, so we don't know when. It's not on the CIP. It's not like we're currently funding it. We don't. I know we don't have any appropriations at the state or federal level for it. So, it's a conceptual idea that at some point we're thinking about widening that road. It's colored a different color somewhere on a transportation map, And so therefore, it's just gonna be broken until we fix it, but the intent is at some point to fix it.
Yes, sir.
Perfect, you answered my question. My next question is, well, not for you, unless you're an expert in buffers as well.
Thank you.
Who's good with wetland buffers? That's why I looked over at you. You can practice for next item. We're hearing a lot about the engineering solutions here. They look awesome. The arrows are impressive. These wetland buffers, though, these are presented as the state standard wetland buffer. Like, this is not the 50-foot ones, the things that we used to have, the things that everybody wants. These are specifically stated that they're using the 25, 15, sometimes less than 15, the staff report says, for certain wetlands that are kind of like just a puddle. Right? I mean, I just want clarification, that I wasn't reading that incorrect, that these are being proposed as the state standard buffers, not the former Manatee County buffers.
Correct. Kara Canning for staff. Yes, Chair. They're proposing the state standards of the 25-foot average, 15-foot minimum under the ordinance 2366 standards.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay, those are all my questions. Anyone else have questions for the applicant? If not, I will go to public comment, not applicant, staff. Otherwise, I will go to public comment. Nope. All right. You have a question for staff. Okay, go ahead.
One for Kara, real quick. Sorry, should have wait. So I'd observed that too, and the question I have is, our LDC still mentions 50 feet, so why is this here with 25 or 15 in some cases?
So we are implementing the 50 only in a specific area because of a comp plan policy that still exists, tied to our aquatic preserves and outstanding Florida waters. All of our other regular 30-foot wetland buffers, which is the typical wetland buffer throughout the county, we are not implementing on new development projects.
So how is this consistent with the LDC then, as the report says?
It's consistent with the comp plan, and because there is a land development code provision that states where there's conflicts between the LDC and the comp plan prevails, it is consistent with our requirements.
I think the challenge I have there is the comp plan's a blueprint. I understand we have a separate matter to discuss, and we'll get into that. This is quasi. But as it stands today, we have a number of policies that recommend or encourage environmental protection, a variety of other things. So why don't those apply or reference why don't those connect to the LDC, which is the implementation of some of those policies? Not talking about wetland buffers in the comp plan, I'm talking the general policies we have for environmental protection, natural resource protection, that sort of thing.
I would say because at this time, development services, we can only require what we're able to. That's specifically spelled on the land development code, so we can't just, staff's not able to require above and beyond, which is why we're currently not implementing the standards that we do have in the land development code because of that ordinance that was passed, which is the next item.
Okay, I'm done for now. Thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions, I will go to public comment. The only two I have down are Mark and Dalton. You guys come up wherever order you see fit. Both of you put in 10 minutes, is that correct? All right.
Yes, good afternoon, Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. I'm here representing Waterline Road Preservation Group. And if I don't run out of my 10 minutes, I'll be able to connect the Waterline Preservation Group with the location of this project. I agree also with Commissioner Cruz about and Commissioner Bearden about the quality of the Simply Dwell product. I think it's a great concept. I think it's one that's needed in our region. But, I've lived in Southwest Florida almost my whole life, and I didn't know that we were still selling swampland to Yankees. I thought we stopped doing that a long time ago. This is a very complicated area hydrologically speaking. You've got Gamble Creek, you've got Fry Canal, you've got wetlands downstream, wetlands upstream. If you want to follow the creek to the river, go all the way back to Lake Manatee and the reservoir, it's all connected hydrologically. It's all connected. You can't get away from that fact. Now, I've been engineering for almost 50 years now, and I've been using the laws of physics to try to defy the laws of nature. And the laws of nature always seem to prevail in the long run, in the end. And I'd like to thank Commissioner Bearden for some very, very good questions on the engineering for this application. I think Commissioner Bearden, maybe he should stay home more often because he's been asking some really good questions lately. Really good questions. And hats off to Mr. Jackson, the engineer, for putting a lot of effort into this very complicated situation from an engineering standpoint. Now, I'm not testifying as an expert witness here. I have not looked at any of the engineering design calculations, any of the layouts, any of the piping, any of the soil hydrology, anything like that. But being as complex as it is, and being as unusual a design system as it is, I would at least recommend that the county have the engineering peer reviewed, which is what I would expect of my own design with such a complicated system, with so many variables going on. Now, we asked the county to deny this rezone request at this time because the timing's not right. There's some things that have to occur, at least 3 events, and that would be to restore the Manatee County wetland buffers to where they were before August 2023. I know that comes up later on another agenda item today, but I think it's relevant here on this particular project. I'd like to see if this development could meet the new wetland buffer requirements, which are the old wetland buffer requirements. I'd like to see what the layout looks like. What would the density be? Could it even meet those requirements? And I'll testify or talk to the hearing later on the wetlands, but you know, even if it requires that we go into a temporary moratorium until 2026, until we can get those wetland buffers restored, then so be it. I'm not necessarily recommending that for this particular rezone application, but it should at least be held off until such a time that we can get our wetland buffers back in place. I think the county first needs to perform a comprehensive modeling of the region. Now, the engineer did a fair amount of work in looking at the topology of a 60 square mile area. It's a good start. But the modeling of this region needs to include going back to the reservoir. And when they have to do a dump and fill that river up, how does that affect all the downstream tributaries and the flooding that results during a rain event, during an incoming tide? How's that all tied together? Are they accounting for all of the developments that are currently approved or pending approval in this region that are all going to affect the adjacent properties? It's going to affect the groundwater, going to affect the drainage. It's all going to cascade back up. That has to be modeled, not just for this one small particular site, or just not the topology of a 60 square mile area, but all of the other drainage systems that are going into place. What's going to happen when they go 6 lanes on Rutland Road? How many roundabouts are there going to be? How much building up of that land for the roadway is going to take place that's going to affect this development downstream, down the road in time? That needs to be accounted for. Also, the county, thirdly, the county needs to implement a stormwater work plan. I know it's in the process of trying to find funding for that, but you need a plan. You need a plan saying, this is what we're going to do. This is our plan. SwiftMud has not been successful in getting these drainage structures on these developments maintained and working properly. They're not being inspected properly. And that needs to occur. I would say that, I don't have facts, 50%, 60%, 80%. I've heard numbers from other local engineers that up to possibly 80% of the stormwater drainage systems in established developments are imminent to fail. They're operating well below their capacity. Okay, let's go back to the reservoir as well. What level is the reservoir operating at? Does it need to be demucked? Does it need to be desilted? We're building 2 big new developments south of the reservoir, Taylor Ranch, East River. That's all clear cut, or half of it's clear cut. All that silt's draining into the reservoir, lowering the capacity. When the capacity of that reservoir lowers, that means that you're going to have to dump that reservoir more frequently in order to avoid a situation like we had last summer when Tropical Storm Debbie came through. We had to pull the plugs and we flooded all that downstream property. Does anybody know if the reservoir gates are working properly? Last summer, part of the problem was one of the 3 gates was not properly operating, and they weren't able to dump enough water, even if they wanted to in time, to lower the levels in anticipation of the storm coming in. What's the plan out there? Is there a plan established, a written standard operating procedure for when to lower that lake based on pending rainfall or present rainfall amounts? And that all affects the downstream flooding. It all affects how the tributaries are going to back up into these properties, into this land that's being asked for rezone right now. Now, the consultant for the applicant said that their property drainage systems have never failed. Well, that's not an entirely true statement. And this is where Waterline Road Preservation Group ties into this project. Neal Communities has a development next to Waterline Road, Palm Grove. Now, it's still under construction, grant you that. But they have drainage systems in place. Even though they were not operational, the project was under construction. It's been under construction for 3 years. The last 2 years of those 3 years, water from that site came across Waterline Road on the east side, flooded over Waterline Road, and flooded all the properties to the north of Waterline Road. That's never happened in the 25 years I've been out there, until they clear-cut Palm Grove. What happened? It was a dewatering situation. Okay, Palm Grove, yeah, they had development into some of the wetlands. They had a surface water stream going through Sand Branch. Similar situation. They built in the floodplain. SwiftMud didn't seem to care. SwiftMud allowed for dewatering. Dewatering into the swales along Waterline Road, dewatering onto county property, dewatering onto private property, dewatering, pumping water into Sand Branch. When Tropical Storm Debbie came last year, flooded over. So please deny this rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. Dalton Nelson.
Commissioner, I respectfully request to go at the end of my peers here, if you don't mind.
All right, is there anyone else coming up? Well, it's just first come, first served. You don't have to raise your hand. Just whoever gets there first. State your name, county residence, and if you've been sworn.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Nash. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I've been sworn. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the East Manatee Preservation Association. We urge you to deny the land use change for Pope Ranch today. Much of the community we represent was impacted by last summer's unprecedented flooding. We co-hosted a flood forum last fall that was packed full of county residents directly affected by the flooding out east. Many of them live near this Pope Ranch project and are all too familiar with all the issues last year. This project, even before being on today's agenda, feels tone deaf. We identified multiple issues that needed to be addressed after last year's flooding. The county acknowledged that much of our floodplain data is outdated and obsolete. But those stormwater and watershed studies still have not been completed, and another hurricane season is upon us. We don't have time to get into how unequipped County Road 675 is to handle new and projected traffic from current development projects in the area. And we won't address why the Simply Dwell housing project simply doesn't make sense when no public transit or other public services are readily available. Instead, we think it's prudent to focus on the water. As of last night, SwiftMud's website shows that the environmental resource permit for the Pope Ranch project is still incomplete. Though perhaps not required to be completed yet, it seems concerning in the light of recent flooding that this area to come to this meeting without all the facts. As of April 26th, it also appears that the ordinary high water line on the Gamble Creek has not been established. This line marks the highest point of the non-tidal body. Does that fact that there's been such an inability to establish it suggest high fluctuations in volume? Our next concern is that both entrances to this site run through wetlands, meaning much of what will need to be destroyed to successfully install a road. Having to do this in an area designated coastal high hazard FEMA Firm 100 seems like a disservice to neighbors and potential new residents of this area. The water naturally flows west through this property, and you'll notice in Kimley Horn's map that the water all attempts to flow through this property, resulting in a flood zone A. This suggests that water from the property to the east could also sheet flow through this site. How can you guarantee that creating any changes in the wetlands or the water flow will not create new flooding for the neighboring residents? And finally, when you adjust any elevations within the topography of this site, you ultimately change the water table of the surrounding properties. Will doing so cause adjacent properties to flood more frequently? It seems we've seen evidence of this with every new neighborhood on Rutland Road and Spencer Parish and Rye thus far. Our community came together and spoke out time and time again this past year, asking our commissioners to consider the consequences for the existing residents. We are asking you now again to consider your constituents and the impacts this high-density project will have on its neighbors who are still dealing with the aftermath of last year's flooding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The only person I have is Dalton, so anyone who wants to come up, just
Elizabeth Arnold, Manatee County. I've been sworn. I think I have a video. It can run while I talk. I think I do. Anyway, I want to talk about developments and neighbors and what it's like to live. Here we go. There it goes. Maybe. It's not really. Okay. Anyway, I want to talk about what it's like to live next to one of these neighborhoods because I drive down 675 all the time and State Road 64. I want to talk about the adverse impacts. You can see those pictures were taken. You all have had 2 meetings over a year apart about the dust problems. And then after your last one, a week or 2 later, you had more dust problems. And during one of the last ones, there was a head-on collision while the dust storm was going on out on 64. So what we're being promised and what it's like are a world of difference apart. The dust is terrible. In order for, I guess, developments to go in, they pump water from the ground and redirect it out into the ditches. The ditches are full all the time, even while they're having their dust storms and in the dry times, so that when there's a simple thunderstorm, the neighbors get flooded. The adverse impacts are pretty dramatic. And when you think that there are 65,000 homes that have already been approved that haven't been built, it's called, I think that affordable housing is a wonderful thing. Let's use some of the already approved homes that haven't been built and do some affordable houses there. Where this neighborhood is, bottom line, it's the wrong place, the wrong time, the wrong builder, and not the right location. And I drive 675 all the time. It was closed because of flooding after the dam release and the hurricanes. For over a week, there was a pickup truck on the side of the road that had been totally covered by water. If you have people in their houses in this development, I don't know that they'd be able to get out if something like that happened again. Or if they leave their house, I don't think they'll be able to get back in. There was a fatal traffic accident right near this area like 2 weeks ago. So I think it's pretty dramatic that this is really the wrong place, the wrong time, for sure. And I think affordable housing is a wonderful plan, but this one's not. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Noren. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I've been sworn. I own 107 acres in Parish. Gamble Creek transects my property from State Road 62 down to Rutland Road at 675. This property's been in my family for about 45 years. About 20 years ago, the creek started to run dry for maybe a week, a couple weeks a year. Where today, the creek will be dry for 4 or 5 months. Now, last summer, the property flooded horribly, as many of my neighbors did. But flooding on this property is not unusual, but in the past, the water might exceed the banks by 50 or 100 yards, and it would recede in 2 or 3 days. That's no longer the case. As we saw in several areas of Manatee County, we've got a pretty serious stormwater problem on our hands. And there's a lot of assertions about who's at fault, but it really doesn't matter now because that's after the fact. We need to address the problem aggressively. I read in the Sarasota Tribune a couple weeks ago that work had commenced to clear the debris in Gamble Creek. And when I contacted the county stormwater office, I was informed that there were plans to clear debris south of 675 and north of 62. But I'd never been contacted. And there was no schedule as to when I might hear back if I wanted to be included. And while removing the debris from Gamble Creek is a start, this isn't going to remediate the problem. Because the crux of the issue is that the natural stream bed is choked with sediment that's accumulated over the last 4 decades. So unless the natural flow of the drainage is restored, the water has nowhere to go but up and out. Now, with the slow progress of the debris clearing, we're not going to see any substantial improvement in the foreseeable future. The manpower and the budgets that you've alluded to pretty much ensure that. Now, everybody that's in this room has a vested interest in mitigating this flood issue. So what I would propose is that the developers that are active in these watersheds contribute the heavy equipment required to remove the sediment and get these drainages functional again. The initial reaction might be that moving the dirt requires a raft of permits and approvals, and that may be true. but it's possible for progress to be made quickly when it's in the interest of the public good. Now, the Sanibel Causeway was partially reopened 13 days after Ian struck. It was fully reopened 21 days after the storm. And this was accomplished because of an overwhelming commitment of resources. A private contractor was put in charge. Now, a portion of my property is under contract for development, and the Pope property is just downstream of mine. I've spoken with Neal Communities and with Perry Homes, and both developers are willing to commit substantial resources and equipment necessary to restore the natural water flows in the Gamble Creek watershed. And this isn't a piecemeal project, and clearing the stream bed on my property serves no purpose if the sediment downstream, like what's accumulated under the bridge at 675, isn't removed. The blockage downstream might as well just be a dam. So the solution has to encompass the drainage from the confluence of the Manatee River all the way upstream. Now, I plan to build a home on my retained property, so I have a vested interest in remediating this flooding issue. There's a variety of causes that have contributed to it, but developers have a vested interest in helping to solve this problem. Without their resources and capability, the severity of the existing problem won't be remediated. So I would ask the Commission to consider a cooperative effort to facilitate this project with the private sector. Thank you.
Good afternoon, almost good evening. Larry Arnold, Manatee County, and I've been sworn. This isn't exactly what I was going to present, but as I've listened to the conversation, the one thing that was really standing out is you have a very nice concept here that the developer put out on the whole drainage concept, but it's a concept. It appears to me, and I'm old-fashioned, but computer models and simulations are one thing, and I think as Mark said, you know, nature's what really ends up prevailing, nature and maybe a lack of maintenance or maintenance needed. So I think right now, based on, and again, the conversation from the folks that were presenting is, you know, this material was going to be reviewed with county drainage people, was going to be reviewed with Swift Mud people. Mark talked about having somebody outside look at it as an independent judge. Because right now, I personally just don't buy that you can put 440 houses on a property and end up with half the outflow from that property that there was. Now, I'm not using the right terms, but I don't buy it, and I think you all need to know that better. I don't know how, as a group, you could have turned down the previous item and not taken a more serious look at this and the drainage potential impacts. It just doesn't add to me yet. The second thing is, looked at the product, heard about it, saw George put a lot of likes on it. Looks like a really good product. I think their current project is good. This is not a good location. It's not close to any amenities. The closest grocery store is going to be on 301 and Shin Road, miles away. It's not close to jobs unless they get a job maybe when Rye Ranch gets built out doing maintenance. But more importantly, if you're going to try and get first-time home buyers and lower income, some of the drainage things I thought I heard being talked about, you flip those over to a CDD or an HOA, people that were limited income trying to get that first house aren't going to be able to afford the fees. Trust me, if you've been in real estate long enough, Mr. Ron, I know you have, you find CDDs and HOAs where fees start to exceed your mortgage payments. And that's happening here. And I'm afraid in this kind of thing, you get these fancy weirs and stuff. The developer, Mr. Neal, moves on, turns them over, and that could be a real problem. So my suggestion would be along the lines of Mark's, that this needs more study. I think, I didn't see any of the county drainage people here. I don't know how closely they've been involved. I don't know if you got real drainage and engineers are going to look at that. But something needs to be done to take that beyond this I would suggest before you approve that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Lawrence Marshoni, Manatee County resident. I have been sworn. I just want to say for the record that none of the residents have been informed of this stormwater plan, as was stated earlier. All right, overdevelopment has already intensified flooding in our region. My home built in 2023 and elevated 1.5 feet above the base floodline elevation took on 6 inches of water during Debbie and the subsequent release of the dam. So these homes proposed being 2 feet, which is about what that would be at, they would have been underwater during Debbie. Under the current land development code, you have clear grounds to deny this project. First, Chapter 10, Part 8, concurrency management. Schools are over capacity, roads and sewer systems are stressed and over capacity. Infrastructure first, just like what Mr. Bearden has always called for. I thank him for advocating for that. Next is compatibility, Section 806, appropriate timing and type of development. Placing affordable homes here in the middle of, oops, that's upside down. And the wrong way. In the middle of farmland on 8+ acres, like the county just paid, what was it, $9.8 million for 95 acres in that area. That's $100,000 an acre. So just that alone. So literally they'll be surrounded, this is all farmland, all the way around the subdivision. They'll be surrounded by farmland with, we're trying to live rural lives and we all have farm animals. That's just incompatible. Next is the developer claims that increasing the pond acreage from 6 to 3 will mitigate flooding, but losing 200 acres of floodplain overshadows this effort. Contradicting Section 802 of floodplain management, which requires protecting flood-prone areas to prevent increased flooding risk. Their plan is to elevate elevations by at least 6 feet. This will block natural water flow. This is a highly complicated plan they're proposing. Engineers paid by the developer with no independent study from the county to verify their plan promises solutions that history shows us are unreliable. Developments like Salt Meadows, Canoe Creek, a project by Mr. Neal's own Neal Communities, and Mill Creek have experienced issues with their stormwater plans. Once approved and built, if it fails, there are no consequences for them. For the developer, no fines, no lost licenses, no accountability. The residents are stuck with this. We're the ones that have to deal with it. This project is at the initial approval stage. There is no excuse not to say no now. Let's protect our residents in our community, say no to this development until the flooding issues are resolved and there's infrastructure in place to support this. Thank you. Yep. Oh, sorry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ariel Lowe. I've been sworn in. I'm a Manatee County resident. This is the first time I've ever been to one of these things, and unlike everybody else, I didn't prepare a speech or anything. But my property runs along Golf Course Road and backs up, and the only division between mine and Pope's is what they call Frag Canal. Frag Canal has turned into basically a creek all on its own. I've had about 5 foot of land erosion on the back of my property, and during the last year's storm, my house turned into basically having a moat around it. 2018, we had a really bad storm where we accumulated quite a bit of water, and during that time, I realized that the low level of the back part of my pasture had it needed to be raised after that because my neighbor's lake pond, it's a pretty big pond, decided to overflow and, well, my animals looked like they needed snorkels and floaties. So I ended up getting 200 truckloads in to basically match that area to my neighbors so that my animals could stay dry. Throughout that whole entire process, I didn't have any issues until this storm came across. And I can tell you, we've seen in other communities, I think it's called Canoe Creek, I'm not really sure, they keep putting in all these nice fancy retention ponds saying that they work. However, they just flood over and become part of a greater problem. It's not actually doing anything, it's just holding and slowly releasing, and then if for some reason it doesn't release as fast or as quick as they say it needs to or it's going to, and then we have storm after storm after storm, that just compiles on top of itself. And then it ends up going everywhere else that it doesn't need to be going. If they put in houses and they build them up behind there, they're saying they guarantee, but I don't hear any financial culpability following that. What is the guarantee? We're going to give you a guarantee that this ain't going to happen. Okay, cool. What happens when it does happen? What, you going to blame it on the 1,800 houses that they're putting in at the end of Golf Course Road and Rye Road? It's not us, it's them. It's a CYA on their part. Let's make it all fluffy and give you cotton candy and call it far out. Hope that you don't ask the questions. I will say, when I was listening to them talk, saying that the water doesn't go across the road, they will landlock their own people if they build where they're going to build. There was no way people could get past Jim Davis or past Rye Road, and if they did, by God, if they were able to truck through it, they couldn't get past 64 because it all connects. Everything and everyone in that area was landlocked. And I'm pretty sure it was Miss Ballard. When we were all landlocked, there was yet another developer up the road on Rye Road that had knocked the road down to one lane. So we had all these people in this small area trying to get out of one lane because they were stopping traffic to let this side go and then stopping traffic to let that side go. This is what we're going to be facing if we continue to build in these areas that cannot handle the water. We already can't handle the traffic, and now we want to keep building and building and building. I understand that development, you can't stop it. But we can slow it down long enough to get everything else in place, like traffic and figuring out water, long enough to where these won't be problems when we do start having more building. We've got plenty of stuff being built around here. This gentleman earlier said it best. We've got all these houses. We are not in a housing crisis to where we need all these homes to be built. I understand affordable housing. I honestly think that's a good venture. However, I do feel as though that they could pair with some of these other people. Pair together. Let's do affordable housing together. Put your money away from building and put it towards joining some other developers or people who already have a vested interest in, well, making money. I mean, I think it's great to make money, but if this is what they're going after, find someone else who sees the vision of something that's already being built and utilized. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Mary Reed, Manatee County resident. I've been sworn. As I said, my name is Mary Reed, and I've lived at 5410 Jim Davis Road with my husband Sam for the past 32 years. I'm here today to request that you reconsider the Majority Planning Committee recommendation and deny approval of the Pope Ranch application on property which sits directly behind my home. As you know, the Gamble Creek runs between the properties along Jim Davis Road and the proposed development of the Pope Ranch property. And as you all are very well aware, especially after last year's disaster, this creek has been overrun with the runoff from the reckless approval of the surrounding developments, as well as the thoughtless destruction of the wetlands which were previously used to accommodate any substantial rains we received. Last year, for the first time, our home, which sits on a stem wall 5 blocks high, flooded. We had several inches of water in our home after receiving approximately 15 inches of rain in the area. As mentioned, we have lived in our home for 32 years and have experienced rains of much more than 15 inches and never sustained floodwaters in our home. Who should we take to task and blame when the home that we and the property that we love have worked so hard for, raised our children on, and plan to retire and grow old on is taken away from us by the reckless approval of yet another unnecessary development affecting our area and the Gamble Creek? Mr. Neal has proposed that this development is needed for the firefighters, teachers, nurses, and other hot topic individuals But the reality is, those people do not want to live in a tract house on a postage stamp-sized lot on property zoned a highest risk first out flood zone any more than Mr. Neal does. He's only using that class of people because it is the current class du jour right now that every other developer is using to accomplish a successful end to their development proposal. But the real truth is that this type of a quote-unquote affordable housing is what will bring the developer the most money. My husband is a retired North River firefighter, so we know that most firefighters want what they want and that this proposal is not it. We understand that change happens, but what previous commissioners and developers have done to our area is obscene. The peaceful country homes we have enjoyed are now being overrun with inappropriate developments, wetland destruction, and lack of infrastructure with no end in sight. You current commissioners now have a chance to change that. Please thoughtfully consider what is before you and truthfully take into consideration the voices of the people you represent and deny the Pope Ranch application. Thank you for your attention, and may God bless you.
Do I get the extra? Oh, shucks. Hi, I'm Abby Kraus. I am a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn. I am going to try to beat that clock because I know we all want to get out of here and go home. So, I have been a resident of Manatee County since 2010, a homeowner since 2012. I purchased my second home in 21 on Jim Davis Road. Obviously, that's why we're all here. I sat here all day, like all of you, waiting, and thinking about what I was going to say and what I proposed to say before I got up here was definitely very different than what I plan to say now. I'm going to tell you two stories because I think you both all have a vested interest in this county and changing the things that have currently been done, and you showed that on the last item on the agenda. So I'm going to share two stories that are relevant. The first being our forced family fun kayaking trip down Gamble Creek last week. So I took my two children, teenage boys, predominantly because they're loud and I was hoping they would scare the gators away before they got me, to go see the changes in Gamble Creek, which the county has done a fantastic job cleaning up. It was beautiful. It was awesome. We moved towards Gamble Creek Farm, towards the golf course bridge. I used my paddle to check the depth, just to kind of see how deep it was as we went down. And as I checked the depth, 5 feet, I turned around, I see my two kids beached like whales. And I was like, what is going on here? It went from 5 feet to 2 inches in a matter of seconds. From that point behind Gamble Creek Farm, all the way to the golf course bridge, there is no flow. And I know that there's a proposed plan to pull all that silt out, but that plan has happened before, and before that, it happened as well. So the same problem has existed in this county for years. The water comes up, it gets filled, we pull it out, residents complain, we fix it, the Band-Aid is on until the next hurricane, and then it exists again. So, we're looking at a bigger problem, one that requires a solution long-term. And I'm not here to say don't approve a plan, I'm just saying don't approve it yet until that is addressed. Let's figure out why this continues to happen. The second story I have is my interaction with the Popes themselves. In about a year after I moved into my home, my property backs the Popes on this side of the creek, not the side that they're building on. I noticed a few cows, and being an animal owner, I know that when you're missing an animal, you want to know. So I figured out who owned the property. I called them and I said, hey, you have some cows out. They said, absolutely not. I said, well, they're on your property and I know you have cows. Are you sure they're not yours? Nope, those cows can't get across the creek. And I said, why not? And they said, you can't access the creek from that side. Not by foot, not by cow, not by horse. It's too spongy. The land has always been so saturated that not even an animal from their side of the property can walk down to the bank of the creek. So this poses a bigger issue. Why are we trying to fill in that space when cows can't even walk down to see the creek itself? I think that's a really important feature. If the owners of the property, the current owners of that property, are saying that is a necessary watershed, they cannot walk their own property down to the creek, yet we're going to build how many homes on it? I think I had more to say, but as I heard all of you ask questions and speak today, I really do think that you guys already have that in mind, and you are in office for that very reason. So thank you. Thank you for cleaning it out, because our forced family trip did not end in a gator attack, and we survived. And I'm going to end with, I've done a lot of things. I work in juvenile diversion. I've been a foster parent for 11 years, most of which are teenage boys, which are pretty scary. If you have a teenage boy, you know they can be a little bit scary sometimes. None of which have ever given me any heart-racing moments or fear. But when that water came up, it was that. Probably the scariest moment. Having to protect your children, your home, and your animals with no way out. Because in an hour's time, I had to pick. Do I pick this horse? Do I pick this child? What do I pick to take? And by the time I had to choose, I didn't have anywhere to go. And unlike the other people, my house didn't flood. So I am here with no true damage except for my fence and a few moments of fear. So, thank you. I hope you deny it at this time. I'm okay with approving it later.
Hey, just give me a minute.
Just a few seconds here. Good morning, board and staff. My name is Dalton Nelson, and I am a Manatee County resident. I have been sworn. I initially wrote this, obviously, when it was morning. It's now afternoon, so my apologies, but I'm here today to discuss Pope Ranch and why this project should be denied. And I'm actually going to give you reasons why this project should be denied in the Land Development Code, and reasons that I think that the developer, in their credit, tried to address and did not address correctly according to the Land Development Code. While this project may technically be concurrent with the future land use zoning, that doesn't mean that it is compatible with the area at this time and the current conditions that we are facing as the homeowners of this area. They are not conducive to putting more developments in at this time. This area is prone to flooding, which is corroborated by a memorandum issued by the county on April 14, 2005, which specifically states the Gamble Creek watershed. Just 2 years after this area experienced the same type of event we experienced in 2024, a devastating flooding event. This property that Mr. Neal would like to develop is a crucial piece of land that allows the Gamble Creek tributary to overflow and spread out as it is part of a floodway. Limiting the amount of space in a floodway/floodplain is generally a bad practice, as has been documented in several studies, and says that there should ensure no elevation of effects during a base flood. I think that I can speak for all the homeowners affected that we definitely have felt the experience and effects of 20 years of unthrottled development, and these changes have not been implemented into our current maps. Mr. Neal's claims that he was able to see the property last year may be true in the earlier morning before peak, but later that day, around 8 p.m., I actually had to canoe down 675 to fly a drone anywhere near my property on the north side of 675, and there was water as far as the eye could see. As far as the drone could see, over the roadways, over all the land that was there, it was all flooded. There was no dry land except for around some of the houses. To allow them to develop this property is a misdeed to the existing property owners and enables them to shove $250,000 homes in the middle of multi-million-dollar properties, driving their property value down to attempt to furthermore, to drive the surrounding property values down Furthermore, the housing market is starting to stagnate and more inventory is beginning to sit, which has been shown in the Creekside development across from where this property is located, and has only sold 3 lots, according to the KB Homes website, out of the 95 lots listed in the site diagram. Also, this project does not meet the land development code and has several problems that I will highlight here. If I can have the overhead screen really quick. This email directly copied from a conversation that staff had with Mr. Neal's team and gives a very clear recommendation from Mr. Gerstenberger on what standards that is proposed this community should be. You can read that as you hear me speak. As you heard earlier in this presentation, they modeled to NOAA Atlas 14, but only to a 100-year, 24-hour event. Mr. Gerstenberger's recommendation was NOAA Atlas 14, 500-year, 24-hour, and it was not modeled here in their stormwater design presentation, thus putting them out of compliance with the Land Development Code Policy 9.4.1.1. Mr. Neal also expressed at one of the Planning Commission meetings that the staff had really good ideas, but they were really expensive. And if they do not care to wish to spend the money in order to rectify these issues, I suggest they do not develop in this area, because it is going to be a very expensive fix to develop this property and ensure that the area does not cause flooding to other homeowners. It is here in black and white. There is no room for interpretation or rebuttal that will change that. They did not meet and exceed the standards before. They did meet and exceed the standards before county staff used 9.4.1.1 to give a recommendation. Now they do not meet that recommended standard. They also don't meet compatibility currently with the situations going on at this time, and they also cannot prove that they meet 803.1 subsection Q, which states that stormwater management systems shall be designed to protect against harmful siltation and adverse impacts of wetlands that are left undisturbed and could result in the reduction of their natural flood control, water quality control capacity based upon the 25-year frequency storm. All of that is also to say that no developer has been able to prove that they don't release silt during building, which degrades the wetlands, reducing their floodplain capacity. Also, in the realms of safety, we have to remember that 675, like I said earlier, was pretty much impassable on all fronts, except for past the bridge at Gamble Creek, right by Salt Meadows. That was as far as you could go before your truck would literally flood out. And I have some documents here that I'd like to show for the record, with some definitions. If I can have the overhead just again for just a couple moments. These are the definitions of what a coastal high hazard area are, as well as a coastal evacuation zone. This is what these areas look like according to the Florida Department of the FDEM. That's what I'm trying to say. And here's a little bit more of a detailed map. The property in question sits right here in this area. Now, as you can see, it says tropical storm, and then you have 1, 2, and goes all the way up to 5. But in reality, as Mr. Gerstenberger has said before this board, a 100-year, a 500-year event is fine when it says that it's a 1% chance or it's a 0.1% chance when it's on paper. We actually have a reality here in Florida that we have these storms all the time, and it's not uncommon for a slow-moving tropical storm to drop 16 inches of rain. That's an all too real reality that we live every single year that we have hurricane season. We've seen it time and time again that 16 inches of rain is able to drop in one particular area. I think these facts, coupled with all of the other documentation according to FEMA and the impacts that have been made in the northern part of the floodplain and floodway. This is farther south, and this is actually where their property is located. Most of the areas that they're trying to develop are considered in the X flood zone. all of the areas that they have in flood ponds and things like that are not. They are in AE. They are in low-lying areas. The other thing that I would like to point out for this board that I find factually inaccurate, and I'm actually going to use their diagram to prove it, is that you see all these blue arrows here on the screen. When we have another event like Debbie, and they have all these ponds and all these nice little things over here and all these pipes and culverts and stuff and swales, once all that gets overtaken, Redneck Engineering tells me from my background that once all this is inundated, there's no water that's going to get out until the water level goes low enough to allow flow out. That's just fact. You have to think about pressure. Pressure's higher on one side, lower on the other. Which way is it going to go? It's going to go to low pressure. So even if they put in backflow check valves, that's still not going to solve the problem. It's still not going to help with retention. It's still not going to help with drainage, because the water's still not going to make it out. It's always going to be pushing against that valve until water's low enough. And then you're going to potentially flood your own development versus the way it is now. If flood's worse enough now without all the houses there, they're saying that it's going to go to pretty much a zero condition. It's going to cancel itself out. We've flooded worse than we've ever flooded this year. And I would also like to point out, for the record, I don't have the pictures printed out because I didn't really think I was going to need them. But I actually have documentation, videos, pictures of Canoe Creek infrastructure being overtaken and actually breaching the entire pond that butts up right against Gamble Creek. And I'd be more than happy to provide that and show you that after the meeting. So with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dalton. Donnie?
No problem. All right, let's make another run at this, shall we? Pretty sure the overhead's right. I always get this wrong, I think. Right? Okay, great. So again, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and all members of the board. I appreciate the time here to speak again today. I have provided a proxy to request additional time, and I have been sworn. My name's Anthony Shulo. I am a Manatee County resident. Several of my neighbors are who gave me that proxy because they couldn't be here today. So the signatures on there, they're all Jim Davis Road residents who couldn't make it. I do want to go off script just for a second, though. Brian, I really do appreciate, I mean, I may have sound like this is facetious. I appreciate you trying. I really do. I'm going to tell you a little story about some of the most complex engineering that you've ever seen fail. And that happened in New Orleans. And low-income residents were stuck in their roofs or they died because the engineering solution was amazing, but it didn't work. Low-income houses with an amazing engineering design. So be careful when you're that confident. I just ask you as a young engineer, I'm not an engineer, but as a young professional, don't be that confident, please, and say that you have a guarantee, because there's no guarantees. Mother Nature's in charge. I'm here today to object to this rezoning at Pope Ranch. As I mentioned, I'm an adjacent property owner, and they asked me to speak today. We have been following this project and communicating with the county as required throughout the process. Our objections are on record, and they are timely. We have been cordial and professional as we engaged in this permitting process. And again, we want to state that we have no ill will towards those property owners, none. With that, our objections need to be heard and recorded for future county project plans and your SIP prioritization. You need to combat these negative outcomes resulting from another potentially approved change to the already stressed geography in North County. This intricate flood plan that we just saw today, we did not get a preview of this as residents, as stated on the record. That is false. The intricate flood plan is 100% reliant on the county's maintenance at a greater frequency than we have seen in over 30 years.
Their engineering is reliant on you to commit resources over time for operations and maintenance of the creek. Are you prepared to do that? Is there a budget line item to do that? In terms of a direct impact and the consequences, it should be understood that we, the residents of Jim Davis Road and downstream, will be the first impacted here. Yes, there will be secondary and tertiary downstream residents and infrastructure impacted. But in terms of stormwater and life-threatening conditions, we are at the base of this applicant's property, downstream. You'll see here, these are elevations taken just a few weeks ago. 0-degree elevation, that's at Gamble Creek. The lower picture, I'm standing at the fence line of Pope Branch at a natural distribution point for stormwater, and that is 20 feet of elevation, plus 4 on homes, 24 feet to 0 feet in 2 acres. Dalton's Redneck Engineering will tell you that that's going to be fast-moving water once it breaches any of their stormwater retention. Can Gamble Creek banks hold that when it comes rushing down towards us? No, it cannot. Are you prepared to pay for Gamble Creek to turn into a natural canal? You are currently not. I do not see it in the SIP. A floodplain that has been repeatedly approved for man-made elevation changes and increased impervious surfaces is what they're asking for here. Now, I can't go back to the rest of the mess on 675, Rye Ranch, anywhere else. You can't go back on that. The timing's bad on that. Timing's good here. We met every procedural wicket you asked. We showed up. Every single time. We engaged. We saw rejection of a plan and a return to the planning, and then we are here now. We're following the rules. These permitted changes over time have exceeded the limits of what this system can handle. This should be abundantly clear. I think the point is made, and I'm done with it. The damage from last year may just have been nature's necessary reminder of that. Sadly, it came at the expense of people's lives, lost property, community safety, and $10.8 million of county-funded efforts, if I'm counting right. Funding and work that we are grateful for. I told you earlier, I mean that. That cost is going to grow. A massive retention area. You haven't put one shovel in the ground yet, but you've said you're committing to it on the Cannon property. We applaud your leadership in this area. I'm sure you'll agree that you are being reactive at this point. You are being reactive to a situation that has been approved over decades. We see you heading up a creek, currently with a paddle, pun intended there. Today, we believe you have an opportunity to be proactive, not reactive. We're asking you to reject another project that directly contradicts your efforts. It contradicts LDC language as we understand it. It's taking your paddle away. You're not going to make it up that creek. As I read in the Land Development Code, project timing is primarily addressed through the concurrency management system outlined in Part 8. Concurrency management. This section ensures that new developments do not exceed the capacity of public facilities and services, thereby maintaining the adopted level of service standards. Before a development order is issued, the county evaluates whether adequate infrastructure, such as roads, supplies, sewer systems, stormwater, implied, it doesn't directly say that, schools, they're all available to support a proposed project. How can the staff say it meets these things? We're all over here wondering how they are saying it meets. The road, how do you meet it and put more cars on there, Commissioner Cruz? You were very clear in that. Commissioner Bearden, how can you just assume this water is going to disappear across 675? You're smart enough to know that. You hear it. I'm going to skip a couple parts because I got off script, but I would like to say, hasn't the county already established that there's a traffic density issue on the two primary connector roads, 675 and Golf Course. Slightly farther away, but relevant, hasn't the staff already identified density issues on Rye Road, Fort Hammer Road? Do you have evacuation plans for all of those communities that are in those areas on file? I'll reiterate that from my previous statements on the record. Do you have them? Staff's working on getting them for me so I can know. How do you evac that many people? How do you get them out of there? Hasn't the county already established the stormwater problem is already there? Today, the applicant has offered stipulations which attempt to analyze on paper possible stormwater event mitigation. But those stipulations don't change timing. They don't change project timing. And I believe the language in the LDS, or in the Land Development Code, has a purpose, a reason it's included in there. That reason is right here, right now. It's not, if it's not applied in this situation, then when? When are you ever going to apply timing? Are those sections just wasted text in the code? I don't think so. If you say yes, you're taking a leap of faith with our families. We're at the greatest risk. We haven't even seen another rainy season yet to analyze the flow after vegetation was removed in just a small area. But the gentleman stated earlier that lives upstream of me, and I genuinely feel a little bit guilty of the people downstream of me. We got a nice clear spot pushing through there. He's still stuck upstream. They're going to get it hit downstream. So did I win? Probably not. Funding and project plans are not improved. There isn't a shovel in place on Cannon Ranch. We don't have an approved SIP timeline for the expansion of Golf Course Road or the bridge at Gamble Creek, which if we take another storm will be structurally unsound. Approving more runoff is just bad timing. Approving this project is bad timing. We've listened to your advice, followed your directions within the code as residents. We've objected throughout the process, not haphazardly. This isn't about whether Mr. Neal or his partners build quality homes, or if they're affordable homes or safe homes. I applaud the engineering solution once again and the stipulations for access to this creek, but it's not about that. This is about the county's ability to understand project timing and the impacts to current and future residents. You speak for us. You decide. Now, I'm going to leave you with what you have up there. If I could just get one more minute. There's questions on that sheet that I provided for you. They're the same questions that I posted up here, right in this little text block. If you answer those questions and ask yourselves if you would personally feel safe with the answers they provided, would you accept these terms if you were protecting your family next door? We're not willing to take this leap of faith. Not with a for-profit entity promising that is somehow promising to catch me during my leap of faith.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
Are there any other public comment?
Yeah, let me just give it a second.
Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Anyone on the board? I can't see the Zoom, so I can't tell Commissioner Ballard, Commissioner Bearden, if there's something you want to ask anybody. Just chime in because I can't see the Zoom at this point.
I'll wait for deliberation.
Okay.
I don't need to ask any more questions.
Ballard was on. I don't know what I think she dropped. Oh. She's not on the screen I'm staring at right now. She was, but I don't know if she has lost connection. So, anyone else? Oh, I'm on the public. Sorry, I'm on the public part. You don't have any questions? Deliberation will be after because I have to give staff an
Yes,
applicant.
I have no questions at
Okay.
this time, Mr. Chair.
Sounds good. Staff, you got anything?
Again, James McDevitt with Development Services. I have been sworn. Just a couple of things I want to mention based on public comment here. The applicant is proposing a density that is less than what is the maximum allowed, and they are also proposing a density that's comparable to the surrounding larger PDR developments that are in the area. The stormwater stipulations were provided after a continuance from the Planning Commission, not a denial. So the Planning Commission voted for a continuance, and then the applicant met with staff. Staff worked with them on stormwater conditions. That was added to their proposal. So that was presented at the Planning Commission. So it may not have been presented to the community specifically in a public, like a neighborhood workshop, but it was presented to them at the Planning Commission. Concurrency has been deferred with the GDP, so at time of final site plan, staff will analyze that level of detail for concurrency. The applicant is proposing enhanced greenbelt buffers to the northeast along the properties that are adjacent to Rutland Road. They have wetland and native habitat preservation to the west boundary. And again, I'll just emphasize the negative aspect that at the level of detail for a GDP, we don't have the ability to analyze site design, including where the lot locations are going to be. GDPs aren't supposed to show that, and the document that's here for your ruling is not showing that level of detail. There was stormwater discussion at their neighborhood workshop during the Zoom meeting that they had in 2024. I don't believe that we've been provided information from their in-person meeting, so I can't speak to what discussion was there. Overall, staff will conduct a more thorough analysis at time of preliminary and final site plan to determine if stormwater conditions are met, lot design is acceptable to the conditions in here, as well as the comp plan and land development code. I'm available if you have questions.
Thank you. Applicant? Oh, you're good.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, a brief rebuttal. But first, thank you very much for your patience and attention. Good questions, and I know that you listened carefully. I hope you conclude that we have brought to you a very professional team. We knew that we need to earn your support. We knew that. This is not a drive-by GDP plan, right? This is well thought out and engineered at this stage. And we know we needed to do that to gain your support and to move our Simply 12 project forward. The Simply 12 project is, it's not a mirage. It's not something we're telling you that we're doing just so we can get this approval. I would refer you to last week's Forbes magazine article that featured Pat Neal. It's interesting reading. Ivory Matthews was mentioned, so she's a national star. But nevertheless, he made a point about Simply Dwell and his company's commitment to that program and to that project and to this community. We looked at this from a regional analysis, and as I said, we can't solve the historical problems. What your testimony you've heard is completely accurate, but those are not circumstances that we can solve. We're trying to lead the way with these new stipulations that we brought forward. We heard the people. We heard the Planning Commission. We took a continuance. We went back. We had 3 meetings with all of those engineering people at the county. We're trying to lead for our own success profile, which would be an approval, but we're also trying to lead and drag the development community forward so that we can be responsive to the community and to the neighbors. We're trying to collaborate with you on a public-private partnership where we provide our resources and our knowledge and our skill and our studies to help at least this area where we have interest in projects. I think, I submit, I argue that we are different. We're different today than a lot of other projects that come before you. We should be rewarded for our leadership. Now, the gentleman mentioned it's a good idea to have peer review. Peer review, Mark, right? There is peer review. It's called the professional planning and engineering staff of Manatee County. I don't diminish their skill. We bring a very conservative group of engineers to our projects and all of our projects. And I want to say, despite the one comment you heard to the contrary, that Neal communities for a certified stormwater system have not ever had a failure. What was mentioned about Waterline Road was undeveloped portions of the property. and that doesn't seem really nice or fair, but nevertheless. Also context, in terms of timing, it will be at least 3 years until the first person occupies a home in this project. So this is a long-term plan, and we're committed to it, and we need to start it today with your approval. And I want to make a final statement that is an engineering statement that our expert provided an opinion. Brian, excellent job. We will not have any adverse impacts off-site. Stormwater adverse impacts off-site. This will be sealed, it will be certified, it will be inspected, it will be verified, and it will be enforceable. And despite the tragedies that our communities have experienced, we need to go forward. And it doesn't hurt a developer so much if he can't do his project. You also have to think about the landowner. Those folks have a vested interest here too. And so at the end of the day, it's a long public hearing. We're very grateful for you hearing us out. We hope that you'll support this, and we're committed to making it an excellent project to perform every element of what we have suggested here today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are up to deliberation, Commissioner Feltz.
I don't know where to start because I'd like to kind of work backwards, and I'm going to say the same thing that I also had to say about the previous plan. Nobody's stopping the landowner from selling their property. Nobody's interfering with any kind of personal property rights with, if I want to sell my land, this is, what is it, 200 acres? I think it's not going through growth in an incremental fashion. And this is a bad time to not be taking on our growth in an incremental fashion. Right now, it's zoned agriculture, and there's probably a reason for that. You mentioned having cows on the land. I don't know how to explain to people who haven't maybe lived in this county or even lived in Florida for a very long time. It's all a swamp. We're either going to be dealing with, if this was a rainy season, having this conversation, we'd be knee in water on that property right now. This is Florida. You could plan ahead for, we're going to put all this money into all this kind of stormwater stuff. Then we'll probably have a drought for 5 years. That's just the way God treats us sometimes. But in this case, we're looking at acreage that if you wanted to go in there, subdivide that for one house for 5 acres, go for it. Why is it so important to increase the density to the highest maximum amount? No matter what we do, no matter where we go, we've got to go from 0 to 60. Why is that so important? Aren't affordable houses important for people that don't want to live in a Cracker Jack box? Aren't affordable houses important for people that maybe need a little space around them? They deserve affordable housing too. Flood insurance is not affordable. So we have every opportunity to give people private property rights. We have every opportunity to make a buck. That's fine. Do your jobs. But it's a constant ask for more and the max. And my job up here is to represent everybody, and that includes people that have to make a living too. But when you've got to, and I'm not an engineer, obviously, but I tell you what, I've probably had more boots on the ground experience actually being on these type of properties. And it's Florida. If you've got to totally engineer things up one side and down another to make it work, I'm going to tell you that it's just as easy Mother Nature does not play. And we need to take things a little bit slower here, because rushing in with this, and especially saying after all the catastrophes that we went through last year, to say, well, this time we've got it. This time it's not going to happen. Hey, we're with you. I hope that this is the greatest engineering plan that ever happened. But timing. We've got to do some of our part too. We've got to do some of our part. We're not done with the things that maybe was the county's part to take care of. I wouldn't want to have you go into an endeavor like this where maybe we haven't done our part to support the other side. And the truth about it is that 675, I don't want 675 to be the next Blood Alley. And that's where it's going to end up. We have a chance on making that a really nice area. And let me tell you something, there's something a little bit different that maybe if you haven't driven out there, or maybe you haven't walked, maybe we need to have one of those 5K runs on 675. You know why? Because it's up the hill and it's down the hill. If you've ever had a chance to really get out in that area over there, and I'm not talking about 301, I'm talking about, if you know what's over there, that huge swift mud property that we call it Wetland Ranch, because it was Wetland Ranch. It's actually, the terrain over there is actually a little bit different than what you see at the great development of Lakewood Ranch. It's very curvy and up and down. There's some, there's actually this, if you've never been way out in Rutland or in the Swift Bud property, there's actually a place out there, it looks like a meteor fell into the earth. It's such a huge pit. There were I can't say this word, but navigable waterways through that area. And what you experienced with your canoe trip is that's the way Gamble has always been. It is very susceptible to things that are going on throughout that area. It's such an environmentally sensitive area, and all of that water that's flowing into our river over there. It would take an engineering feat to not have, to work with such a density of development over there and not have a catastrophe. And we don't want that for you. The one thing that I'd like to say when we're up here and we're dealing with these land use issues, nobody wants anybody to fail. Nobody wants anybody to fail. We don't want your houses here to be flooded. We don't want our work that we've done on Gamble Creek or buying retention ponds to be a disaster. We don't want people saying that the houses that we've allowed to be built around here are substandard or subpar or they're not good builders. We don't want anybody to fail. So sometimes we have to protect people from themselves or from overreaching. Or when the county itself says, we'd like to provide this opportunity for you, but we can't build those roads in time to give those people a quality of life. We can't clean out those streams and those ditches and things in time to give the people that you're wanting to buy your Simply Dwell homes a quality of life. And that takes a lot of humility to say that. We don't have the money to make your community the quality community that you want it to be. That's being honest on our part. And for all of the engineering feats that you've tried to explain to us here, we could go place by place by place and show you where it did not work, or what's on paper, what's in theory, what you think is what's going down isn't what is going down in reality. You may think that you're not pumping water off of one of your projects onto somebody else's, but you're not there on that property, and you're not on that property with that water flowing into your property. And maybe it doesn't seem like a big deal when we're talking about things like water being pumped off of one property into another property. You think that it doesn't matter when you're out in the country, but it does. It does affect us out there. And we know that your plan was not to do that. We absolutely know, but guess what? It still happened anyway. It still happens anyway. Unless you want to put, what are we talking about now? Putting cameras on construction sites? We don't want to do that. We want to trust you. We want to give you the opportunity to build quality communities. But we've got to have the humility ourselves to say, we cannot support your wonderful community because we don't have the roads, we don't have the stormwater, we don't have the schools. Would you want us to let you make that mistake? And then for somebody to start talking a few years from now, what a crummy home that they're living in or what a crummy community they're living in? No, we don't. So timing is something that's important. Affordable housing is again, one of the problems we're having with affordable housing is who's buying them? Who's buying them? Because a lot of times the people we think that we're building homes for first-time home buyers, for young families. And you know who's buying them? Corporations. And then they're renting them at exorbitant prices. They're driving up our rental rates too, to where nobody gets the best intentions. Always. I will always believe. Call me a Pollyanna or naive. I don't think anybody comes on this earth and says, I'm out there to destroy your land and your way of life. I don't believe that. And I don't want disparaging comments being said when I don't think that's people's intention. Do I also believe that there's a lot to say about public-private partnerships? Sure, sure. If you guys want to contribute to a new water reservoir, if you guys want to contribute to a new landfill, if you'd like to help us clean out some of the ditches, we need about, what are we at? About $780 million or something to clean out ditches. Grab a shovel, let's go. But we all want to build good communities. We want you guys to build good communities. But I tell you what, when you get real complex with all of the engineering, and we've seen what we've seen, let us help you, and we want you to help us. We all want good communities. This isn't going to be one. If you came here and you said, hey, I've got agricultural land, 200 acres, it's owned one house per 5 acres, and I'd like to put a Simply Dwell home out there. Knock yourselves out. You wouldn't even need to have half the engineers. You know why? Because you've got pervious surface. It's zoned that way for a reason. So let us help you to build quality communities. Let's do it in a manner in which, if you want to talk about public-private partnerships, this is one of them. It's not the time, it's not the place, and we've got work to do. We want to get this done so that you can build those communities when in its appropriate time. And we'll be your champions for it. But not right now, not the way it's been done, and until we resolve the problems that we're already having. And we're working really hard with that. But it's going to take time, and I'm really going to have to ask the rest of the board to understand. This is something that, and we also want to thank you for getting District 1 involved. And we had, it was because of Pope Ranch that we started talking about stormwater. It was the storm that came when it came had a lot to do with the makeup of this board too. And I think it taught us a lot. And it was because you've already made a difference in District 1. And you have the opportunity to continue to make it District 1 by working with us to time this to build a quality community. where people will be proud to be part of a Pattennial home. We want that for you too. But I'm going to ask the board now. This is not the proper time, not the proper place, and we've got work to do before we can allow this kind of a project to be approved. Thank you.
Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank Neal Communities team for answering all my questions, as well as staff answering the questions that I had as well. Out of all those questions, there was one question that I needed answered for me to feel good about this project. Now, we had 2 commissioners last year who were involved in saving a person's life during the flooding. Okay. And there was a quote from Reagan that you guys all might be familiar with that said, "Trust but verify." And the reality is that based on the information I've seen, there is simply no way for me to verify that our storm systems will function properly in this area. Additionally, I have concerns about the capacity of our roads, concerns that are not new. I've been consistently talking about this, and we've already witnessed the consequences of underestimating our infrastructure's limitations, and I refuse to allow history to continue to repeat itself. And these weren't just questions that I was asking. Honestly, they are matters of public safety. As you guys know, our roads are a lifeline of our community, which connect us to our schools, our jobs, and our homes. And if we allow development to move forward without ensuring that our roads are safe and our stormwater systems are reliable, we are failing in our responsibility to protect the public. I'm asking clear answers to these questions. I'm asking for verified data, not just verbal assurances. Because while we may trust the intentions of developers and planners, we must verify the details to protect our residents. Until I'm confident that our roads will be safe, that our stormwater systems will not fail, and that our existing neighborhoods will not suffer from increased flooding, I cannot in good conscience support this project. We must do better for our residents, and we must prioritize. We got to make it a priority for the safety over unchecked growth. And I just want the board to remember that we need to continue to trust but verify. And until we have those processes in place, we should not ever feel comfortable moving forward. And I want to thank everybody for coming out today. I appreciate your passion on both sides, on the Neal side and on the constituent side, which helped me make my decision today. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Really? I think I need a timer. I'm ready to go. Starting from the end, I'm more for this than against, but I do want to check the temperature of the board as well, if there are other options, if there are more no's against it. I'd be curious as to why. Just running through the pros, I mean, the affordable angle's one part of it, but I think we all know it's temporary, subject to the market conditions. This isn't technically affordable housing, but it does fit in the right need. You have gone above and beyond with the 100-year standard. Could have just come back to us with 50. We would have denied that probably, but at least recognizing that the effort was made, not to mention the comprehensive presentation around that, I think was good. And that's not good from my perspective, but this board has very loudly called for that standard to be, the minimum standards to be exceeded. We've had 2-hour-long workshops on this from staff, from Tom Gerstenberger. So I at least applaud that effort. I don't necessarily believe there are zero offsite impacts. This water goes somewhere. but you have mitigated, I think, significantly the offsite impacts, meaning water flow, well, the flow, the outflows of water, at the very least, in addition to that, the outflow of some nutrients, sediment on top of that as well. So there's some effort there that's been made. And something else to consider, this is independent of this board and the applicant, but the future land use category is UF3. That was identified a long time ago in our comprehensive plan, so just something to keep in mind here. Yes, the zoning is ag, but it was always identified for development, still west of the FDAB. Some cons, for me, the biggest one will certainly be long-term maintenance of this. I mean, we've had of these stormwater systems. Granted, it's a CDD. Something that would make me feel more comfortable is having deed restrictions on who owns the infrastructure here. CDDs, non-CDD developments come to us all the time, complaining about us wanting to take, them not wanting to pay for everything from channel markers to weir gates to dams, and I don't like any of that. That was a condition of your development. I'm not taking that infrastructure on and letting other taxpayers pay for it. I don't care if it's 5 years from now or 50 in some cases in my district. So that's something to consider at the very least. I am not taking on any of this infrastructure. We talk a lot about this with roads. They're very expensive. We have a very poor road resurfacing program. That's one thing. Can use improvement, but I don't know what the costs are associated with maintaining and running a 100-year storm system, not to mention the weirs, but I don't want any of it. And I don't want taxpayers to be responsible for that. Certainly traffic, but I think this is kind of where I get off into a couple of other solves and really clearing the air on some things here. There is a county responsibility here, and I think that's something worth saying. Up until this year, there has been no real conversation around long-term stormwater management, and every time that topic comes up, conveniently, it's always residents out east and north that oppose stormwater management programs for citing reasons, citing that CDDs exist. Well, that's only part of the equation here. You don't want to flood when you're going to your Publix. That's outside your CDD and your stormwater system. But that's neither here nor there, just a point of clarification. If we're saying if residents are saying that there's on-site stormwater mitigation, there also needs to be a recognition that at the end of the day, this community benefits from having a comprehensive plan, and it doesn't just leave, that plan doesn't just get abandoned when you leave the confines of your development. So there is a need from the county to actually have a comprehensive plan and communicate that honestly with residents out east and north. Your CDDs, your on-site infrastructure does not tell the full and complete story here. And so there is a need for a county program there. We can't just, you can't tell a CDD to fix dredge Gamble Creek. I love to see that happen. There's so much sediment that gets deposited there. It's just like my district, but we need buy-in from your residents and you folks there to recognize there's a common problem we need to solve in having that program. Impact fee increases, I mean, we'll see that, so that's a good thing that will help pay for some of the infrastructure coming in. More than likely, when the COs are issued, you will hopefully see increased impact fees, so that's something good. Clear cutting, we already have policies. We've implemented 2 additional, more restrictive policies for clear cutting that limit the acreage, and of course, have more stringent requirements for how much clear-cut land can remain just dirt rather than planted with seeds and other vegetation to limit the dust that is flying out there. There's always going to be some amount, but I feel confident we have limited that significantly. And even in my district with certain large-scale developments, I'm seeing an impact of that. So I appreciate the demonstration on the very ridiculous amounts of dust that are out there. But at the very least, we have made we've implemented 2 policies that have made, I think, improved the quality of life for residents and made it stricter or made it harder for those types of conditions to continue. And we've even red tagged a number of times a developer in my district over that. Last but not least, I think certainly there's a broader concern over affordable housing, corporations owning homes and all that. Well, I had a great solution. It was voted down by a couple of commissioners just yesterday, and I think if there's genuine concern over corporate ownership of homes and rentals and the broader conversation around affordable housing, that certainly could have been an approach addressed yesterday. But I don't think that's the applicant's fault, and that's really why I'm pointing that out here. At the end of the day, they're right. They're responsible for their impacts and some of the offsite impacts as well. But there's a county responsibility here as well. So I think we need to have a serious approach to addressing the offsite impacts, and that's something that we own as well. but just want to clear the air there because I think there's a lot of confusion going around who owns the offsite impact problem, and that's still the county, and I've yet to see a plan, but I know it's being worked on. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Commissioner Feltz, I'm going to give you last word because you've already said a thing or two. Commissioner McCann, did you have anything? Okay, I'll speak real quick. Commissioner Ballard, did you have anything? You don't have to feel obligated, just asking.
Not at the moment, but thank you.
Okay, well, this is the moment, so, okay, so no. I don't know.
I'm good.
Yeah, you get another bite of this one. Okay, I'll say a couple things. I'm going to pass over to Commissioner Feltz to end it and make whatever motion she chooses to make. I don't think, obviously, since half the people who came up here said it, it's lost on anyone that I love the brand Simply Dwell. I think from a non-subsidized standpoint, it's probably my favorite company and housing product in the market today. I think they do an amazing job. JAG just really took that thing and ran with it for Neal Communities, and it's amazing. It's helping people who need help. It actually puts people in homes that can create actual equity at a very reasonable price. I'll do everything I can to help them. But, you know, affordable housing, which is important to me, good product from good companies is important to me. And, you know, it gets you the dance, but it doesn't necessarily get you taken home. You know, there's aspects to this, and look, I don't dislike the product, and I think you're hearing that, and you heard it the last time. I think maybe this is a bigger conceptual thing that people who are going to come in front of this board in the near term need to consider in certain parts of this community. Like developers, and no fault to them, it's their job, but developers are like sharks. They can't stop swimming. Developers just want to keep rezoning and rezoning and rezoning, and that's okay. That's your job. I'm out there doing loans after loans after loans in my other job. That's okay. That's my job. I don't fault you for trying, but there was significant issues. There's almost like legitimate shell shock. People need to take a step back and really assess. There's still people not living in their houses in certain parts of this community, and it's almost entirely in that northeast quadrant. It's almost entirely north of the river, you know, east of 301. That place was a mess. 675 was impassable. I have friends on 675. They were texting me 10 times a day trying to like get help. They couldn't get through. Jim Davis and Spencer Parish and Golf Course. There was something fundamentally wrong. And I hear what Commissioner Sadiq's saying, like whose fault is it? I don't care whose fault it is. It happens. It probably is government's fault. A lot of things are government's fault. But that doesn't mean it's not happening. And it doesn't mean we have a solution, certainly not a solution in the next week to fix this problem. We need to figure out these problems and fix it. Otherwise, we're just putting more people in harm's way. And all we're going to say, well, it's our fault. Sure. But just don't keep putting people there until we figure it out. I hear you saying it's UF3. Somebody contemplate it. Again, I said this before in a different project. Future land use means future land use, and future means sometime, not today. Future means the plan is, yes, we are going to allow residential there if that's what someone chooses to do when the time is right to put residential there. We do not have full impact fees right now. We have not had full impact fees since, what, 2015 or something like that, a decade? We do not have buffers put back, and we have people proposing the buffers that this board is trying to get rid of and put back. There's consequences to us not being able to do things. There's a very concerted effort by a handful of people to keep us from increasing impact fees, which didn't allow us to have the revenue to fix the roads that people are now trying to build on. And they're blaming us, even though they were the ones who made sure certain people sat in certain seats to make sure they didn't have to pay the money that would have fixed the roads that would take away the transportation as an element to it. There are people who made a concerted effort to make sure we gutted buffers, which is going to negatively impact our stormwater and negatively impact our environment. And they're still, as we'll talk about after our break, working very hard up in Tallahassee to make sure we do not put those buffers back. Well, there are consequences. At the end of the day, we do not have to approve anything up here. And so you may win the battle, but you can lose the war. You know, at some point, we need to start saying, you know, we need to get what the community needs if you want to get what you need, and I'm happy to give it to you. And in 75%, 80% of the county, I'll give it to you. I love infill. I want infill. I've been approving. But it's not just if it's affordable you get approved, and it's not just because it's a future land use you get approved. We just declined an affordable housing project someplace else. I was the loudest voice declining it. It's affordable housing, but it was the wrong place, built on top of wetlands. So I'm sorry. I love this product. I hope this product comes back. We're ready for it. I will 100% make the motion to approve it. In the number of houses it is, number of design it is. Hopefully we figure out what your environmental engineering looks like. Hopefully we figure out the road systems. And then I hope this exact product comes up. I'm sure there's other houses that could be built in the interim, and just put this one on the shelf ready to go. But I cannot keep pushing things on those few roads in that quadrant of this county until I have a better handle on what is going on there. And I do not, and nobody else on this board does right now. So that's my stance for the time being. Not just on this one, but in other ones. And I see you standing up.
Yes, sir, I'm standing up because I'd like to ask a couple of questions that I think are appropriate. Of course, no, this is process,
See,
this is process question.
Hold on, before you guys, I'm gonna turn to Sarah. Once I open this back up for the applicant.
No, it's not testimony, it's not public comment. I think.
Okay, that's fine, and I'm
we're
sure.
entitled to a full
I'm just
board,
asking
and I don't know that we have-
my attorney so I don't violate any quasi.
I
If I allow Mr. Vogel to speak, do I have to, in theory, allow everyone else to speak at this point in time?
Well, okay, just a first question. Is Commissioner Ballard still here to
Yes.
vote?
Well, she was up until 4
Yeah, she's gone
seconds
now.
ago.
So if it's only a procedural question, Mr. Vogel can ask it as the applicant without opening up everything, but he's not
Is it a
allowed to re-argue his whole
procedural
case.
question?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have a full board to consider?
We did as of 4 seconds ago.
Right now, I don't see Commissioner Ballard on the Zoom, is all I can tell you.
So it would be our preference that we keep the public hearing closed, but continue this matter so that we can, A, have a full board, Mr. Chairman, and B, assemble the data that we think might make some of the commissioners more comfortable relative to the public-private collaboration that we apparently need to make, and some of these steps that need to be in place so that we can understand them as well. And so that's our suggestion, and I think the full board question is an entitlement.
Sure. I mean, you realize this is going to be well after recess. I mean, the next meeting is in June, and it's over full now, and that's our only one until.
No. I totally understand it. I mean, I'm hoping it's not after we dredge the creek.
It may be, because if your intention is honest that you want to work with everyone to figure out a solution, then I'm assuming that's not going to happen in the next 36 hours.
Understood.
There's going to take some time to get, I'm almost positive this was going to be a very unfavorable vote for you. You're going to have to come up with something that's going to compel people.
I know, we can't say we want to be part of the solution and then not do it.
Okay.
So here we are.
And I believe you. I wholeheartedly do. I've worked with your client in the past about talking about affordable housing, and all of a sudden Simply Dwell came up. I believe you have honest intention. I just want to make sure those honest intentions result in something that's going to make it worthwhile to come back up here.
Understood.
May I ask a procedural question as well?
Is it,
Mr. Chair.
his procedural question was, do we have a full board? Because technically, if we do not have a full board.
Yeah, Mr.
Okay.
I would like to ask a procedural question.
For fun, what is your procedural question? I don't care anymore. Just let him ask the question.
So again, Anthony Shula, Manatee County, for the record, and I have been sworn. My procedural question is, would you allow a recess to potentially convene your board if they happen to be on a potty break, let's say? That's my procedural question, and I thank you for the time.
Sure. Well, I mean, in theory, they could still ask for a continuance. Anyway, the difference is who pays for the notice. If we don't have a full board, then technically we owe it to them to continue this, because they're afforded a full board, and the county pays for the notice. It's not dramatic. If we do not have a full board, they can still ask for a continuance, and a quasi, we pretty much allow them to do it. Otherwise, it just opens us up for for appeal anyway, and then they pay for it. That's literally the difference we're talking about, is a couple $100 for a notice in the newspapers, the difference in terms of whether Amanda's back or not, if he's gonna ask for a continuance.
Mr. Chair, I had one comment. Having heard Mr. Vogler's commentary, it appears he's intent to bring new information to the board, and that would require to keep the public hearing open. So if there's any motion to continue, it should be not just continue deliberation, but reopen the public hearing and continue it. If that's,
Chair,
if that's a
I would
motion.
recommend that we take a break and see for about 10 minutes to see if we can't get a hold of Commissioner Ballard at this time, so that we can figure out and get a full board on and cast this vote, which will take 1 minute, and go from there moving forward.
Well, if you get Commissioner Ballard on the phone, you're not going to be able to filibuster her back off the phone, otherwise it defeats the purpose. She's got a 6:30 hard stop with her kids, so that's giving us 14 minutes to find her and vote on this thing. And someone just asked for a 10-minute recess, so. Okay. It's, a full board is a full board. That's a pretty hard, that's a pretty hard definition. Full board is 7. 6 is not a full board. 5 is not a full board. Okay,
Mr.
we got
Chair.
4 more items, man. Okay,
May I ask an attorney a question?
go ahead.
I just want to be very careful with this because we don't want to violate due process here. So, I mean, what are we
Yes,
trying to accomplish?
Yes, the applicant has a higher level of due process. They're a party in the action. So normally, when they ask for continuance for a full board, we allow them one time to ask. But they can't be, if you give the appearance of continuing, shopping, who's here, who's not, no,
Yeah.
we don't.
And that's my
generally
But the
don't.
point is, Commissioner Ballard was either in person or on the phone for 99% of this thing, other than my portion of a deliberation on the tail end. She was a participant in this meeting. If she got on the phone, we would have a full board. And therefore, you are not afforded the right to a continuance. If the board doesn't deem that a continuance would make a difference in the overall vote.
We're using a lot of time. Somebody want to call it?
All right, so. All right, let's say, it's 6:20, sorry, it's 6:17. We're gonna take a recess for 5 minutes. If you get her on the phone, great. If you don't, great. So we're coming back at 6:22. It is 6:22 and 57 seconds. And we are back with a full board. Commissioner Ballard is on for the next 6 minutes and 30 seconds. So, Commissioner Feltz, just you're gambling on this one. No, this better. Go ahead.
Hold on, we got problems here. Okay, and, okay,
Okay, that's okay.
okay. Okay. We have a full board. We have been extremely kind and generous and acknowledged your efforts. But I said something, and I'm sorry. I said something. I said something some time ago. When we sat here and we talked about our wetlands issue, we talked about the problems that we were having in District 1. And I said something back there that was maybe a little bit of a premonition. But do you remember what I said during the wetlands thing? What did I say? I said, how you vote on this. Do you remember me standing there? And I said, how you vote on this is going to determine how we vote later on. And you're sitting here, and you're sitting here, and you're sitting here. Because I was right, wasn't I? And I may not be an engineer, and I may not know a lot of things, but I'm going to tell you something that I know about this state, and I know about this land, and I particularly know about the land in District 1, and I know it's happened in District 1, and it's called the last 4 to 8 years of this county commission. And the 4 to 8 years of giving every opportunity and trying to work with people, and I meant what I said. I want you to have good communities, but we aren't ready for this project. And I'm going to tell you that this is something that those people have. You're the one that's going to make me cry now. You stop that.
You're going to make us all cry.
But this was something that is so heartfelt with people. This is genuine. This is not, these people aren't getting paid for being here. They care. I'm going to give you a motion when I'm damn good and ready.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Okay, point of order,
I'm raising a point of
Sally. It's
order.
my
We're
district.
violating due process here.
I'm
by
not
allowing the
violating any
applicant
due process. I'm taking my time to
present a
pontificate and
continuance.
bloviate and babble just like
Which is
everybody
literally what
else
you're
on this
doing.
board.
Mr.
which
Chair, I raised
you
the
did.
point of order.
Which you did, and now it's my turn. I'm going to make a motion that we deny this, and we deny it now.
Mr. Chair, I raised the point of order. We are
And I'll
violating
raise a
due
point of order,
process.
too.
Will that be recognized?
County Attorney.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I just was going to, so the motion to
We have
deny
you do not
was
go to the
made,
bathroom. Do not move.
and I just
I am
wanted to,
100% going to tell you what to do.
for the record, the motion to deny was made as stated in the recommended staff report with the date inserted that the written findings for denial will be brought back to the board on June 5th, 2025.
Okay, so my question to you was, as briefly as possible, you gotta be shitting me. All right, well, Ballard just froze and dropped off. My point was, there was Commissioner Sadiq saying that we needed to reference we need to discuss the request for continuance before the motion to deny or approve could be made. So I was turning to you to opine on that as our county attorney.
Well, at the time, we said we had 7 members, so.
We, at the time, before we started deliberating again, we had 7 members, now we're down to 6.
Well, if a commissioner makes a motion to continue, it would take precedence over the motion to deny, which hasn't been seconded yet. But it would
The motion has been seconded.
Has.
It's made by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Feltz.
Then I suggest you vote on it. I mean, you can vote no because you want to continue it, and then if it fails, then you do another motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce a motion to continue.
We already have a motion on the floor. We have to clear the motion on the floor. Either Commissioner McCann can remove his motion, or we can vote on that motion, and if the motion fails, then a new motion can be issued, of which one of them could be a motion to continue by yourself.
Okay, do we have a withdrawal here? Do we have a withdrawal?
I can do it if you verbally say it.
Withdraw it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue this to the next available board meeting.
I'll second the motion.
Mr. Chair, can staff tell us what date we're using now for this?
The
Are you
next-
using a land use day or June
March
5th?
26th.
The next available would, for a continuance, would be June 19th.
You're going to cram this on to June 19th? And are you going to, I want to also talk to the applicant. Are you going to be able to accomplish what you think you're going to accomplish by then? Or we're just going to show up on the 19th, do this same thing over again and deny it? Like the intention was, should we just continue this to a no time certain?
But you would,
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll amend my motion and,
I'll agree to amend it.
yeah.
And Mr. Chair, for record, it'd be a motion to continue the public hearing on Pope Ranch zoning ordinance PDR 2415ZG to no date certain re-advertise.
All right. We have a motion on the floor to continue the Pope Ranch application to no time certain. Motion made by Commissioner Siddiq, seconded by Commissioner Ron. The request is being made as a result of a lack of a full board. I have to open that to public comment. The public comment is pertaining exclusively to the continuation, not the project itself. Okay, now I'll close public comment, and you can cast your vote now. Commissioner Bearden, how do you vote? Commissioner Bearden?
Yes.
How do you vote on the continuation? Commissioner Bearden votes yes. And the continuation is approved 5-1 with Commissioner Feltz in opposition and Commissioner Ballard absent. It is 6:30. People need to eat before we come back for 4 more items, including wetlands. So we're taking a 30-minute break until 7 p.m. Oh, there it is. Okay, wait, we don't have Pam. I need to fill up airtime. Where's Carol? We are back. We have 4 items left. The next one is item number 11 on the wetland buffers. Ms. Knapp, do you want to read that into the record?
Yes, thank you. Item number 11 is Plan Amendment 2501, Ordinance number 2514. It's a county-initiated comprehensive plan text amendment regarding wetland protection reversion. This is providing a text amendment to Element 3, which is the conservation element, amending and restating goals, objectives, and wetland protection to require an impact avoidance and minimization analysis to justify wetland impacts, requiring the delineation of the extent of wetland areas on a development site plan, requiring all development regional impacts, requiring all development-related impacts to be mitigated by complying with both the state and Florida wetland mitigation standards and the county's mitigation standards, providing for natural area buffers adjacent to all post-development wetlands and watercourses as stated in a schedule of minimum buffer widths, allowing for a variable width, wetland buffer under limited circumstances, providing for the monitoring of federal, state, and regional dredge and fill permits, amending and restating element 4, which is the coastal element, providing for a minimum buffer width adjacent to environmentally sensitive coastal wetlands and discouraging the trimming of mangroves, providing for amendments as necessary to maintain internal consistency, and repealing ordinances in conflict, including ordinance number 2366. And your staff presenter is Rachel Layton.
Good evening, Commissioners. As Nicole said, I'm Rachel Layton. I'm a certified planner with more than 25 years of experience, and I'm also the county's Development Services Division Manager responsible for comprehensive planning and public hearings. I'm speaking today in lieu of Kara because we're going to be asking for a continuance due to the letters that we've received from state agencies. So for today, we actually received another letter today, but 4 of the 5 letters that we've received had some concerns that we need to work through with those agencies. So these agencies include Southwest Florida Water Management District, Florida Department of Transportation, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and Florida Department of Commerce. What I passed out just a few minutes ago was the email that we received from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, Conservation Commission, saying that staff has reviewed the proposed comprehensive plan amendment in accordance with Chapter 163.3184, Parent 3, Florida statutes. We have no comments, recommendations, or objections related to listed species and their habitat or other fish and wildlife resources to offer on this amendment. This one's Florida Fish and Wildlife that came today.
No, but you said there was objection from FDEP. It's FDOT.
Yes. We also have a letter from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. It was in the Department of Commerce letter, yes. Okay, so the Southwest Florida Water Management District provided written correspondence on May 2nd, indicating they have no substantive comments regarding the requested comprehensive plan text amendment. The letter provided an observation that the amendment seeks to reinstate requirements for wetland buffers, impact avoidance, and minimization that exceed the standards currently required under state law, and cites Section 15 of Chapter 2023-349 of Laws of Florida. The Florida Department of Transportation provided written correspondence also on May 2nd, considering Section 15 of Chapter 2023-349 Laws of Florida, and identified the plan amendment with conservation element and coastal management element amendments as more restrictive or burdensome than the current comprehensive plan, including additional requirements for wetland mitigation and buffers of 30 to 50 feet. The FDOT letter states that larger buffers require additional mitigation, and this may impact projects on the transportation network, including transportation resources and facilities of state importance that might be required to meet buffer or mitigation requirements. I would like to note that prior correspondence that had been received on this application from DOT responded that the CPA is not anticipated to have significant adverse impacts to transportation resources or facilities of state importance. So DOT's statement is a reconsideration of their original response. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection provided written correspondence dated May 5th, stating their review questions compliance with Section 14 of Chapter 2023-349 Laws of Florida. And our last letter that came in was the Florida Department of Commerce. They provided written correspondence on May 6th indicating the proposed plan amendment is more restrictive or burdensome than the county's currently adopted comprehensive plan, making it null and void pursuant to Section 15 of Chapters 2023-349 Laws of Florida. The letter that has been provided to us it says it's not clearly based on appropriate data and analysis of the effect of Sections 15 of Chapter 2023-349 Laws of Florida on plan amendment as required by Section 163.3177, Parent 1, Parent F, Florida statutes. So the letter goes on to recommend and encourage communication with the reviewers to resolve the comments and states that the amendment should be supported with analysis of the amendment with applicable requirements of Section 15 of Chapter 2023-349. And I want to note that staff, when they're doing their review of county-initiated items, follows the Community Planning Act. So staff are respectfully requesting continuance today of the adoption for the ordinance number 2514 PA 2501 for the county-initiated comprehensive plan text amendment, wetland protection reversion ordinance for the opportunity to reach out to each of the 4 state agencies, reviewers to inquire what additional information can be provided to resolve the comments. We appreciate the time to present the agency comments and this request for continuance.
All right. Pam, were you going to? Well, you were going to lay out the situation. I mean, the request has been made to continue this wetland discussion to a no time certain once we can reach out to the agencies, which probably aren't waiting by their phones to answer as quickly as humanly possible from Manatee County. But you were going to talk about the risks associated with not doing so and the suggestions, and then we can all make up our own mind, but you were going to talk.
Mr. Chair, I can happily share with the board the guidance that I gave to each one of you individually and privately. But that would require a vote of the board to allow me to do that because that is attorney-client privilege. So I would want to make sure that a majority of the board is in support of me making those
Then
public
never
statements.
mind. Okay, you can take yourself off. Okay. Commissioner Siddiq.
I'll be mindful to be delicate given the legal challenges around this. But just to give you a sense of where I feel on this particular issue, I came in with a clear mandate to deliver on this and a number of other issues. I was not voted in to listen to unelected bureaucrats at the state and federal level give me permission to do my damn job. Unequivocally, I will say I will do what the voters want me to do and do what I can to protect the residents and the county as well. Having said that, you made a point earlier in another conversation that we do need to win the broader war. We are undergoing a comprehensive plan rewrite. I suspect similar challenges to occur. And I don't want to lose the battle just for exposure online, wherever that might be. So whatever, I trust the attorney's strategy and staff as well as yours as well. Thank you.
Everyone got on before me. Commissioner Feltz.
I concur with Commissioner Siddiq, and I'm very proud of you for doing that. And we're going to just have to put ourselves on that hill to die.
All right. I'm going to be a little less calm. This is ridiculous. This is weaponizing unelected bureaucrats for people's benefit. Nothing we're doing is wrong. All we're doing is putting back something that was there. I've said this over and over again, I fundamentally believe Senate Bill 250 is at best unconstitutional, at worst illegal in terms of including us on there. There is a Fifth Amendment in the U.S. Constitution, threw that one in there for you, Commissioner Bearden, that does allow for just compensation. We did not get just compensation. The state cannot just arbitrarily slap us on to a bill and say that we're prohibited. The bill in and of itself, even the people who received compensation, it was an insanely bad bill. It's a bill that says if your area was destroyed by a hurricane, you can't build it back better so it doesn't get destroyed again. That's asinine. The bill is terrible, even for the people who had strings attached to get money to repair themselves. All I hear out of Tallahassee is, we're not going to expand Medicaid because those liberals in the federal government are going to put strings attached. And what does Tallahassee do? They put strings attached. At least the federal government gives you money for it. The only money changing hands here was going into PACs. It wasn't coming to us. We weren't getting anything out of that. They just put our name on there and said, you can't do anything till 2024. And then they said, oh, 2 years isn't nearly enough. Let's extend that to 2026. And we got, 5 different letters from 5 different agencies, some of which have nothing to do with wetlands. All of them conveniently use almost the exact same language, telling us the exact same reason why we can't do this. You're telling me that was coincidence? If we send out a transmittal for some ridiculously terrible property all the way out east for 5,500 units and 1.5 million square feet of commercial, those agencies fall over themselves to get back to us within like 7 days. This all came in like the 11th hour of the last day of the last minute that they could possibly send these back to maximize the amount of time that they held on to this to try to keep us from doing this. This is ridiculous. We are unfortunately stuck here because they bolded sentences. They knew what they were doing. These letters didn't even need agency names on top. They should have just been called Exhibit A, B, C, D, and E, because they were ready to go. These are ready to go into the lawsuit. And the problem is, because they worded it the way they worded it, we are now technically being held liable that, hey, maybe we're personally doing something wrong. And if we're personally doing something wrong, I can bet you there's 6 people or 7 people or 5 people probably sitting there waiting to take our spots when we get removed from office for knowingly violating the law. And we've got important things going on in Manatee County. I'm not going to give up on the impact fees, give up on 2.1.2.0, give up on more thoughtful consideration of development and a more thoughtful board to allow somebody who would have put a former county commissioner as a supervisor of elections to get to pick all of the replacements of these seats. This feels like we're being baited more than we're being honestly dealt with by Tallahassee. We're going to have to defer this. We need staff to go talk to them and find out what we can do to fix this. In the interim, there are things we can do. We did it today. Well, we tried to do it today. People are coming to us asking for things that they don't have an inherent right for. They do not have rights to a lot of the developments. If you come in front of us and you say you want 25-foot buffers, 15-foot minimum buffers, you're going to get denied, because that's not what this board wants. So you have to live with your consequences of working with your friends to get us to stop doing this. You better be prepared. That's the first thing I'm looking at. And if that's in there and you don't have a right to it, I am declining your project. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I don't care what people say. And if we do not get these buffers done, I am going to direct staff, because that bill's 250 expires October 1st, 2026. If we do not get these buffers back soon, I'm going to direct staff to schedule a special meeting on October 2nd, 2026, and I'm going to propose 100-foot buffers that align with Orange County. I don't care what taking you want from me. We'll pay you your couple of bucks. I don't care. I'm going to make them 100 feet if I can't make them 50 feet now. This is ridiculous. I agree we have to continue it. I disagree with the nature of how this was handled by Tallahassee. We're going to get through this. We're going to fix these buffers. Today, tomorrow, we're going to fix them. In the interim, this board can proactively fix them ourselves, even if Tallahassee won't let us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, this is batshit crazy. I don't think it's even legal. I would like to know which of these departments actually has jurisdiction over wetlands. Was the EPA involved? Was the Army Corps of Engineers involved in this? No. The transmittal was sent up there, obviously, for DEP to look at it. Everybody else said, hey, let me take a shot at it too. I got a friend down in Manatee County. And the thing is that they used words that don't make sense. They said it's more restrictive than what's there now. Well, what's there now was challenged previously, but it was challenged in the wrong forum. Should have been in a circuit court. That may still happen. The last ordinance that was made did not have a finding that the amendment is no longer in the best interest of the public. That's a requirement. This could actually be a void ordinance. We're not asking to put more restrictive things in. They're using clever terminology to say that it's more restrictive now. All we asked for was rescission and to put back what we had before, which was fine with every one of those agencies up there. What they're trying to do is time delay things. So, I like what he said about having a meeting after it expires, but I'll use the word moratorium again. If they want to play games, we can play games. We need what's best for the people here in Manatee County. I use the word moratorium. Then it snowed in northern Florida, and 3 of the builders actually showed up to see me. Rex Jensen said, I don't have a problem with the 50-foot buffers. We're going by those anyway now. Pat Neal said, I'm a lover, not a fighter. We got to work together. Let's get along. Carlos Biruff said, the housing market is taking care of itself right now. It's in a correction. We have more building going on now, and the thing is that there's not much call for that market. There's a lot of newspapers out there today that are actually saying that the market is going down. Flood insurance is going up. We have 22 days to hurricane season. We had a devastating hurricane season last year. People don't like the water jokes anymore because I asked the people over in Braden River, how does it feel to live in Braden River? Because that's exactly what they did. The thing is that the people want this. And if this is truly the free state of Florida, let's make it the free state of Florida and give the people what they want. Now, personally, I wouldn't care if they tried to remove me because they say I'm doing the wrong thing and they gave notice, because that notice was improper. Should have came from DEP. There's federal wetlands involved. We should have got the EPA involved in that. And we also should have got, there's probably some preemption on those federal wetlands. They're using state preemption as a weapon, as a tool to try to stop us. We could still ask the court, was this even a proper ordinance in the first place? So I don't like the idea that they're actually saying, come to us and we'll help you make it better. How are you going to help us make it better? Tell us live by your guidelines? Not going to happen. SB 250 was for hurricane disaster relief. How can you say getting rid of wetlands or making things more restrictive by their terminology, which isn't the case, has anything to do with disaster relief? So, why don't we just start now and, cement the whole place for you? Because that's what they want. I understand that people went up to Tallahassee and they met with all the people and they actually asked for me up there. But you know what? I didn't see any reason to go there because I didn't think we were going to get anything out of them anyway. What I'd like to see here is, obviously, I'm going to agree with the rest of the board. I'm going to give deference to them. But we are exploring legal avenues, and we'll be talking about that later. Thank you.
Commissioner Beard.
Chairman, I'm gonna be honest with you. I know for sure there's 4 of us on this board that people, that they want to get relieved. I know for sure. So someone here is being used as a pawn to try to set us up. And that's the truth. That I truly believe is my opinion. That's my opinion. I've been around this world. I've seen right through people. And I've made that statement time and time and time again. It's all a front. This whole thing, Mr. Chairman, it's all a front. And I know you probably agree with me on that. To try to manipulate, intimidate. They're operating under the craft of witchcraft. That's what they're operating under. So let me tell you, this ain't the first time I've seen chess moves being made and pawns being played. And it probably won't be the last. But in my opinion, there's pawns at play right now to try to set us up. So then I would ask, obviously going to be in favor of this continuance because we need more time. But as a board, if this is the case, my question is, can our county attorney handle us fighting this? Or do we need to look outside to a third party to hire in order to ensure that we go about this in a way that we can win if we decide we're going to fight this? So I'm going to ask this board to quit playing politics. And it's time to do what's right. It's time to do the just thing. In regards to how we're going to move this thing forward. Because at the end of the day, if you guys are willing to fight, I'm willing to fight also. But I can guarantee you that there's certain members on this board that are actually willing to fight it, but then some that are going to get support on the back end based on my opinion alone. No matter what happens with this, we know how this thing always plays out. But here's the thing. If we're going to stand up, I'm willing to go bankrupt. To do what's right. If I have to pay the fees, I'm willing to go bankrupt. Take everything from me. Because you know what? It's the right thing to do. Principles play a bigger part in this. And I'm hoping that some commissioners will have those principles to do what's right. This is a matter where the majority of this board needs to come together and stay strong. So I'll be in favor of continuance.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Commissioner Phelps, are you on the board, or did I forget to take you off before? All right.
Okay, so moving along here, I think this is the board that I'm proud to serve on. And this is what all of us are here because of this, and we've got to follow through with it and do it in the way that is the best way for us to still stay in the fight. And it's our county. And we're not, again, like we've been saying, we're not doing anything that's applicable to SB 250. That's been clear from the beginning. So if that's what they want to try and use against us, that's a very, very weak weapon. And I think we've got a bigger stick. So let's stay the course and get her done.
Commissioner Ron.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we need the buffers? Yes. This was my concern from the very beginning, and I voiced my concerns from the very beginning, that this would come back down to us behind Senate Bill 250. And I know Commissioner Cruz and I have conversations about 250 a lot. And yeah, is it a bad bill? Who knows? I didn't create it. I didn't write it. We have legislators we have legislators and senators from our district from our area that wrote it and voted on it and approved it. So, but do we need to have the buffers? Yes. Do we need to defend the buffers? Yes. I've lived here longer than anybody on this board has, and we need to protect the wetlands. We need to protect what we have out there, and we need to do what's right. But I think the continuance, give our staff an opportunity to go back and say, look, what are your issues? What is the main deal? What is your problems? Granted, it's a tough pill to swallow, but it's the best pill right now. I mean, we know what the alternative is, but I think continuing till, I don't know how fast these guys turn around stuff. It's Tallahassee. But like Commissioner Cruz, Chair Cruz said, they're not waiting to return our calls. But, I was concerned about this in the very beginning, and that's why I voted against sending the transmittal, because I knew that 250 was going to get in our way. So, but I will vote with the board, however the board wants to vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I mean, that's all we're doing here, right? I mean, now we just got to vote on. I mean, I think everything we said, we all kind of knew. I mean, we're all concerned about Senate Bill 250, not because we were violating, because it's a terrible, terrible bill, and we knew they were going to weaponize it against us no matter what. But we had to take the first step and have them threaten us with it so we can go back and counter it. That's how it worked. We had no choice. Otherwise, we would have sat here until October 2026. And as again, we've got an interim fix. Just don't approve anything that's asking for buffers less than what we want them to be if we don't have to. I can't make this motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make the motion as presented to continue this to no time certain.
I have a motion by Commissioner Siddiq, second by Commissioner Feltz. That's right.
And you have to go to the phones because it's
No,
legislative. Just reminding you.
This ain't my first day. I have it on the screen. There's 3 people.
But you are sick, so I'm trying to be helpful.
Anyone in here? No. Selena, you got anything?
Like Tallahassee, my screen isn't working.
All right. We're going to go to the phones, starting with caller 445.
Glenn Gibolina for the record. I can't believe this. We got the tail wagging the dog here. It's quite obvious that the administration and staff are developer backed. It's amazing how we got rid of the wetlands overnight. Boom, it was done. And now we're just asking to reverse the same language.
You keep your mouth shut.
This is 4th grade English. It's not that difficult. And I'm all with Dr. Bob. Call a moratorium. We're not passing nothing. And that's the way it's going to be. This is unbelievable that you're letting Tallahassee threaten you guys. And by the way, I sent you all the 63-page report from Orange County of how to institute the 100-foot buffer, which, by the way, I talked to your board, of course, the old board, when they went into mute mode, about the 100-foot buffer. And what did I get? We got it down to 0. So, go figure that one out. You just do what you have to do. This thing should have been reversed months ago. You're just saying take the same wordage, reverse it, and put it back the way it was. Not Humpty Dumpty, not rocket science, but man, you guys are jumping through the hoops. You're getting threatened by Tallahassee. Don't believe those guys. Just do what's right for the people of Manatee County. This is ridiculous. Or you go full stop, like Dr. McCain said. Moratorium, stop. We're done. We're done till we straighten this out. And then go hire outside counsel to defend us. It's unbelievable that that these delays continue by threats from Tallahassee, pushback from the staff. Oh, we need more time. We need more clarity. Well, they weren't asking those questions when we got rid of the wetlands. We didn't say, hey, let's take a pause on this because we better check this with Tallahassee to see if we can do any of this. Said no one ever. Stick by your guns. For the record, Glenn Gadfly, Gibellina.
Caller 285.
Always gets worse at night.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. This is Bryce Claypool, Sarasota County. You may remember I'm a 17-year-old activist who spoke in favor of preserving the wetland buffers back during the original discussion around this in 2023. And this is not the comment I'd intended to make today. I'd intended to call and congratulate you all for doing a great job here, putting these back and protecting our community. But this is what we have to deal with, and I think that that's this board's mission. This is one of the biggest issues that you were elected on, and I understand that what has to be done now is to continue this. But I agree with many of the commissioners that this can't just be, we can't let this slide. If we let things like this slide, then we lose more and more of our rights. We lose more and more authority to bigger governments, and that's not what any of us want. We want to protect this community, this environment, and so I urge the board to move forward with finding ways to put this back in. Will we be able to put it back in on October 2nd, 2026? Or will a bill have been passed in the 2025 legislative session that says that local governments don't have this authority anymore? Because that's the direction we're headed with almost everything in Tallahassee. It's what rights can we take from local governments? What can we preempt? And so I think that the journey this board is going to have to be on is to find ways to stand up to that, because that's what the people want. That's what we're all ready to support you and to support your efforts to preserve this community, to fight for wetland buffers and for the right to home rule. And so I want to thank you for everything that you've done, for working to bring better government back to Manatee and pushing so hard to get this done, and urge you to keep going to make sure that we get the buffers back and we maintain our rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Rice. Was it 069?
Yes, good evening. Mark Vandery, Waterline Road. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Mark Vandery, Waterline Road. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. Waterline Road Preservation Group is 100% behind the board pursuing reestablishing our wetland buffers to their pre-August 2023 conditions. And furthermore, we would support going for the 100-foot buffers when we get to that point. We believe this is a hill worth dying on. Wetland buffers, we believe, are the single most important environmental issue in not just the county, but the entire state. Many of us out here are outdoorsmen and women, love to hunt and fish. And with the recent flooding issues that we've been having, we know that good wetlands is where it's at for improving the water handling, the percolation, the recharging our aquifers and so forth. Everybody knows that. The trend of digging out the creeks and the ditches and whatnot for faster water runoff, that's a good short-term fix, but they're just going to silt back in. Ultimately, we need to slow the water down. To do that, we need good wetlands. We need good wetlands. Now, the way we see Senate Bill 250 is it was intended to allow for the hurricane repair refurbishments. That's what it should have been all about. However, there's only one statement in there that actually references hurricane damage from Hurricane Ian that I recall. And that one statement allows or prohibits counties from instituting moratoriums on building and construction, except for properties specifically damaged by Hurricane Ian. And I think they tagged onto that a few other hurricanes and extended it to October 2026. So we would recommend that the county do a limited moratorium excluding properties damaged by hurricanes, have that moratorium exist until 2026, and focus all the construction on repairs and rehabs and rebuilding the damages from the hurricanes and the flooding as well inland. The previous caller, Bryce, he made a good point. Time is of the essence here. Tallahassee could pull the rug out from all the local home rule governments overnight, which would be unfortunate, but I'm not sure what we'd be able to do about things at that point in time. So again, we, our Waterline Road Preservation Group, would support going to export outside counsel to get this thing expedited and move along as quickly as you can. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mark. No one else on the phone? No one here. I will close public comment. I had a motion to continue to allow staff to address agency concerns to no date certain. A motion by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. You can cast your votes now.
Question before we vote.
Go ahead. We started voting.
Question before we vote. Could somebody explain the process to me that we're going to take?
And all this kind of came up in the past 48 hours, so I don't know if we've got a framework yet.
Correct. Rachel Layton for the record, and for staff. So the first step that I would like to take is to call them each personally and individually.
Call them what? Because I got a couple names.
No, call them professionally and politely to inquire about their comments. And then what I would like for staff to do with the county attorney is to craft the response package in the order that they've instructed us with the county's blessing, to just answer the premise of they're alluding to criteria in the bill that seems like they want it addressed. So I'd like to be able to have the opportunity to explain it maybe differently than our staff report did. I don't know really what specifically they're looking for, but then to respond to it as we would normally through the objections, recommendations, and comments report, the ORC report, and then give them a chance to respond back to us again. I'm sorry. Oh.
Thank you, Rachel. Next caller.
I'd love to say that it would be, we'd be back to you by June 19th before the recess, but given the time, I don't know if we'll be ready. It may be that we come back in August, but it could be September. But we will, as staff, do everything we can to expedite the communications with the state at their level.
That's fine. There are people in this town that have way more pull and influence and connection up there than we do, and we can make things a little uncomfortable. And maybe we get some other people to help us. Okay. Commissioner Bearden, you're the only one who has not voted.
I vote yes.
That is approved to continue 6-0 with Commissioner Ballard absent, and I have, oh, it's listed there, but you sure? Okay, we're done with that item. Moving on to item number 13. Lord, mercy.
Item number 13 is your transmittal hearing of ordinance number 2517, PA 2502, County Initiated Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment Repeal Ordinance of 2112. So no action necessary tonight because this is your transmittal hearing. Providing findings to further the intent of the comprehensive plan to preserve land east of the future development area boundary for primarily agricultural uses and to contain urban sprawl, providing for a county-initiated text amendment to element 2 of your future land use element to delete an exception for eligible new development proposed for land east of the future, contiguous and coterminous to the future area boundary, amending element 9, which is your public facilities element, and providing for amendments as necessary to maintain internal consistency, repealing ordinances in conflict, including without limitation ordinance number 2112. And your staff presenter is Elizabeth Schulman.
How is there no action to this, a transmittal here? Don't we have to vote to transmit?
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, it's late. I'm sorry. Yes.
I just want to make sure I was hearing you correctly. Yeah, do we need a presentation on this? I mean, if you put together a nice one, then I feel terrible.
It's up to you guys. I can go quick.
I feel terrible.
No, that's fine. We can wait for the
Can I
adoption.
at least introduce our new,
Yeah, I mean,
one of our newer
she
plans?
just got here. Look how beautiful this is. Let's at least run through the slides.
Hey, this is a
I would like a presentation.
I do want to introduce Elizabeth Schulman. She is one of our senior planners in comprehensive planning. She joined us in September, and she's a graduate of Rutgers with 10 years experience in the city of New York, working on some of their affordable housing projects. So we're very happy to have her, and I'll let her do the presentation.
My father-in-law is an alumni of Rutgers.
Nicole has something to share as well.
And I just had a letter of objection handed to me earlier today, so I'm entering it into the record. I'll hand it out now from Mr. Vogler's office, Ed Vogler's law firm, for the record.
Objection for this? This is a subjective policy. Is he objecting to hearing the presentation? Go ahead, let's hear this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Schulman. As Rachel introduced, I'm a senior planner with the county. So I'm going to talk about the preservation of the FDAB through the repeal of Ordinance 2112 and the removal of Policy 2128.
This looks like Commissioner Feltz's house.
Yeah.
It does. Got the fence and everything right there. All right.
And this is a county-initiated comprehensive plan text amendment. Here we have the future development area boundary, the FDAB, in the context of the whole county. Here we have from the west where development is meant to occur, and the east, agriculture to be the primary land use east of the FDAB. And in the aerial, you can see the very different land uses east and west of the FDAB. I'm going to explain Ordinance 2112, Policy 2128, what happened, the repeal, a little bit about the history of development boundaries and the regulatory framework, why the FDAB is important, proposed changes and next steps. So Ordinance 2112 is the Northeast Expansion Text Amendment. It was a privately initiated text amendment that happened on November 18th, 2021. It implemented Policy 2128, allowing development to occur east of the FDAB and encroach on designated agricultural land, and it will be removed as a result of this text amendment. It starts off with properties needing to be coterminous and contiguous to the FDAB, which means that they needed initially to touch the FDAB. But it also says, or to lands that have been approved pursuant to 2128. So development continues to move to the east as each project gets approved. So here you have Taylor Ranch and now East River Ranch, and that becomes the new point where development can be approved. And so technically development could be approved across the entire county under this policy. The implementation mechanism is to go from agricultural rural to UF3 through a comprehensive plan land use map amendment. I feel like it's important to say that this did not create a property right in and of itself. And so it is, everybody still has their exact same property rights that they have now. So it's not burdening or restricting anyone. So it goes from a 0.2 dwelling units per acre to 3 dwelling units per acre, a 1,400% increase in density, where before you could have 1, now you can have 15 dwelling units. This is considerably denser than an agricultural area, but considerably less dense than, for example, in an urban corridor under ROR, we'd go up to 40 dwelling units per acre. So while this is fundamentally changing the nature of an agricultural area, in an area where we were directing growth, we would get a very different result. This is a sprawling residential density. And the results of 2128 were a number of residential development projects approved east of the FDAB, including Taylor Ranch and East River Ranch, which added almost 10,000 dwelling units. Here we have a map of every project that has been approved or partially approved as a result of policy 2128. The motion to repeal happened yeah, we got Lazy Sea Ranch and then a little portion of Crosswinds. Okay, yeah. Cone Ranch, yeah. So the motion to repeal happened at a regular meeting. The motion was to remove policy 2128, and the current policy removes policy 2128, and no new language is being added. Development boundaries designate area for development and areas for agriculture and preservation. They've been around since early 20th century England. Lexington, Kentucky was the first in the US implemented to protect horse farms, which they felt were important to their identity. Miami-Dade, the first in Florida. Here's a picture of Everglades National Park next to Miami-Dade County. And Florida coastal counties in particular have these to face the challenges due to high development demand. The Florida Growth Management Act required us to adopt comprehensive plan, guide and control development, address concerns related to development, put together these future land use maps like the one for the county that we have pictured here. You can see to the east of the FDAB, it is primarily agriculture and green, and then that darker green is conservation. You can see the shading, which is our watershed for Lake Manatee. And you can see that a lot of our conservation is in that watershed for Lake Manatee. And you can see where it became UF3 east of the FDAB from those projects that I spoke about. So you can really get an idea from the future land use maps. And this act did give us the regulatory framework to do this. Adopted in 1989 with our first comprehensive plan, shifted a little bit in 2006, 2010. East of the FDAB, characterized by 5-acre minimum lots. The future development area boundary controls urban sprawl, encourages denser development to the west, provides public facilities in a cost-effective manner, protects agricultural land and natural resources. Urban sprawl is a development pattern characterized by low-density residential housing. It is land-intensive. It requires a lot of land to do, and land is a finite resource. It's card-dependent. It uses single-use zoning. It increases impervious surfaces, which creates flooding, disrupts ecosystems and watersheds, and creates great increases in infrastructure costs as you move roads, sewers, and water out. Utilities, the utility service area is the boundary of our FDAB. This is the most practical point of the FDAB, and it is the limiting factor, water. The utility service area concentrates growth in areas where infrastructure exists to ensure efficient and fiscally responsible use of public resources, responsibility of the county to reduce the taxpayer burden, and public utilities were never meant to go past the FDAB. East of the FDAB uses septic and well water. Transportation network east of the FDAB does not have the capacity to sort higher intensity developments. Higher intensity development would adversely impact level of service, add congestion and delays, create a higher risk of crashes, and this would happen not only east of the FDAB, but west of the FDAB as well, as it is a network and a system. Agriculture is, as we stated, is the biggest reason for the future development area boundary, the preservation of agriculture, which is a major economic asset, $500 million of annual impact, second only to tourism, an important part of Manatee County's heritage, which spans roughly 150 years. It supports a rural quality of life. 88% of the farms in Manatee County are family farms, so this is a way of life and a livelihood for families. And it is very important for self-sufficiency in terms of food security and in terms of, food as survival. Agriculture is the intent for agriculture is well highlighted in our comprehensive plan. I just put in a few places here to protect agriculture as the primary land use east of the FDAB, as a major economic asset, and to limit the degree of suburbanization of the lands and reduce uses which may displace agriculture. And this is all well backed up in Florida statute. It's also important for natural resources and the environment. East County is home to a range of critical habitats, watershed protection and groundwater recharge areas. Lake Manatee is a critical reservoir providing our drinking water not only to us, but also to parts of Sarasota County. And I just really want to highlight in this picture of Lake Manatee that clean water resources are far easier to protect than to treat once polluted. The proposed changes are to remove Policy 2128, and the rest are removing references to Policy 2128 from anywhere in our code. So I just wanted to point this one out, that we're not touching any of the other elements of Policy 2122. Farm worker housing, you can go beyond the 5-acre lots. Residential within MIACA, you're going beyond the 5-acre lots. Just the lands pursuant to Policy 2128 is the one that's being struck out. And we're striking that out. And the next step is the adoption. The conclusion is that the request can be found consistent with the policies of the comp plan and Florida state statutes. Thank you.
Is that Priscilla's old pig? Yeah, it is, Kamish. I have a picture of feeding that pig. Oh, he always used to go to the Wisnot farm during leadership. Yeah. All right, I got Commissioner Sadiq. Yeah, there's Priscilla in the top right left corner. Commissioner Sadiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you can go back a few slides, I think there was a slide on infrastructure and utilities costs. Here we go. And you say it right here, really in the second bullet, this future development area boundary concentrates growth in areas where infrastructure exists to ensure efficient and fiscally responsible use of public resources. Mr. Chair, my colleagues, in this era of DOGE, government efficiency, as a fiscal conservative myself, I think the FDAB isn't just some line that you draw on a map. It is the most fiscally conservative approach we have to ensuring not just responsible growth, but responsible financial management of our county, period. It is unequivocally clear that if we move this line and we approve more developments or we abandon this entirely, not only do we see ill effects throughout our community, but we are putting the burden of paying for this, irrespective of impact fee increases, the burden of infrastructure costs onto the taxpayers and selling my generation and every generation after down the road. I fundamentally support this as a policy measure. And if I can just get attention here for a second, just for folks watching, because I know the
Nope, it's 8 o'clock. Nobody's watching.
Well, for later. It's always good.
Sort of making sure you're
Mine's too.
coming home.
Oh,
You know, one of the most concerning things to me is the letter here, which is total bullshit, in my opinion. But first of all, not just for the fact that this is really what developers want to see. They want to have legal challenges and issue this just like we've seen today. Not only do I take personal offense to the content, the matter, and the fact that this is pushing us towards a dangerously irresponsible financial position, but there are grammatical errors here. There are spelling errors here from an attorney. That just shows how desperate and rushed these people are to ensure that we bend and kneel to the will of special interests rather than listening to our residents and voters. I don't care what these people say, to be honest with you. This is what I think of this. Yeah. I'm in support of this policy. I really don't care what else they have to throw at us. I believe in protecting the future development area boundary. That's all I've got to say.
Commissioner Feltz.
I'll tell, it's very good to see a little passion and drama in there, but I think we need to watch our words. I don't know if any of you know, pardon? The first word you learned? Very good. Not poo-poo, but that, okay. Tal, I don't know if you even know who these people are or what they are, but a quick check on your property appraiser under these LLCs, and I can tell you exactly where they are and where their land is, because it's my district. So, to join you in the ceremony, in unison, you're right. Thank you. But thank you, again, a board I'm proud to serve on.
All right. There's nobody else on the board. There's no more paper to rip. I will open this up to public comment. There's literally nobody in this room. There's no hands raised on the phone. I will close public comment. I will entertain motions. I see a motion by Commissioner
second.
Feltz, seconded by Commissioner
there we go.
McCann to transmit. You're too busy doing origami over there. All right, I'm waiting on 2 votes. Well, 1 vote. Commissioner Beard, how do you vote?
Yes.
As approved for transmittal 6-0 with Commissioner Ballard absent. Moving on to item number 15. It's you, yay!
I'll do the Evan Wood speed reading version. How's that?
If you want to wait for a bigger attendance, you can wait if you choose to, but don't wait on our account. If you want to do it, do it.
Well, it's just discussion, so I'll just say a
Okay,
word.
good job. All right. You up first.
All right. Good evening. This is Deborah Worth.
I mean, this is just a good news thing, right? I mean, this is just
It
moving
is, but we do need a vote, and I do have a presentation that I think they're going to bring up.
Everybody wants their presentation now. All right.
Mine has a pretty cover, too.
You ain't new. We've seen your
True.
presentation.
And Elizabeth is fabulous. I've had an opportunity to meet with her once, and
All right.
she's fabulous. Okay, so Environmental Lands Division Manager, Deborah Worth, and I am very grateful, even though it's late, to be here to bring this time-sensitive contract to you for consideration. We have been working with the state's Florida Forever program in partnership to purchase the undeveloped land east of Emerson Point since 2023. And the county purchase in 2024 expanded the preserve, a beloved preserve that sees over 250,000 visitors each year. The sale to the state will reimburse the conservation fund so that we can use that money to buy more conservation land within Manatee County. And the next steps in this partnership will be to establish a long-term lease for Manatee County to manage the land in perpetuity. A lot of people don't realize that the existing Emerson Point Preserve is also owned by the state of Florida, and we have a long-term lease for Manatee County to manage it. So this will be an extension of what we're already doing for Emerson Point. And the purchase and the sale aren't quite as simple as I made it sound. This map hopefully will help me out here. On the left side, you see Emerson Point Preserve where it exists now. It's in the Palmetto area on Sneed Island. Thank you, sir.
But while I have your attention, what's the difference between the state piece and the county piece? Why is there a retention piece to this?
I was just going to get to that.
Oh, all right.
All right, so you see the three parcels in the middle, the three different colors, make up the 98 acres that were owned by the Angelo family. As a condition to sale, they kept about 5 acres in the northeast corner, the black area you see there, for up to 4 home sites in the future. So the sale to the state, we're retaining 10 acres so that the county can meet our obligations to provide those resources.
Access point.
It sort of optimizes our partnership in that we don't have to go to the state as owner of the land to get the permits that are going to be needed. And we also don't have the optics that state conservation funds would be used to buy land that would, while it's going to be managed as part of the preserve, are offering services for private development. So that's exactly why. Purchase price for the 93 acres about a year ago in July was $15.5 million. And the state offer to us, which of course there was no guarantee that we were going to get it, but I'm very grateful this is coming through, is $11.94 million. And per acre, there's about a $32,000 difference. And I'd like to just comment that in general, offers from the state of Florida through Florida Forever pay about 80% of appraised value. So we've come out very well, and I don't think anyone can say there's anything bad about having $11.94 million in our conservation fund to buy more conservation land in Manatee County. I think all of you probably know that why it's important to have this additional conservation land. It is considered an essential remaining parcel on the 2023 5-year plan by the state of Florida. Here in Manatee County, it's going to help us protect water quality, also improve it, improve fisheries, and plant and wildlife species. We have partnerships that we are starting and hope to apply for grants for restoration so that the tidal creek can be restored. Of course, there was ditching and drainage for agriculture in the past. Restoring that tidal creek can help support fisheries, and there's a little other restoration that can be involved as well. So the Southwest Florida Water Management District swim program is one opportunity. Also, the Tampa Bay Estuary Program, they have provided a letter of support to us. And if we wrap up one of our Florida Community Trust projects, then we'll be eligible to apply for yet one more property, and that would support the amenities that could be provided here. So this is quite a long timeline. I'm not going to take you through all of it tonight. I know we're ready to go. But where we are now, that bold in the middle, is staff's request for commission to approve and execute the sale to the state. There's a resolution that's with it. And closing is anticipated in October. And that's allowing time for surveyors to get the work done. They're pretty backed up. It might be a little sooner than that. Then we would start with our submitting a management plan to the state that we would request their approval from. And then that long-term lease for the county to manage it according to the management plan, and possibly opening to the public in winter of 2026. Any questions? Oh, I want to make one more comment since we're all a little giddy tonight. I don't know if you recognize on the left who that little guy is. Gingerbread Ace. Remember back in Christmas time, the holiday time, and winter of 2023, all the departments got a blank generic gingerbread, and we all dressed them up and made characters out of them, and they got to go on the job with us. Well, I got to take Gingerbread Ace on a site visit during one of the appraisals. There he is with the cattle on the left, and although it's not the exact same area, on the right you see once purchased and the cows were removed, it's growing up nicely with some native vegetation in the area.
All right.
And he did win for creativity.
All right. I have no one on the board. I will open it up to public comment. I can't see Zoom. I'll assume nobody's on the phone. Is there anyone on the phone? Oh my, yes, we have a caller, 285. You've been waiting 11 hours to talk about this Emerson Point. Anything? I mean, they could have their hand raised for future agenda still, because we reopen it, so. All right, well, nothing. All right, I'm gonna close, oh, wait,
Hello, can you hear me?
yes.
This is Bryce Claypool again.
Go ahead, Bryce.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, sorry to hold you up. I know you've been there all day, but I just wanted to make a few final comments regarding the wetland buffers and the future direction for the county.
Bryce, we're talking about the acquisition of property next to Emerson Point.
The sale.
Sale of property. We're Emerson Point. We're past the wetland buffer thing. I will be reopening future agenda item, which kind of sort of is, I guess, in a few minutes. Well, go ahead, talk for 3 minutes. This is ridiculous. You're the only one. Go ahead. Let's hear it. Talk about whatever you want, Bryce. How about it?
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought that this was future agenda items.
It's okay. Go ahead and do it. You're the only one. Let's just bang that out now.
Yeah, I just wanted to expand on what I said earlier about what the future for the county and for the wetland buffers. And today we're facing unprecedented threats to democracy. Tallahassee has been captured by special interests, developers, phosphate companies, polluters, and this is the end result of the Supreme Court ruling, Citizens United versus FEC, which declared corporations are people and money is speech. Today is the tipping point. Are we going to wind up having developers rule rather than a democratic system? Are we going to lose our rights to home rule? We just saw multiple bills in the recent legislative session that aimed at impact fees, citizens initiatives, and many other aspects of what local governments can do. And the mandate that was given to you as a board when you came on last year was to stand up to these challenges, even when that means difficult work or legal challenges to unconstitutional demands from the states. It's not an easy fight, but it's a noble one, and you have the public behind you. We're ready to put in the work, but we need to be organized. This is a concerted attack on our community, and the commission needs to have a strategy to be ready for the attacks and actively fight them. We can't just remain reactive. We have to be proactive in defending our rights against this onslaught. This is the great challenge facing this board, and this is what the public is watching. Don't wait a year and a half to put the wetland buffers back. By then, who knows what rights will have been stripped away. It's time for the county to craft a plan and fight for our community in whatever capacity that winds up looking like. You have the full backing of your constituents in this endeavor, and I just want to thank you so much for serving us in these difficult times and working for our environment and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. All right, there's nobody else on the phone in here. I will close public comment both for item number 15 and future agenda. I do have Commissioner McCann on the board, although I do have a motion by Commissioner Feltz and a second by Commissioner Ron. So when Commissioner McCann is done, we can vote.
I do have a question. So we're going to be selling this land to the state. What's going to happen with this land after we sell it to the state?
The county will enter into a long-term lease with the state, with the county managing the land according to a management plan that is also to be submitted for approval.
Okay, and the management plan is to keep this as a conservation area?
Yes, sir. It'll be much like the existing Emerson Preserve. There are tentative plans to extend trails so that you can go from the existing addition throughout this and back. Possibly a small parking area, restroom, and pavilion, and a pier out on the water.
Okay. So they're not going to build houses on this?
That's right.
Isn't this great that we're selling land to them and they won't give us our wetlands back? Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
George, real quick. Yeah, but it was like Robinson 2.0.
It's a bit
Let's say
lofty.
Emerson expansion.
Bathrooms,
Yeah.
lookouts, piers,
Good.
preserved.
Yeah, it's just the way the state does it. It allows us to recoup most of our money from the acquisition. We had to front it until they were ready to go. Now we're selling it back to them. It gets our LMAC money back so we can go buy something else.
Exactly. So
about
one of
give
the
us
other
back our
types
wetlands
of
while
partnerships
you're
that
at
they do is called a side-by-side, where, maybe the county buys half and the state buys half, and that's a partnership, like a cost share. But in this case, that's what they recommended. They said, you buy it, and then we'll buy it from you. And said, okay. And although there's no guarantee, with your support tonight, in 120 days, we can close and get that reimbursement and continue to use it in the county.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
And I got a motion by Commissioner Felt. Second by Commissioner Ron. Commissioner Bearden, how do you vote?
Yes.
All right. And that is approved 6-0 with Commissioner Ballard absent. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you for your support.
All right, we're on our last item of the day, which is a commissioner agenda item put on by Commissioner Belts, who has been yelling at me about yellow signs for 5 years.
Longer.
She is going to show us the new and improved belt signs.
So I'm going to do the Evelyn Wood speed reading course of this, okay?
Take your time.
'Cause
Don't-
it's late.
no.
I know. but
You've been waiting
we've here a long
years.
time.
You've been talking
And
about
it's just
these.
for
I want you to have
discussion,
your time.
So you can cogitate on it. We'll come to a formal motion later on. I want to show you some examples that we're going to need on this. Our current signs that, okay, if you want me to start with this, I'll tell you. How did I get to where I'm at today? A long time ago, I'm walking around in the woods, right? Going through hill, through dale on a horse, down ditches, through gates. And I came upon a little yellow sign. And the little yellow sign says, public hearing notice. And I looked around, and there was no way that
Nobody
anybody
could
else
see it. I think they turned it on
in
the
the
camera for you.
there was nobody else.
Turn it, there you go. There you go.
So I came upon this little yellow sign. It said, public hearing notice. There's no way in hell anybody else in the public ever could have seen this teeny tiny little yellow sign off there in the woods. That's what begat a series of getting into what they called activism, and I just like to call it common sense. Now, what the problem is, would anybody like to translate the Egyptian hieroglyphics that are on this sign? Would you like to explain to me? I'm a person of the public. I see a yellow sign. Would anybody like, nobody
Yeah,
from the
that's-
staff gets
that
to
looks
play.
like the terror proposal we just saw tonight.
Commissioner Sadiq, would you like to take a gander at what this sign is about?
It's the terror
QR
request
code.
from earlier today.
Okay,
the
all right.
attorney
So
to
basically, we had little yellow signs. And, I want to also add the QR code. The QR code was another interesting revelation. I sat in on the work session when we were doing, it was half a day was talking about what the interns were doing, and we're coming up on intern summer again, too. And then the second half of the day was doing our redistricting. And it was very interesting because our interns put on this wonderful presentation about how we could use data collection and our GIS mapping system and all these kind of wonderful things. Then when it came time for us to map out our new districts, they handed all the commissioners a piece of paper and a crayon. But out of that, we got our QR code. The problem is with the QR code on a sign that's about, how big are our current signs, Nicole? 1 foot by,
1 foot?
the old ones. Yeah, that's the current ones, but the old ones that we're using now are about like this.
No, they're not.
No.
This, we're moving into the larger size. This is the,
You're thinking of your little
the
yard
large-
signs.
Okay, that's the current. Oh, there's the large one, that's what it is.
Should have made the
that.
motion.
So go ahead
I
and
know.
read that out. So.
I wanna call the
bottom-
question.
Bottom line is that we do not have the ability to stop going down 70 at 75 miles an hour and jump out of the car and read a QR code. Actually, and I want to make an emphasis on this to all the other commissioners in all the other districts, you probably don't see a lot of these where y'all live. And you don't see them because they're really little. So this is going to be a larger sign. And the difference that what we're gonna do is we're gonna put information on the sign. I want you to see a difference between, this is a sign that was used, and actually, this is a sign that was used for the triangle at 675. Notice the description, okay? It tells you, there's a notice of a public hearing, it's for approval of a rezone from A to neighborhood commercial, okay? That tells you a lot more
So long
than
ago. I was there for that.
that, doesn't it? Can we agree on that? Lot more information. And no QR codes, but I acquiesce to that, let them keep the QR codes. So what we're doing is we're taking a smaller, the signs, putting more information on them that people could read from wherever they're at. They don't have to stop and scan a QR code.
70 miles an hour, down 70.
That's the larger ones. Now, the only thing that has been brought up by staff is that this sign, and keep with me here, costs more than this sign. Now, some of the things that we'd like for you to consider, though, is that if you'll notice with this sign, we were able to write in the information, okay? And a lot of municipalities use the write in the information sign versus pre-printing all that. That way you can get a little bit more descriptive of what you're gonna do. So the motion that we're gonna have to construct.
Guys, stop you.
Yes.
When you're saying, I want context, when you're saying they're more expensive, what are we talking about? How much is one sign versus another sign? Twice the cost, if one's $1, one's $2, who cares? I mean, I don't understand what twice the cost
But we
is.
have to raise the applicant fee.
Again, I don't know what this means. What's the dollar roughly? Wing it.
Yeah, we charge the applicants 20 for every sign that we require them to install based off the size of the property. And to go to the one that they were holding, the two people were holding, it'll be twice the cost.
So an extra $20 on a $10 million project?
Right. I'm not saying it's a negative, I'm just saying that's the
No,
reality.
I get you. Just what she's like, the problem is it's twice. I'm like, you're talking, I was honestly expecting like thousands of dollars. It's $20. You're gonna have two of them, so
No,
at
but it's a fee
$40?
schedule, so if the board is so inclined to make a motion to direct staff to start printing the larger signs, we need a motion and we'll bring back a revised fee schedule.
Okay.
So the only other thing that we're talking a little bit about is the important thing is getting that project number on it, getting that PLN number on it, because with that PLN number. you can
Commissioner,
look it up on
microphone.
I'm sorry, I have a pastor voice, you can hear me. With the PLN number on it, you could look it up on our GIS mapping system. You could go into the Excel software, that type of thing.
Oh, I hear what you're doing.
The description, we're trying to keep our descriptions in English so that people understand what it is we're trying to do here. We're
It's a good summary.
rezoning it from ag to commercial or anything like that. And then our dates and times.
All right.
So
So what do you need from us?
we would need for you to, someone to make a motion to authorize staff to change what specifically is, we want these signs used in every project, no matter how many there are, and we're gonna have to pass the cost along to the applicant of the $20 or however much.
Are they all gonna be yellow or are they gonna be color? I know some counties do like different colors, if one's rezoned versus something else. There's red ones and blue ones.
I like that.
I'm just saying, I've seen counties that do that. That way, when you're driving by, if you understand what the signs are,
I
you could
love
tell
that.
if it's a rezone thing versus a density change versus a site plan approval.
Well, I just wanted to bring this up for discussion today because it's a late night, but to tell you what we're working on, this is what we call project transparency. And so suggestions like that, I think that we ought to give those to staff. I like that idea, George. You know, a red sign for a rezone, green sign for whatever, you know, when we.
Yeah, I mean, but there are other counties that do that, and
Yeah.
that way we know.
Now,
what you're
I
looking
like the idea of the write-in signs. In other words, we mass produce the signs, and that way you just write the information.
Because people's
in.
handwriting's terrible.
That's true.
Mr. Chair, may I?
It's labor intensive.
You're a doctor. No one can read your handwriting.
Yeah, that's right. Nobody's gonna read your writing anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
I have Commissioner Sadiq on the board, though.
Thank you. I think this is a great idea, and I like the idea of having more visible public signs. A couple of ideas. I like the way our public works team can do it. I don't know if we can use that as a standard, because I know we're not putting these up, and we are not as a county government paying for these. I know one of the chief challenges out east is the poor quality of this, not just the signage location, but the construction, how it's put together and how flimsy, and, you know, these are cheap yard sign looking things that just fall into ditches. 75th Street West, there was actually two great signs put up. Yeah, you're not gonna see these going 70 miles an hour. Don't go 70 miles an hour, first of all. But it was very clear that if, you know, you just want to visit it, you know, go back one day, you can stop by and just see what's happening, and that it's going to be sturdy. I mean, they put those things on wooden posts. So what I'd probably say is I love the idea. I'd like to see if you can work with staff to, you know, think about some of the ideas like color coding, ensuring the signs are more resilient, because I know that's a big concern out there. And just, I'd be happy to support it. I just want to see a bit of a formal proposal on it.
Yeah, so why don't we just make since it's late, why don't we just make a motion to authorize Commissioner Phelps to work with staff to come up with a finalized plan of costs and design for new signs, and then we can all vote on it in June or something like that, because then I would like to see the color-coded ones. If we're gonna do it, might as well do it right.
Yeah.
And then you can come back with real pricing and real plans, and then we'll all vote on it in June. I think you got full support of this board to expand on our signage.
If I could, Commissioners, none of the details about the size of the sign or color, that kind of content is in the code, the land development code. So you're really bringing back an amended fee resolution, the development review fee schedule, bringing back that, and then we could also bring back prototypes just to show you. But none of that is prescribed in the land development code.
All right, well, we can bring them back as
Well-
one sign we can bring it back as one sign costs $1 million, but we'll discount it to $40 if you build us 50-foot buffers.
I mean,
Sign's free.
And we'll take the hell no off.
Go, yes,
if the board wants to adopt a policy pertaining to the size of the signs, the colors of the signs, how you want the signs to be laid out, you can do that by a separate resolution. But to the extent that there's going to be a cost, that needs to go into the fee resolution. That would have to be amended. So
then-
you could do it with two separate resolutions in collaboration
Okay,
at the
well,
same time.
we're all, the motion on the thing, which I can't make, I'm chair, is to have Commissioner Phelps work with staff regarding the sign and bring back costs. So they can bring back then essentially two things in June or whenever they're ready to do it. One being the design and approval of the sign, one being the cost schedule, the price schedule associated with it.
So moved.
All right, I got a motion by Commissioner McCann, second by Commissioner Ron. I'll open up public comment. Nobody's here. Nobody's on the phone. I will close public comment. You can cast your votes now. Commissioner Bearden, how do you vote?
Yes.
I'll vote yes, my laptop's on.
Yes.
And Commissioner McCann's. Let's just do by
Aye.
voice. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Is approved 6-0 with Commissioner Ballard absent. Congratulations, you've worked very hard on these signs, and now you get to design your own signs. So if people don't like them, it's your fault now. Okay.
It only took you 10 years.
Okay, real quick, so we can get out of here. I will, because I got yelled at last time, because I forgot. I will reopen public comment for future agenda items. For anyone who has not spoken already, I see one. No one? No one's on the phone. I will close public comment for future agenda items. County Attorney, any comments? Commissioner McCann?
None.
Commissioner Sadiq?
No.
Commissioner Ron?
I'd like to go on record, no.
Oh, my word. Dare I ask, Commissioner Phelps? All right. Commissioner Bearden? Any comments?
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, he said no? Okay, and I have nothing. Thank you all for a long and productive day. Wait, that's an actual thing. You could have said that. All right, if you're in Citizens Academy, tomorrow is financial management at 9 a.m. here in the chambers. All right, and with no objection, we are adjourned.